Nape around the corner with a shotgun. No, surely he doesn't win this. Surely he doesn't. No, shut up. Oh, all right, well. What?
Death, taxes, Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion farming every game so far. Some things never change, but this time they have to.
Oh my goodness. Not like this. There's no way.
One of them's not going to be undefeated by the end of this week because they play each other. You know what else doesn't change? Cloud9 having problems. They've now dropped 5 games in a row. For every 1 attacking round they win, they lose another 2. And Kobe dropping 17 kills just isn't enough to bail them out. Don't say I didn't warn you before. OXG's schedule was much tougher in week 3, and they limped off with no points to show for it.
Oh, Adam just gets decimated right in front of Yaga.
Nobody wants to be the first 7-0 of the year, and now they are. Holding on to a playoff spot just got a lot tougher.
Nape around the corner with a shotgun. No, surely he doesn't win this. Surely he doesn't. No, shut up.
Same story for Wildcard. They fed the DZ grinder in Game 5, but did get a clean 3 points over Cruelty for their second win. And right now, they occupy that number 6 spot, but they're only barely holding on. Orgless is hot on their heels. Epic countered Kobe's 17-kill game with one of his own last week for their second win, but they're still taking harsh losses every week, and their current round total isn't going to win them any tiebreakers, so they need to step it up.
Another 7-2 for SSG.
Space Station and M80 both had, let's call it, odd weeks. Space Station played Bank twice and went from conquerors to being conquered, and M80 dropped one of their worst games of the stage, only to bounce back with the first 7-0 of the year.
G, baby, let's go.
Make it make sense, man. They're both hard to read. But how about some good news? Both new teams finally claimed their first wins. Envy made a huge comeback against C9 with a perfect defense half, and Cruelty finally have LATAM's first map win against an NA team ever, playing M80.
They gotta land this kill.
In prime time.
Guys!
And everyone's predictions were wrong. If you have any more expectations, throw them out the window. Now we're in Super Week, and nothing is normal.
With 2 teams still undefeated, 5 rosters fighting for the 6th and final playoff spot, and just 1 week until playoffs begin, we have so much to look forward to as we kick off the Super Week of the NAL. Welcome to Playday 7 of the North American League, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger. I'll be filling in for Ginny for this week and next. And of course, these 2 amazing friendly faces alongside me, Davide Fox Debucci, Gabriel Laxing, Miralez. Gents, first of all, let me say it is so good to be by your side.
Well, hey, I didn't get to work with you last stage. You actually covered for me. I had strep throat, so this will be my first time working with you. So it's a pleasure to have you on, and then obviously I'll let Fox go.
No, it's not nice to work back with you. I mean, obviously it was a great 1 week that we got a chance to work together. But I was really impressed by you as an analyst.
Oh, thank you.
And now we're getting to see you on the host on the T1
just
stage.
Put me everywhere. We'll make it work.
You could do it all.
We'll do it all. Did you guys do anything fun for July 4th? We had a nice 2 weeks off.
I built a retaining wall, so a lot of you might have saw that on Twitter. I was out getting put to work.
What did it retain?
It retained a lot of concrete that needed to be taken down and put back up.
Well, I was retaining a lot of hot dogs. That's what I was doing for the 4th of July. I mean, I'm an honorary American now, so.
That's good. We take it. I went to this party, had a mechanical bull, gave it a couple of attempts. On it? About 15 seconds.
Really?
It's way harder than it looks.
That's a long time.
I thought you could have rode it for a while.
Why would you think that?
I don't know. You just look like you'd be able to handle a mechanical bull pretty well.
All right. Well, hopefully our players had a chance to take a breather as well, because now it is full steam ahead into the playoff race. Here's your playoff picture as things stand, the top 4 is pretty clear. The bottom 5 are pretty clear. Dark Zero and Shopify being the only 2 teams to have confirmed a playoff spot.
Yeah, you know, obviously with Dark Zero and Shopify, the only thing that really sets those 2 apart is really an overtime win. And, you know, we talked about all the other teams lower in the region that, you know, we haven't had the most competitive, but it honestly creates a great storyline when we come into this big week 3, big week 3, not week 3, big 3 games coming up that the best of tops battle 6. Oh, I can't even find my words right now. I'm just excited. we got a lot of siege ahead of us, and this should be a really good game.
So much coming your way during this super week. It's going to be good stuff. We have our top 4, of course, who have been locked in this battle. We mentioned our top 2, but you can't discount those other 2 teams in that 3rd and 4th spot, Space Station and M80, hot at the heels of the top 2.
Yeah, something we've seen in previous years is always the top 2 teams have a rock, paper, scissors effect. One team, you know, Dark Zero can beat SR, but they lose to SSG. But now we've seen Dark Zero and SR at the top consistently, whereas M80 and SSG, they play today. They're battling to be able to have that chance of that top 2.
Well, to be undefeated, it takes some very consistent performances. Laxing for Dark Zero and for Shopify, it has been consistent from day 1. They've been playing lights out.
Yeah, Dark Zero in particular, I mean, bringing on Spirits, bringing on Citizen has really transitioned this roster to be a Swiss Army knife like we've talked about. And then for Shopify, I think it's really been more about consistency. They added the likes of Spoit, but as a whole, the roster has just been performing across all the board, and both teams are extremely consistent and dominant.
Well, it's dominance that is reflected not just in the lobby, but when you look at the way these players have been performing on the stage as a whole. Foxe, the dominance lies in the standings as well. 7 players in the top 10 overall.
I mean, obviously, because they've been so good, everybody on the team is going to be thriving, and obviously, it goes without saying that both teams have amazing players on the roster, and you don't see the IGLs necessarily up there because they're doing their jobs, whereas the rest of the players, they're the one getting the kills. So obviously, I mean, nobody has really come close to being able to beat SR DZ, which is why they're so pad statted. But honestly, look at the other players up there too. That's pretty impressive for Ash and Cans and Diffuser to not be amongst those teams and still be able to compete statistically against those teams.
Well, they may not be up there with those teams, but they are damn near close. SSG and M80 rounding out the top 4. They are a decent number of points behind, but with 3 days before playoffs, they do have an opportunity to make it into that top 2.
Yeah, I think Fox said it best. It's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors with the top 2, but I think it's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors with 3 and 4 between SSG and M80. We've seen very hot SSG, and then just recently saw them fall to SR, and then same for M80. We saw them get wiped by Cruelty, which was a huge wake-up call, but then immediately transitioned that into a 7-0 versus Oxygen.
Yeah, and they needed that wake-up call, and I think that's where teams try to figure out how they can be a little bit more consistent. You need to be able to lose to right the wrongs, and that's what M80 did. SSG, we've always talked about them being up and down, but hopefully today, because they're playing against each other, it'll be a defining win for one of them, which will give them that run to be able to maybe compete for that top 2.
Yeah, if they can get into the top 2, that would set them up for success in the playoffs because that gives you your bye in that very first round. By no means guaranteeing anything, but Laxing, it puts you in a great spot, allows you to sit back, watch your opponents in a best of 3.
Which can be a little bit of double-edged sword. Like you said, you do get to sit pretty, you do get to wait, watch the teams, get a little more understanding of how you want to prep, but at that same time, you aren't playing game after game, so it can set you up actually for failure, but I mean, all 4 of those teams know what it's like to be in that best of 4 situation, best of 3 situation.
There's a little bit of a confidence issue too. Like if you get that top 2 spot, you have to play one less game.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there just, we're gonna make it. No way we fumble it. But we've seen teams do that where they just fumble and then they don't make it to the event just because they're in that top 2 spot.
Yeah, it can happen. We do not want to see those teams slip too far down, but on the bottom of the standings, where those teams could eventually meet, is of course the bottom 5 in an absolutely heated race for that 6th and final playoff spot. Any of these teams could make it in.
Any of them. And honestly, you look at it and you'd assume maybe Wildcard, Cloud9, these big names, you'd expect them to be that much better than the rest, but that's not what we've seen. We've seen a lot of ups and downs from these teams, and obviously with Envy and Cruelty getting their first points on the board last week, teams slowly progressing as things grow dire. Obviously, pressure is what is getting on the shoulders of all of these teams, and we're going to have to see which one of them can turn that pressure into diamond.
Well, part of that pressure is because of the expectations that some of these teams have had coming into the stage. You've got big organizations, you've got big players, you expect some big results. Laxing, I think the best example of a team that's fallen short of those expectations Wildcard is a name that jumps right off the page.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, in the beginning of the stage even starting, we hyped up Wildcard at how well they looked at Reload. They were the best North American team there. We figured now coming into the NAL, they were going to have that same dominance. We were wrong. They have not shown that. And in particular, it's players in specific that we do need to talk about, because there were pivotal players during Reload that really stuck out, that were really shining in these moments, where throughout the stage, we haven't really been able to see that.
Well, the biggest problem, I suppose, has been the lack of their ability to all play well on the same day.
Yes.
We've seen standout performances from some. For Wildcard specifically, my mind goes back to that game against DZ where Dash went off.
That's where we actually saw him come alive, and we were like, okay, this is the Dash that we've been hyping up. This is the Dash that we've been needing to see. And then we go into that game versus Cruelty where everyone stepped up. So it's now a question of going into this Super Week, are we going to see every single player, Dash and them, really step up and push for that top 6?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they desperately need, is everybody to fire on all cylinders, all on the same time, and then we could maybe see remnants of that wild card from Reload. And hopefully they've had the first week where it was just Spiker, you know, talking about how Spiker and Kansan were playing well and the rest weren't. Now Baby Shark and Dash have been playing well. Maybe it's that wake-up call we talked about where all of them can finally sync up going into this Hell Week.
Well, neck and neck with Wildcard in the standings, Orgless, who has had also an inconsistent stage. Foxe, you try to pinpoint why this team with some decent names on it hasn't been able to come together. Part of it could be veteran leadership.
I mean, it has to come down to the veteran leadership, because the coaching room isn't necessarily depth in as much as we'd like to see from Orgless. Obviously, the game playing of focusing on trades, being able to play off of each other, we haven't really seen either. But something that we have seen is the fundamentals there. They play well off of each other because they are all friends, and they've had amazing individual performances from players, specifically Epic, that we'll get into later. But from their roster, I mean, you see the one win that they got was against Cloud9. When we watched that game back, was it really Orgless deserving of that win, or was it Cloud9 just fumbling it for them? At the end of the day, points are points, but it needs to be able to be a slap in the face for Orgless to think about the game smarter, because that's what gave them the best advantage against Cloud9. If they can just think smarter, maybe the next set of games coming their way will be a little bit smoother.
Well, points are points, but they are really nice to have, especially as you get into playoffs. Two teams who really wish they had some more points. Cruelty and Envy at the bottom of our standings. It's such a shame, too, because you're looking at two exciting teams who grinded to get here through LATAM, through T2, and it just hasn't come together.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Cruelty. We weren't sure what we were going to expect. And honestly, we've been very critical of both these teams, of Cruelty and Envy. As for Cruelty, I would say towards the very end now, we are seeing more depth, more life from this roster, especially in their win against M80, as we talked about. But even in their recent loss against Wildcard, where it went 7-5, they still were all playing very well together. And again, if you're going to improve, it better be now, because you need these points and you are so close to making top 6. It needs to be perfect now.
And opposed from Cruelty, where it's kind of a night and day difference as opposed to the previous weeks and last week specifically, Envy, I feel like, has been a slow burn of improvement. We've seen some good light out of them, some good individual performances. The trading was there, and I can't be upset at their progression, because it looks like the natural progression of a team getting through those growing pains. But obviously, they're still a little behind when it comes to all of the other teams. But that first win for them last week hopefully can set them to show, hey, what we're doing is working. Yes, it has been difficult, but it's not just a we woke up and we're good on the day. They're slowly becoming a better team altogether.
Well, each team, Cruelty and Envy, had kind of that one standout performance that, you know, made us go, okay, that's what this team is capable of. For Cruelty, it was against M80. For Envy, it was against Cloud9. The last team in the bottom of the pile here who still has a chance to make playoffs, but Laxing, it feels like they have been another one of these teams that has fallen short of what we know they can do.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of just a question of, you know, are we going to see those expectations being met, especially here in the end, because that's what we want to see. If you can't start out strong and have a really good showing in the beginning, at least do it at the end, where you can take from each and every single game and extrapolate whatever you can from that and turn that into success. And that is really where we're seeing these teams in the bottom 6 start to really find their stride here. It's just a matter of, can they finish strong?
Yeah, when it comes to Cloud9, I mean, we talk about them having smarter players as opposed to just raw mechanical skill players, and that's what we want to see flex from them. But last week is not what we saw. So going into this final week for Cloud9, to be able to make that push, we need to be able to see their brains come through. They have one of the most prominent rookie IGLs that we don't see much of with Packer, and obviously he's had his ups and downs, but we've seen some good things from Cloud9. We just need to be able to consistently see the brain from them.
Something more tangible.
Yes, because they just don't have as much firepower as some of the other teams, so let's flex the other strong suits that Cloud9 have.
Well, for our more astute viewers at home, you may have noticed there's a team missing. You have the top 4, bottom 5. There's one team smack dab in the middle, and that is Oxygen. OXG right in the middle, 9 points. They could work their way towards the top, but if they're not careful, Fox say they could easily slip down towards the bottom.
Yeah, and it's not a position we're uncomfortable seeing OXG in. Even when we were on the roster, it was always that battle for top 4, proving yourself and escaping the bottom side of the leaderboard, essentially. And OXG, I would say, this has one of the most experienced individual style of players currently with their most recent roster change. So they have a lot of firepower. They have so much undetermined potential. They just need to be able to figure it out together, and that's why we talked about it being a lot on the coaches this stage, because there's no more familiar faces. It's a brand new team, brand new ideology. They just need to be able to put it all together. And with a little bit more time, they've been able to put things together. They have standout players. We just need to see that consistency, just put the nose
to the cohesion.
Yeah, the cohesion, the nose to the grindstone, and really, really grind all the issues out.
Well, Laxing, you've been there. I mean, you both have been in this situation. You're kind of in this awkward spot. Could it start to go really well for you? Or if you're not careful, it could start to slip away. What do you do in a situation like this if you're this team?
I mean, the hardest part is honestly the foundation and the identity. We've talked about that time and time again with this roster, and it's a bit of up and down where we see it. I think all players individually just need to realize what their strength is and then try to play into that to the best of their ability and hope that another player can piggyback off of it, because what we've been obviously seeing, and even in that 7-0, that should have never happened on a map like Skyscraper. So it already goes to show there's something wrong as a team, but individually they can play in their own right and into their own strengths.
And that's why it comes down to the coaching staff specifically, because when you don't necessarily know there's a right answer, no player's doing something specifically wrong, you need your coaches to be really hands-on.
At this point, Oxygen, as we mentioned, surrounded on all sides by teams above and below. They're at 9 points. Some teams above them within reach. Some teams below also could pass them if they are not careful. At the bottom there, Orgless, Cloud9, Envy, and Cruelty right now out of the top 6, but as we've said, Laxing, the possibility to jump into the playoff spot in just a single map win.
Yes, and that's the important thing here is they just need one win and they can guarantee themselves safety, but that starts with today and starting out to be a better team than what we currently have been seeing.
Well, today we have quite a start to this Super Week. We dive in right away with an underdog story. It is Dark Zero and Cruelty, the first match we have up, but I've got my eye on one towards the end of the day. That one, M80 and Space Station. Fox, say anything here that catches your eye?
I mean, the one that stands out to me is OXG Wildcard, because we saw how neck and neck it was for that 6th place spot. And if Wildcard don't get that win, they give the ability for teams below them to be able to catch up. I mean, Orgless is tied with them directly in points, and they're going up against Envy. So easily we could see the standings swap out, especially same thing with OXG. If OXG doesn't get wins, Wildcard supposedly their easiest game coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, and I would say the Orgless Envy, just for the fact that's an equilibrium. Both these players know exactly what each other does. They played against each other in T2. Overall, it should be a really good game, and it really is going to allow them to lengthen that gap and possibly claim top 6.
Well, so exciting to kick off the Super Week with a good one. We've got so much action, not 1, not 2, 3 play days coming your way this week in the lead up to playoffs. We'll get to our first match in just a moment, but before we do, we'll go over to Mr. Jesse J. Chick with a Fantasy League update. I'm in first.
It's the final week of the NA Fantasy League, and competition has never been closer. Dash is a player who has struggled at the start of the season, posting a -24 KD and earning negative fantasy points for XR Troika in each of his first 4 games. But X never gave up on him, and this week Dash put up 27 kills and almost 100 fantasy points to have the second most points earned of any player this week. Combined with good scores from Ambi and the Europeans means that X has secured the first 300-point week of our competition and has rocketed up into the top 3. Above him by less than a single point, though, is Janiro, who had our #1 player of the week, NJR. NJR was the MVP in both Dark Zero's games against Wildcard and Envy, putting up 13 kills and half as many deaths against each opponent. Foxe dropped below both X and Ginny, falling from 2nd to 4th, and in response has grabbed Bay for backup, sacking Silent to make room. Laxing's strategy of playing the turtle versus the hare has left him almost 200 points behind every other player, which means it's time for change. Laxing replaced Cruelty captain Skimzy with his teammate of Fatal, hoping this can spark some movement for his team. Lynx is still leading, but by less than before, and with 3 games this week, X, Ginny, and Fox are all capable of stealing the crown. Intero also isn't too far back, but will be in the sights of Laxon, whose last-minute move might be enough to shift my co-caster into the dreaded last place. That's it for now. Enjoy the NA Super Week and check back during playoffs to see who will be crowned the NA Fantasy Champion.
Slice of pizza, and it's literally like the length of my arm. Peach glazed pork belly. Big up Texas barbecue. Nice! Someone was explaining Nate to someone. I think they'd say he crossed the pond and he brought in a bit of British culture. I like being in control. I've got a lot of confidence in myself, so I think it correlates to my role in the game. I work too hard not to win something. It'll happen eventually. Add some hardware to the table.
Who doesn't just love an underdog story? I mean, you got Rocky, the Karate Kid underdog story, Miracle on Ice. True or not, these are the stories that captivate us. And, well, today we've got one of those teams looking to capture some of that underdog energy. It's Cruelty, 10th place against the behemoth Dark Zero.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine a harder opponent to go up against, especially with Cruelty, with how they've been performing. And Dark Zero has really looked lights out. There doesn't look like they've had any single issues on their front. Perfect siege from them. I mean, we've talked about how good they've been. I mean, you can see
more perfect.
First in every single stage. I mean, the one redeeming quality for Cruelty is their attacks. But we've seen, you know, games that shouldn't necessarily go in one team's favor go in one team's favor. So you can never really count teams out. And with how Cruelty played last week, I can't really just give it to Dark Zero today.
I'd have to agree. I mean, they did it to M80. It's not to say that they can't do it here. It's definitely a David versus Goliath situation, but we've seen Cruelty pull an upset before. Is it going to be today? Possibly.
We'll find out. At the start of the stage, when we spoke to Coach Kangaroo Kenny of Dark Zero, he said, "Gone are the days of slow, predictable DZ." And while that may have been a bit of a dig into the DZ of the past, we can say that it is absolutely true. They have been fiery, they have been confident, and most of all, Laxing, they have been adaptable.
Oh, absolutely. And it's very true to speak into existence. I mean, back when me and Fox used to play, when we played against DZ, we hated playing against DZ because they were so slow. They were so structured, but they would still punish you. But now you see this version of DZ, and it's just new, it's vibrant, it's fun to watch, it's exciting, it's exhilarating, it's fast-paced, it's in your face. And that's the Swiss Army knife that we talk about with adding a player like Citizen, that we talk about adding a player like Spirits, because those players have really ramped up the aggression in terms of what they're able to do. And then you bring on the IGL of Nave that is facilitating all of that. And again, then Kangaroo Kenny, another experienced coach. It is the real reason why we're seeing this new vision of DZ be so successful.
Well, they have been dominant across the board, but when you look at this team's numbers as a whole, they're not just good, they are historically good.
It's impressive. You know, we've always talked about how good they are. Now the stats are really going to speak into existence. When you compare their previous stage of Playday 6 versus their previous stage now of Playday 6, I mean, they are expanding on all levels here in terms of being as cohesive and working together and ramping up those numbers. And Jonah, I just want to ask you here. This isn't on there. This is for the people at home watching. People love KD. People love talking about KD. They were +6 back in 2024, Stage 2. What do you think they're plus KD in right now? And I'll let Chad also get a little bit of time.
+6, maybe they're +15.
They're
plus
plus
20.
84.
Plus
they went
84?
from +6
Damn.
to plus 84 this stage. They are fragging, and it speaks into what Kangaroo is saying, that they are an aggressive team now.
That is very
It's
difficult
insane.
to go up
That is a
against.
big jump.
Especially if you're Cruelty. We mentioned they're an underdog here, but the
Yes.
reason we say that is because, well, the numbers haven't been looking so great. They need to do a lot of work if they want to make the playoffs.
They do, but one redeeming quality from Cruelty has always been their attacks. And from their last week's matches, it was the confidence that pulled them through. And now with that confidence effect, they can hopefully snowball their way throughout this stage if they can get a hot start coming in today. And one of the big things on their attacks is it hasn't been perfect, so to say. I mean, the biggest issue was their opening kills and their opening death engagements. And as you can see, they haven't been once positive on the opening kills in any single match. Obviously, they've lost a lot of them. But in the one match where they upset M80, that was an even 5-5 OPKD. So obviously, it just goes without saying that if they just get that under wraps, they can figure out how not to lose that opening kill a little bit easier, they'll have games that go a lot better for them, because the attacking side is the hardest side to find success on. And they're doing that man down. So obviously, they got the trades. They just need to figure out the initial entry points.
Well, one critique of this Cruelty team in the past has been they have this tendency to cut corners or play a certain strategy without seeming to know why they're playing a certain strategy. Week 3, their best week yet, we did see some improvements on that.
Yeah, because it came down to playing behind the shields and focusing on the trades. And that's exactly what we saw against Wildcard, was them playing behind the Monty. Really amazing play, setting up this Monty to be the hindrance, the annoying factor, pushing Wildcard back, whereas the rest of Cruelty is set up all around. They don't have everybody behind the Monty, just Fatal. And he actually gets 4 individual 1v1 trades off of the back of the information of the Monty, while the rest of Cruelty is set up all around the map, putting pressure, applying that pressure almost in a DZ-esque fashion of holding lanes, and then they just have the 2 players with the Monty and Fatal behind it to push everybody else around. And that fundamental attacking strategy is what carried them throughout that game specifically. They didn't win that game against Wildcard, but it was really good, and they got that win against M80. So obviously now they have the confidence. They're getting an understanding of how they should be attacking all the way through. It's really coming down to not losing those opening kills, and if they can continue that shield play to be able to get them that information and prevent opening kills, Cruelty will look a lot scarier in this Super Week than we'd imagine.
Well, they made that shield play happen on Cafe of all maps. They were able to use that structure and get that going with that kind of play. Laxing, against Dark Zero, is there a specific map that they should go to for that or want to avoid for that kind of thing?
I mean, I think you want to avoid very tight maps. I mean, sure, you want to use the shield, but you're going against a team like DZ that can abuse the shield just as well. I mean, they're going to abuse it better, realistically here. And then we're going to a map like Consulate. Thankfully, we haven't seen Cruelty. There is no VODs on Cruelty. Maybe there's something in scrims, but as we know, scrims versus game day, entirely different settings. So as for Cruelty, they are starting on their attack. We maybe will see them use that Monty to apply that pressure, get that map control. But if I'm DZ, it's either a confidence situation here that you don't get rid of the shield, you let them play into it and try to abuse it, kind of try to cripple it where you can. But then as for, again, for Cruelty, like we were saying, we need to see those same sort of attacks and cohesion on their attacks being flawless together.
I mean, there's no real bad map for Dark Zero, as we can agree. They look like an iron wall. But when it comes to the strengths of Cruelty, what Consulate can amplify for Cruelty is the entry point. So it is a big shield map. Being able to take yellow control with a Monty or a Blitz, that'll be great. One thing I really want to avoid seeing Cruelty do is you can play Consulate in two ways. You can split it all up like you would play Cafe, very individual entry points, or you can have a very one-point centric attack where everybody's focusing on getting into the admin or getting into CEO or getting in through garage. If we can just see Cruelty focus on getting into the building, not losing those opening engagements, they have had really good trades and problem solving. So if they can get past that initial point, then I think it'll be a lot closer in retrospect to Dark Zero. I mean, Dark Zero on defense is obviously gonna be a different beast all in itself, but Cruelty just needs to figure out how they can all five get into one side of the map first and then go from there.
I don't know if I need to ask where you guys fall on the side of this matchup. I imagine it's going to be Dark Zero.
It has to be Dark. It has to be Dark Zero. But I will want to say, I do want to preface, I am glad we're actually able to give Cruelty respect and actually give them a little bit of headway into this game. Whereas we haven't been able to do that. So I am glad, again, once at the end and we're actually now able to talk about Cruelty, we actually are giving them a fighting chance and some words of encouragement that we maybe could see some success. Is it a low chance? Sure, but at least it's better than some that we've been able to talk about in the previous games.
Well, with that, we will head down to the casters. It is Ollie and Lynx to get things started with our underdog matchup to kick off the Super Week.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Always glad to see a very good friend of mine join the crew, especially when, honestly, Ollie, that shirt, it looks like he's been hitting the gym. I'm kind of like, we got like two extremely buff people on the desk now, and then you just have Fox looking very stylish. Interesting combo we've got going on over there. But there is something I want to pick up on that Jonah did say, which of course it's an underdog story, but also that underdog stories often happen in fiction. And I think ideally, Ollie, we would hope that today, if we are going to see one, it actually happens.
I'm really on the fence with this because as much as I love an underdog game, and the social prediction there is showing just exactly that you guys at home understand the weighting of this matchup as well. As much as I love an underdog game, I also like to see teams operate at a very high level for a long period of time. And I think that Dark Zero they're crossing the threshold of doing that. If we look at where we're at in the stage, there's 3 play days left, including the play day we're starting right now. If they are able to finish as strong in these last couple of play days as they've played throughout the whole stage, it will be very, very impressive to see. And a good thing for CJX as well, a good thing to see another consistent team rising up through the ranks. So for me, as much as I love an underdog story, Lynx, I'm backing DZ today, and I'm not backing them because I think they're going to win. I'm backing them because I really want them to.
Well, I feel like I should back Cruelty then, because I kind of want them to win. I will say, from the narrative perspective, I think, well, obviously, underdog narratives can be very important, but I do think from a narrative perspective, you need consistency, like you mentioned. You need a BDS, now Falcons. You need a Furia or a FaZe, right? Because otherwise, what could you contrast the underdogs to? If everybody was kind of scrappy and fighting each other, nobody would really stand out. You need the dominant team, so you can also look at the team that is down on their luck and has yet to find success. But at the same time, would one regulation loss in a best-of-1 when Dark Zero have already qualified for playoffs, would it really matter, Ollie? Would it really matter in the grand scheme of things? Can you not give us this one? Must the rich always get richer?
Yes. I think, well, the thing is, imagine what Kangaroo Kenny would say.
Okay.
Imagine what he would say about it. You know, there's no way he wants his boys to go in and lose this matchup, like, regardless of what it means. Like, we know that DZ are top of the table. We know that it might not look like a very important game, but on paper, they've still got SR and they've still got SSG to play. So points here are pretty crucial because the second place team, SR, they still have to play that team. So that's a very difficult matchup. That's going to be coming up in the next couple of days. So you look at this and you say, oh, it should be a gimme for DZ. It's actually a really important 3 points for them to maintain the position in the standings.
And especially as Gabe and Fox mentioned, comparing this incarnation of DZ to their last stage, they got first in the group stage in stage 2 of 24, getting second in the playoffs in a barn burner 45-round best-of-3 against SR. But now the quality of achieving that same placement could be so impressive. You want to secure that top 2. Show you can maintain that consistency and show you can do it in even better fashion than you did before. Haven't mentioned the bans that have gone through, but Glass Dokeby being taken off the board, you can very clearly see that. The Amaru being left up has excited Pyrox quite heavily, already breaking into the CEO window in the first minute. It's not a top floor defense, but we also have a Cav on the board creeping around yellow stairs. With that Spaz 15, that makes that sound that nobody playing solo on any map wants to hear.
See, we've just given it the biggin about how it's an important game for DZ and that, you know, they really ought to be coming out here and getting 3 points out of it. And then we see Spirits playing on the Cav. Pamba might have a chance here, though. Easy kill for Pamba. Nath's already found one with a Nitro early onto Fatal. Quite a mismatch approach to the building, really, for Cruelty, because we saw Pyrox, he was happy to Amaru in. He got himself into CEO. And then a very slow push into the rest of the top floor. Brilliant timing there and patience from Ivan to pick that kill onto Nath. So things not looking too bad, but Pamba's still inside of admin. And nobody's dealt with him. Pyrox eventually finding it, but this round's in tatters.
So is Pyrox momentarily up, running away. Will manage just to evade that line of sight just for the moment. Spaz 15 around the corner. No interrogation, sadly. The last surviving player, not just of Cruelty, but from that double push over on yellow side. It was the Amaru in through CEO and Ivan down through yellow door. And both finding themselves at the top and bottom of the staircase on that side of the map. And, well, they weren't really able to pinch much of anything, Ollie. 2 people dying over there. 3 people dying on the rappel. Or, well, no, 3 people dying on the rappel into admin. Now, Ivan with a lot to do. Very little time and diffuser control in the hands of Spirits. With that pistol, just 1 shot will be enough. Sees him around the corner. Tagged up just a little bit. And there we go. Nice little prone to finish it out. Consulate defensive wins are not a hard thing to come by, especially for a team like Dark Zero. But I have to say, not the greatest attacking start for Cruelty based on where most of those people died and in what position they did.
I was really excited when I saw Pyrox on the Amaru and getting himself into CEO really quickly because there was a drone at his feet and everything. And I was thinking, oh, this could go really well. What's actually happened there? Because we've had Ivan just doing laps downstairs and basically just, okay, he gets the kill onto Nath, but never really affects anything into the round. And then a really unsuccessful push into admin. It's only a Glaz and a Dokeby that have been banned. It's not like you've lost the Bees or Capitao or Grim or
Ying.
Even something that brings a few more drones. Bring a Brava just for, if you're struggling with drones, bring a Brava. I don't know. It was just really weird from Cruelty, wasn't it? What I will say, I was quite surprised and shocked when we learned that the map was going to be Consular because it can be a very difficult map to attack. And for Cruelty, we know that attack is something that they've been able to achieve good attacking splits on in some games. Particularly, we look at the M80 game, and we will reference that quite often with this Cruelty roster because it might be
take
the pinnacle.
Take what we have.
Yeah, I mean it's the pinnacle at this point. It might be the pinnacle for some time. But we see them as a relatively good attacking team in comparison, you know, compared to the peers. But in reality, I don't think that they're going to be coming out here and getting, you know, a 3-3 split on the attack because Consulate can be very difficult.
It can be very difficult, and even with the one operator that's been banned, even with Dokeby taken off the board, I bet you Ivan would have felt a lot more comfortable creeping up through yellow stairs if there was a Dokeby call ringing out. I mean, lurking in general plus a Dokeby is a good combo, but Nook Dokeby, quite nice. So I know he in particular is missing that, but it's also just the mistakes we made outside of that. We had 2 people repelling into admin dying last time, completely caught off guard by the defense. And now Skimzy, again, to be fair, you know, he's opening up a wall. I doubt he necessarily expected somebody to peek him, but he's opening that with a secondary shotgun. And he's putting a lot of bullets into that. Not exactly something the defense is going to go, I wonder where that guy is. Now,
I almost feel bad admitting this, but what was even the site last round?
It was the split site, actually.
Brilliant.
Now we have Pyrox creeping through the top floor. Similar to what we saw from Cruelty last time, and again, down he goes. It's another 1v1 given to Dark Zero. Fatal is providing coverage in the loosest sense of the word, but Ivan is ages behind as the Blackbeard. Why is Pyrox ahead of the Shield, who's meant to cause pressure in this position in the first place? Spirit's on for 3, likely not going to get that 4th, but honestly at this point, if he does, okay, I think we call the first 3 rounds here.
First 3? How about the first 7?
I'm willing to do it. Okay, well, no, it's only 1 round. 2. Well, it's only 2 rounds.
It's only 2. Spirits is literally on for an ace in this round. Mutumbu, he doesn't even know what to do. This isn't even one of those times where you take a tactical timeout and, like, you know, just get yourself on. He's just hiding. He daren't make a single sound because he knows that someone's going to come running. No one on DZ is moving because no one needs to.
This is not a tactic. This is fear.
This is he's trying to melt into that bloody vending machine or whatever it is that he's next to. So we ask for Cruelty to bring some better tools. We ask for them to bring things like a Capital, things like a Blackbeard. They bring it, but they get the execution wrong. With those tools, you should be able to effectively take control of admin. But if that's where DZ are choosing to defend, then maybe attack somewhere else. Maybe attack where they're not.
Skylights.
He's literally calling himself out right now. Spirits, go and collect your ace.
That's crazy sportsmanship from Mutumbo. He just said Skylight Spiral. He's like, fair enough. You guys got it. Does he get the ace? Surely not.
I really hope he
Boss
gets
G,
it.
though. No, don't sprint.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh,
You could see Zach was really torn up about that. What? So, what do you really say about that?
Well, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because Cruelty's response to round 1, in sort of like a strategic sense, was kind of good because they picked better operators to do what they wanted to do, which was take control of admin. Where they failed is they got caught out on a really early cheap trick from Spirits. We saw the player die on Repel. Pyrox, he died. Or was it Skimzy? Skimzy died straight away on the Jackal. Yeah. Now the Jackal's like meh for Consulate. It's fine. I don't. Are they really trying to like fill the Dokubi role and like find these people? I'm not too sure. But it just is what it is. But then the order in which they use the Capital and the Blackbeard and the positions that those 2 operators come from was just entirely wrong. And they needed to play where they were a lot stronger, rather than just bringing those operators and hoping it would work, you know, regardless, just because they'd made a good operator choice.
Well, especially,
I think that was maybe something that Cruelty struggled with.
Well, just because Pyrox was lurking from across the top floor, so Blackbeard could have entered with the Ram and then gone ahead, but everybody just playing so isolated, and like you said, not only isolated, but just nobody even going where they were strongest. It's just not the greatest start to what is typically a difficult side. We've had Split. Obviously there, I believe that was basement, though again, very little play actually happening on the site, especially in that round where everything was done by the Vigil. And now no CEO defense whatsoever, exposition and piano. Cruelty, we can say this, at least have been pretty quick about getting into the map. Obviously what happens after has proven to be a little more problematic. But Ollie, look, we've got the Brava. We'll take it.
I think Brava's a great pick at the moment. Pyrox is going to be looking to utilize that to steal away any electronics. The Valkyrie cameras going to be a good target for that. Wubs as well can just be disabled. You're not stealing it because it's beneficial to you. You're just stealing it because it's quiet. You get the defaults as well, and that will allow Fatal to move in a little bit more quickly, knowing that the majority of that Visa office is going to be clear. Looks like quite a flat approach from Cruelty, which I'll be honest, I'm not too mad about. Like, I'd rather they just executed an approach well than tried to overcomplicate things. They are going to need to concern themselves with what's happening above. And the sense isn't going to be the best tool to, you know, deny any sort of visibility from... oh, we lose Skimsy, man. That's the worst thing that could have happened. We're going to have to carry on playing because we are well and truly into the round now. But things going from kind of bad to worse right now for Cruelty. Not able to catch a break in the game and not able to catch a break with PC or internet issues.
Citizen is in the middle of 3 people. Citizen is in the middle of the whole team. There's 1 guy in front and 3 people behind him in Spiral. He's going to get the first. All right, that's easy. At least Skimsy's back to watch Citizen potentially run amok over his whole team around the middle floor. Nice nade will force Citizen to rotate. But beyond that, he's just going to be more of a nuisance in this position. He doesn't need to go for more kills. Nice find. Spirits will not be able to recreate any of the success from round 2. It looks like Citizen, who's now fallen back to side, will eagerly be retaking that role. Nice find for Panba. And ever since Skimsy left, it's just been a slow death for Cruelty in round 3. Constantly caught off guard 3 rounds in a row by defenders, either holding the positions they've been holding or, to be fair, rotating into new spots. But no matter what Cruelty have tried to done, Dark Zero just don't really care.
Kind of feeds into Lax's point on the desk earlier. The sheer number of kills that Dark Zero are up at the moment in the stage. They just aren't missing shots. They aren't losing gunfights.
Not making bad decisions either.
It's nothing more than that, really, is it? It's just they are genuinely not missing gunfights. Ella? Hello? That's a bit of a weird one.
Well,
Ella ban?
I mean...
Like, for realsies?
I mean, it's the only operator DZ have played every single round so far.
Okay.
And...
You're grasping.
DZ can only ban 1 shield, so maybe Cruelty ban the Ella and abuse shields after this.
You're in a field full of straws and you're grasping.
I mean, okay, like, be objective. That is, like, that is a logical, like, comprehensible game plan.
Okay.
And DZ, obviously, as we saw, banned the Ying, so you got all the shields. You got every single one. Any shield you can want. Name a shield.
Fuse.
You got it.
I've always got it.
But that's a game plan. That is a logical game plan.
Okay.
You must acknowledge that.
Okay. I acknowledge that.
Thank you.
However,
now you can...
I don't think it is objectively good.
All right.
Is that fair?
I don't know. Okay, well, continue. Elaborate.
If you ban the Ella, Dark Zero are just going to play something else. The Ella, the Griswold mines haven't been the problem. No, well, no. Let's not be so reductive.
Okay.
Like,
you are correct. I do see your point.
These are just gonna do something else. I'd have banned the Valkyrie. I'd have banned a smoke. I mean, it's not even getting to smokes, is it? Let's not kid ourselves. But I don't know. I just don't think. I don't know if it's...
I don't
know. Anything they were going to do there wasn't really going to be that game changing.
Yeah, that's what I was
But banning the Ella certainly is. It barely registers on the scale.
Hey, look! Oh. Okay, 1 shield will do. I saw the double shield. I felt satisfied.
I just don't think Consulate's a great map for shields.
Really?
I think it can be okay, but it's not a map that you want to like heavily commit a shield to. If you want to assist on the roam play, then yeah, sure.
We literally casted a Liquid game where they won their first... All right. Poor Citizen. Hey! You'll be happy with that for Cruelty, though. Well deserved for Pyrox. And also, that's the Legion down. So, Matumbo picking up that Monty actually become quite impactful because you mentioned they could just play something else, and indeed they did. They said, okay, no Grzmots will do the other main counter, the Goo Mines, which in particular is a rough counter for the Monty, who can often find himself walking into positions full shielded. Now with that player gone, Matumbo is going to feel a lot stronger.
And it's well punished from Cruelty as well, because DZ have been trying that sort of thing every single round so far. So it makes a lot of sense. There's a hell of a lot going on right now just to open up that secret door.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the C4 nearly did the job there. Nathan's been able to shoot quite a few of those off as well. I'm not sure what has really been opened there, but I doubt it's enough for a Monty to get through. The bottom two?
I don't think he's not squeezing through that.
Yeah, he really isn't getting through that.
Yeah, he's a bit too big for that.
That's like a tunneling exercise. And the electrification's come back online now as well. Look how much Cruelty are investing now on something that people just get open, you know?
Oh my god, oh my god. Look at that play. Open up the hole down below, go to C4 from an opposite angle, because they saw that clearly they were ready for it, so they'll try to surprise them. I love that adaptation by Dark Zero. It's a small thing, it's simple, but again, it's showing that they're not making bad moves. And as you said, not only have Cruelty spent so much time on this, now they've lost the Monty when he was in such a strong position, and now Spirit's getting active will actually give us our first interrogation in a damn long time. And well, are you surprised to see everybody sprinting outside of the building and hopping up to the roof? I think not.
I'm also not surprised to see Spirits just sprinting towards the red icons on his screen either, because he is just hungry for more. 7-2 right now, gets a glimpse of a player downstairs, but can't quite find the angle. Always a difficult one where you're kind of trying to shoot past your own feet almost. Cruelty. It looks like Fatal's knocking on the door to the site right now. He might actually find himself one, but I don't know if he knows about the player tucked immediately to his left.
Not the crossfire. That's just brutal. Nice little... Oh, well, NGR steals that one from Nafe. That's a bit rude. Very impolite of him. But I don't think Dark Zero all that shocked with how that went out. I will say, you know, Cruelty gave them a bit of a run over on... I don't know. Did they even give them a run over by Secret?
No.
No, not really. I guess they only gave...
You know what's crazy?
They gave him a run in that they shot the C4. What's crazy?
It's like... It's not an unimportant area of the map for that site, but it's only an important area of the map for that site. So it isn't always something that you sort of know all the angles for, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But NJR knowing that C4 throw or getting that was like really impressive in that round for me, because they'd immediately
really nice.
pivoted to be like, bam, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to use the Monty. They're trying to get the door, you know, they're trying to get the wall open. They just want to try and walk down and plant with the Monty. And we need to stop them from doing that. The Cruelty weren't really interested in the mid floor there. They just wanted to try and walk in and make something happen with the Monty, which is fair enough. But it was the speed at which Dark Zero recognized that and were like, right, okay, no worries.
You know what that probably was?
We're just going to deal with it.
So, like, you know, Kenny, the coaching staff, everybody was probably, okay, we'll probably go to Consulate, right? Because most teams generally, like, in a best of one, in a group stage, most teams generally have a good idea of what map or maps they're probably going to go to. At least I'd hope so. Maybe not. We do have 9 of them. But either way, he's laying in bed last night. He knows Constant's probably going to get played. He's scrolling through TikTok, and all of a sudden, like, I don't know, Pack Bull's TikTok comes up or something, and he sees a C4 line, and he goes, huh. He just writes it down. Then he hears the call, guys, there's this Monty outside of Secret, and they shot the C4, and NGR's like, guys, don't you worry. I'm making a play.
I've got this.
I've figured it out. I've been calculating, triangulating. This guy's not making it out.
I don't know if Cruelty are going to make it out of this first half of the game. Sorry, with a round.
Okay.
Ooh.
Should be.
I found himself an opening here though.
No.
Fatal's left this time.
Come on.
Oh, and another interrogation.
All right.
Oh, he's going to find him as well. He gets the down.
How's it clipped him? No, surely not.
Surely not with the impact. Okay. Stabilize.
Do you remember how we talked
Cruelty
about...
weren't favored coming in this game, but they have not had very much luck, have they?
Do you remember how we...
2 DCs?
I was gonna say, do you remember how we talked about that, like, underdog stories are often, like, only happen in fiction?
Yeah.
This feels like God is not on their side.
No.
Like I've never seen
something's working
I've
against
never
them.
seen a team not have the mandate of heaven more than Cruelty right now. And I feel bad because, like, I mean, we casted that M80 game. I was having a blast. Oh wait, did we cast that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. I couldn't remember if I watched it or if we had casted it.
No, we cast it because I thought I dreamt it.
So, I like this team. I've been doing a lot of Cruelty hyping up. And, you know, it is attack on consulate, but it's just like, dang, 2 DCs? We are having a nice little double push up Blue Hall, though. A couple players around the corner. Unfortunately, Pamzu takes down one, and the C4 might very well be the end of both. So I think he gets caught in the Zoto canister, and Pyrox will at least take him down. So advantage DZ, more than advantage Dark Zero. But it's at least more... No, not again. Oh. I can't even get excited anymore.
It's just disgusting, isn't it?
5
Spirits is having a life game right now.
5-0 Dark Zero.
What Spirits now, like 9-2?
He's played Cav.
He might have even broken double digits.
He's played Cav 60% of the rounds so far.
He had one. The thing is, he had one round on Vigil and got 4 kills, and then just continues to play Cav.
Like, look at this op lineup: Cav, Vigil, Warden, Cav, Cav.
Yeah.
Should have been the Cav. You know,
This is what I'm saying.
hindsight 2020 and everything, but
I would have loved it if he'd have got that kill there as well.
can you imagine if he
I
just
just don't
looked?
think there was anywhere that he could explode the impact on that would do like the splash damage required.
Yeah, and I just don't think the trajectory would work out if you like threw it all the way up. Which I mean, it might.
No, it's not going to land, is it? It depends how. You'd have
Oh
to
my
probably go quite
God.
far away to get it to land.
He's locked in Cav 4 rounds.
Oh, he's 11-2. Nice.
Who's got spirits on their fantasy team?
Has anybody got him?
Well, whoever does, can we DQ that guy? Hey, at least Pambazu's 5-1. I'm doing all right.
Yeah. Nate's 4-3. I'm not doing too bad. He's
NJR's
not got great survive though.
NJR's not died.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Like,
NJR has seen 3 people.
and one of the only kill he's got was that C4 that he threw as well.
Wait, yeah,
He's
that's true.
literally not had a gunfight.
He didn't even see that guy. That's funny. I don't know. You got anything to say?
I mean, it's a 5-0. We were kind of expecting this sort of a
DCs.
scoreline. We weren't expecting it to happen in this sort of a way. 2 disconnections is really unfortunate. If those hadn't have happened, would it still be 5-0? Most probably.
Yeah.
I just don't think that Cruelty have really found any sort of rhythm, and unfortunately for them, I don't know if it's probably a combination of these 2 things, but they seem to be attacking where Dark Zero is strongest, and Dark Zero are doing a really good job at reinforcing where Cruelty are attacking.
You see a lot of nice little like rotations over there from DZ, like setting up crossfires, like providing another angle with the C4, like we talked about NJR doing on the split site. Or was that the split site? Yeah, it was. So it is Dark Zero genuinely playing well. And a lot of the games we've seen, even though DZ have, let's be honest, still 2 very tough matchups ahead, you know, SR and SSG. That'd be tomorrow and the next day. They've been able to kind of mop up a lot of bottom teams. It's the way they've been winning that is still so impressive. Not getting anything worse than a 7-4 throughout the entire stage so far, and that itself only happening twice.
It's really one-dimensional from Cruelty as well. Like, all they've kind of done this round is throw someone into Yellow Skylight. Yeah, they've baited out some smokes, but Dark Zero were expecting the push to come from the backside at the same time, and it just isn't happening.
Okay, hold on.
Skimsy will find an opener, which, I mean, for NJR, that's probably the first gunfight he's had properly.
Okay.
Another kill for Ivan. Things aren't looking too bad right now for Cruelty. In fact, they're looking very good.
We will take that. We will take that and then some. We've also locked off the flank. Spirits, oh, they're going to hear that. And there's the Monty. Yeah, you're going to have to run. Seeing this Cav has now just got a lot funnier for Cruelty because it's a 2v5. And they're like, all right, nice job, Bader. Great work. Not obviously saying that, but now Spirits down. Could end up being effectively a flawless round for Cruelty. Coming right at the finish line of the first half. And indeed, with Nafe on such low HP, he will get a nice little trade. But that's the round we needed to see. And hey, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. It's Consulate. Anything could happen on the defensive half.
It's my fantasy player right there. It was a brilliant shot from Nath.
1v5.
I feel like he should get extra points. I was thinking, I'm 1 point behind you. I'm going to win. Like, if Nath clutches this, surely I win.
I don't think that's how it works.
Surely that's worth some points. I don't know how Jesse gives us points. Maybe that's why you're in first and I'm in second, because I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know how the points work either. I'm in first because I built the best team, and serious lack of ball knowledge.
Well, Cruelty have saved it from being a 6-0 half.
Which we'll take.
And which, hey, you know, I like how they did it as well. They did use the Monty to push in. It was a little bit one-dimensional, but it worked out for them. And I think they recognized that because DZ are stacking quite heavily in where Cruelty are attacking, they were able to just brute force it with the Monty, front up. They won 2 opening kills, which was really important. If those engagements go the other way, then that sort of plan starts to fail quite quickly. But in this instance, they picked up the kills, and Dark Zero really couldn't respond, and it was exactly as you mentioned. As soon as you're left in a position where you're not on top and you've got the Cav, it's like, this was a bit of a dumb idea. And, you know, like, it's all fun and games playing Cav when you're winning, but play Cav when you've got a man disadvantage or a 3-man disadvantage, and then you're like, nah, I've kind of got nothing for this. Like, we've just got to fight our way out of it.
Unless I literally start, like, you know, Apocalypse Now, like I'm diving in the river, like I'm camouflaged up and everything, getting people in the back. It's like, okay, like maybe, theoretically, but yeah, it's probably not going to work. And hey, we are denied in the process what would be our third 6-0 half, because obviously we had the M81 last week, and then technically we had a 6-0 defensive half from Envy against C9. But that would have been our second, no, I guess, yeah, 6-0, hold on. 6-0 defensive half of that happened, and now we get a much more boring 5-1. But hey, a much more competitive 5-1, hopefully, depending on what Cruelty have in store. We'll see Basement right out the gate, as Dark Zero try and wrestle with the garage breach that has a mirror hole opened right in the middle of it to make, well, non-ranged breach more difficult, but they have ace, so it's not really a problem.
This is where you're likely to see a big difference in the way that Dark Zero approached this attack versus the way that Cruelty approached theirs. So far, we've spent a minute. Quite a bit going on in the drones right now. 4 of the 3 players, Dark Zero, all watching drones, just slowly but surely coming off, gathering that early round information. Unsure entirely what it is they're gathering. They're really focusing this Roma pretty hard. You can see the Deathmark track. It's going to be active right now on Matumbu, but for the most part, the defenders are all on that basement level, so a lot of this for Dark Zero is kind of free real estate, and they just need to move in and start taking that ground and working that vert. They haven't really got many tools for the vert. They've got some breaching charges. It's going to be enough to get the wall open, but they're not planning on really sort of posting up there and finding loads of picks through it. It's instead likely going to come from a much more flat approach.
Yeah, it's likely going to be a direct push. Glaz applying pressure up front, then Pamzu and NGR, the Deimos and the Dokkaebi from the backside. Right as the defense wants to be focused on the attack flooding in through the garage breach, they'll have to deal with the SMG-12 and the Vendetta, of course, hitting them in the back, pressuring them from behind. NGR just gathering more intel with those Deathmark trackers. Typically, it's Citizen or Spirits playing this operator, but in a few times, it's not been in either of those 2 hands. NGR will decide to pick it up. Pamzu, final call. Will go out. We'll likely hear that player on Spiral. Yep, there goes the flash. Like that play, try to get ahead of it. Good. Catching Pamba off guard. Pyrex not letting him get comfortable. That's one of the backstabbers dealt with. Now Spirits is able to find one. NGR pushing up the backside. Attackers falling left, right, and center, front and behind. Neither working out well whatsoever for Dark Zero. Another 2vx for the best team in the league to try to work their way out of. Make that another 1v4 for a Brit to try and make something out of. Nice old 2-piece for Cruelty to finish that off, and their first round on defense goes swimmingly.
You do wonder if Dark Zero brought the right attacking lineup for that, in the sense that they didn't have a lot to deal with the vertical. A lot of the map was given to them for free, and ideally you rip open the floor, get the Ram Boogie drone in, get the book with the skeleton key, whatever it might be, rip that floor open and start to punish these players. And then if your backstab players are successful, then they can start to move through and catch people as they're rotating out of sight. So maybe a little bit of a strange play from Dark Zero in the way that they approach that. But nonetheless, you can't take anything away from Cruelty there.
No.
A couple of rounds in a row that they've managed to win. This could really build some momentum. Like, it's a best of one at the end of the day in Siege. Like, they've had a couple of disconnects. Some things haven't gone their way. They've obviously hit that reset button, and they've been able to say, you know, it's still worth fighting for. We've still got to fight for this game.
I think you also have to give a lot of credit to Pyrox right there. And, you know, we talked about DZ making a lot of good decisions. He sees the flash go out. He swings ahead of it to see if he can catch Pamba off guard on a timing, which often is the right play when you see that flash go in. If you don't really have a lot of place to move, it is certainly a risk, but often it can be one that pays off very well. And in that case, it did. Pamba wasn't expecting him to swing ahead of the flash, and Pyrox been able to secure the kill. And if that position falls, I mean, you've got pressure now from the side and the back. So I agree with all your points. I think not necessarily bringing all the right tools, but I also think that particular engagement, even with the lineup DZ had, if that goes DZ's way, could be a very different round. But as we go here, we still have Spirits on the glass. Today's a bit of a funky day for him. Not looking to bring anything ultra conventional.
I was trying to work out what he was sort of aiming at there. I was wondering if he was waiting for like a C4 to come out or something like that, but thought he might be trying to line something up and we were going to see something generational, but no. As it stands, just a removal of a Vulcan canister at the top of those yellow stairs. Luxembourg has placed those out diligently, but Nath wants to drop. And Nath has the kit here, so he can't invest himself too deep or too heavy. He needs to be cautious of where he ends up with that. NJ are going to start to send the bees in. The fire's dissipating. Nath can start to gather this information now. You can see on your screen there is a player below. Stay behind me. And I've got a feeling that that could be fatal with that C4, which could be, as his name suggests, quite fatal for Dark Zero if they do try and hop in through that CEO window.
Ooh, Spirits is able to find one. Holding the cross through that smoke, but Matumbo pre-firing through it. Really good trade. Spirits on for 13 kills, but especially after that first one, a little bit predictable. And a smart player on Cruelty able to read it, take him down. And so while Dark Zero have acquired top control, look, all those Bs gone, Ollie. Look at how much it's taken in terms of time and utility to actually get this little bit.
Easy actually haven't really got anything else to throw at this. They've got one smoke, a couple of adrenal surges. That's about it. The top floor clear has happened, but it's happened at a great cost. Now they've only got 50 seconds to try and transition this. Either gain meaningful vert control or look to try and affect onto the site. I fear that if Nath drops through the hatch with the diffuser, it's really only going to end one way. Skimsy needs to get pressured right now. He shouldn't be allowed to hang out in the small room for free like that. Fatal, he's in a fantastic position as well, just hanging out on service stairs. Cruelty defending right now in a similar way to the way that Dark Zero did. They are not moving because they don't have to.
No, they don't. Fatal will push forward, seize the gun. Oh, but still loses the fight. Could be a bit problematic, but again, with so low time, Cruelty just have the inherent advantage. It will come close. But in terms of positioning, time, everything was going Cruelty's way. The only thing not was the man count, and it was still a 4-4. That's favoring Cruelty, and they just carried it through.
So DZ, ahead of today's playday, had won 70% of their attacks. Or over 70%, excuse me. It's maybe a little bit higher than that. 70.59. Let's not do them a disservice.
Which is bonkers.
It's incredible. There aren't many teams that we see do that domestically. There certainly aren't many teams that we see do that internationally. It just isn't something that happens very often. However, today, their attacks are, let's say it, struggling. These are fairly run-of-the-mill setups. Cruelty aren't doing anything outrageous right now that's causing, you know, a massive headache, or Dark Zero aren't looking at this and going, we've never seen this before. This is just attacking Consulate. And it's very similar to attacking quite a few maps in the game. But DZ are really struggling to make any significant headway. Something we haven't seen them bring, really, is a Deimos. I think they brought it in round 7. We didn't see it in round 8. We're not seeing it here in round 9. The Deimos has been a really big play. Citizen has often got himself in on that operator, and they've really honed in on that opening kill. Maybe due to the size of Consulate, it isn't something that they're looking to do as much. But I do wonder for Dark Zero's attacks right now. And we're going to be going to a third choice site here for Cruelty. So you would expect this is an opportunity for Dark Zero to get their toe in the door.
You would think, and you would hope. But that third choice for Cruelty is also CEO, one of the primaries on Consulate. You're going to have hopefully a decent baseline just with how frequently the site gets played, not only watching it, but likely playing it in scrims, playing it on various game days, especially as Consulate reaching about 2 years in the pool now, this new iteration. Contrast, well, whatever we see, contrast this with the problems Cruelty had. When they were trying to clear admin from the opposite side, the Blackbeard was separate from the rest of his team, but Spirits, who often has these shields banned against him, how is the team going to use him? Where are they going to put him? And also, will he have the necessary support? He pushes up into Printer, but NGR and Nath still very close behind. Spirits not leaving the nest just yet. They've established this beachhead inside of admin, and now they have over half the round to try to see how they'll progress beyond one of the most difficult points to clear, being this vending hallway.
Whereas Dark Zero defended admin, Cruelty have kind of given it away a little bit. It's allowed them to get a bit of a foothold, just narrowly missing out on that C4 there as Spirits gets chunked down. The only C4 that Cruelty have brought for this fight. Wasn't a bad gamble to throw it at that point. Looking for a little bit of maybe a bait, maybe a slight position change right there. The horrible lineup happening here if Spirits moves a little bit too much for Pamba to deal with.
Oh. Here we go. Pamba will find one. Skibsy getting a little bit too active on that hallway. And so as Dark Zero able to get that advantage, a nice flank from Ivan, but that's your Solus. You want the Solus playing that vert for the late round, especially as Dark Zero aiming for a plant. So they've got this crossfire. There's another player working up from behind. Citizen so good on that lurk. Will spot him. What a flick! Demolishes Ivan the moment that Solus tries to react, tries to watch her own flank on the spiral staircase. That'll force Fatal back. The other segment of that crossfire will have to give up the angle, completely forsaken to the attacking team. But Spirits on low HP will have to push in. But look at this. Where's the Vulcan packs? All the smokes are gone. Batumbo even down, controlling the swing as Pyrox will move up. Another player covering, but he sprints in front of him, lets him get away with it, and Dark Zero face a bit of trouble in round 9. But not nearly enough to write home about. They'll take match point up 6-3.
DZ finally getting the job done there inside of round 9. A crucial round for them to win. I was getting the timeout tingles, Links. I was thinking if this round doesn't go the right way, then Kenny's going to be swooping in and calling that tactical timeout, trying to steady the ship. So DZ win the third choice site for Cruelty. We have another round of banning before we get into round number 10. There's going to be a Glaz and a Goyo taken out. I can get behind both of those. Spirits has played a lot of Glaz, kind of weirdly as well. Maybe it's going to activate other elements of Dark Zero that we're seeing. The Goyo ban. DZ have been using a lot of nades and a lot of util to try and clear those Vulcan packs, so it makes sense to get rid of that. Brilliant couple of kills there from DZ to round out round 9 on the highlights. Back down to the basement we go. Now, do we get a slightly, I don't want to say better lineup, but a slightly more sort of vertical focused lineup out of Dark Zero at the moment? With the lineup that they've got, maybe not. But it looks like they've still got a couple of nods to some important pieces. There it is. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Ram come out. Pambazoo saved the day, in my opinion, there, Links.
Oh, okay, the attack.
This pivot now,
it's not done.
It looks beautiful. But they've brought the right tools.
Okay, there we go. Citizen going to the Blackbeard. That intrigues me. I find that interesting. Because Spirits is like the shield guy on this roster. I mean, not only are they banned all the time against him, he's still got Blackbeard and Blitz as his most played ops in the stage, or 2 of his most played ops in the stage so far. Citizen obviously has been really favoring the Deimos, but typically operators where you just kind of, aside from the Deimos, you use all your utility at the beginning, and then you can just lurk the rest of the round. Ace, Gridlock, IQ, we just saw him on previously. Now instead, he'll be going for that shield. I'm really interested to see what they will use for it and how Dark Zero will try to maybe change things up from what Spirits will do, but he's got that SMG-12, that Dokubi call to activate himself too, and as you said, Ollie, perhaps the MVP of the round. The Boogie Drones. If you just want to go for a normal direct take, you should be able to make it work. Or in this case, he just breaks through the barricade up top, quickly gets control, now can pick it back up as DZ opt to go for a top floor clear to start round 10.
Real belt and braces stuff right now. I'm not saying that Citizen picked the Blackbeard just to hold the angle, but he's kind of just been sat out there on the rappel holding the angle. He's finally got himself in as Dark Zero have taken that top floor control. A brilliant C4. Oh, we credited the Ram and we're not going to see a single boogie.
Well, we saw one. It broke through a barricade, but we did see one.
It broke through a barricade. It's a cop-out. That doesn't count. It's not what I need. How can we not know about the Valkyrie cameras?
I bet you wish Citizen was still on that IQ.
That's a lot of searching now. Yeah, that's a lot of searching now for those Valkyrie cameras without an IQ. 2 more C4s as well.
A second Dokubi call goes out, and it doesn't really find much, but Dark Zero just trying to capitalize off that momentum, switch up the pace when they least expect. Barbed Wire will reveal an important sound cue, but is anybody from Cruelty paying attention? Nafe tagged up, and Fatal clearly worried about it. This could be a brilliant play from DZ. Nobody from Cruelty would expect that in the 4v5 you'd creep down like that. And it's not a full commit from the team either. There's still 2 over on the opposite side. Solus breaks open the barricade, spotted by that nade, but Pyrox cold with it. Gives up his life just to secure that kill. Spirit's on the cutoff. Fatal not aware. The very player who triggered that sound cue earlier is the one that gets the Valkyrie in the end. You might not find the cameras, but at least you've got the operator a little bit. Slight vengeance for Panbazoo. But the real problem will be these Shumikas and the shotgun close on this door, because it's still a front side take at the moment for DZ. It's still focused on that side. Citizen finds an important one, and Spirits just runs past the Tachanka. Around the corner, flashbang going out, clearly working with minimal intel, because there are 2 defenders, and he's not looking at either of them. And somehow, in this bizarre 10th round, DZ have found the answer they needed and closed things out at a characteristically strong 7-3.
Really good adaptation there in the early part of that last round from Dark Zero. I absolutely love how we saw a real direct spiral stairs push as soon as the C4 came out. As soon as they realized there was C4s at play, as soon as they realized there was Valkyrie cameras at play, it was like, bang, I'm not playing shoot a fish in a barrel and stay on that mid floor. We are just going to take this fight to them, because the longer that we dilly and dally on that mid floor, the more damage is going to be caused. We've lost the Ram. There's nothing we can do to affect this vert. We have to just take the fight to them. And to be fair, they had some great tools to do it. They had a Blackbeard, they had a Dokubi, they had some fantastic elements for that kind of a push. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with the desk to further break down this game and set us up for map number 2.
as I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Security now. Pipes, though. Pipes. Thank you. On one. For me. Nice!
Good shit, boys.
Bro, I got wallbanged fucking 3 rounds.
Zaga.
Spirits, we're asking for an interview for Spirits. You guys.
GG. Well, thank you.
15-5.
A 7-3 victory for Dark Zero. Cruelty just could not hang in under the pressure. We've got Spirits standing by to talk with him about this fairly one-sided matchup. It ended up, well, with Dark Zero taking it on Consulate, nice and easy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a really good showing from Dark Zero. I mean, we talked about it, like, they weren't really showing any issues whatsoever. A couple hiccups here or there, and once a side swap, but Dark Zero the whole game through.
All right, Spirits, we'll bring you in now, my friend. Congratulations on that win. A great start to the Super Week, and some very special stuff from you in particular. How's it feel after the win?
I mean, it feels good. Another day at the office, and yeah, it's a good kickstart of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, congratulations. Hopefully some more wins to come. Obviously, everyone's anticipating your big matchup tomorrow against SR. That being said, Spirits, for you individually, you're one of the players that plays so many creative operators. You've ran the most amount of shotguns in the NAL, I think in the world so far, obviously. We saw the Cav shotgun today. And when it comes to creative picks like that, is that something that you just bring out in scrims? Obviously, there's an element of Dark Zero setting you up to play in great positions off of those shotguns. What's that look like? How do you come to that decision? Oh, Cav shotgun's the move here.
I mean, we looked at Cruelty's game plan, and every single of their attacks, they always have their main push that consists of 4 players, and Ivan lurking by himself on the opposite side of the map. So I just pick Cav, I deafen, and I just see where he's going. And then, yeah, I just deafen, I hear where he's going, and that's how I'm getting those interrogations. Interrogate, like, I think I got like 2 interrogations. Like
You got more than you definitely should have, but I mean, it was definitely, you did it well. Well, obviously, Spirits, I wanna go more in depth in those rounds. Round 2 in particular, I kind of want you to run me through, run everyone, the fans through. What's going through your head in these moments, in these plays where you're playing Caveira, you're getting pinched here, you're taking these aggressive fights? I mean, sorry, not Caveira, on Vigil. What's going through your mind through this round?
I mean, they were just pushing one by one, and Vigil with the impacts and the SMG-12 is just the best combo to counter shields, counter every like solo aggression, and it's one of the best guns in the game for close range fight.
When you're in those moments, are you relaying that to the team of what's going on, asking for help, or like you said, are you just deafening on that roam over in Consulate and just kind of just picking them apart as they come?
In that scenario, I was not Defin. I was talking with Rob. So since we were together in the same room, we were in the shits together. So we have to talk to each other. But when I was on Cav, I was Defin for like a good 30% of the round.
I love that. Well, Spirits, Fox A hinted at this already, but you guys have Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. Your rivals at the top of the standings right now. Of course, you're locked in for playoffs. How are you going to approach that one?
I mean, we're going to approach this game just like any other games. We obviously want to win every game and give our 100% into those games. And yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Spirits. It's been a pleasure having you as always. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. All right. Thank you so much.
He was about to say something.
He was about to get crazy. But really a fantastic win from Dark Zero. Cruelty, I mean, we've talked about their ability to hang in these matches. Sometimes they've struggled keeping in and bouncing back. They bounced back here, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, their defenses were definitely far more impressive than what we saw on the attacks, and that's what we were worried about on their attacks anyways. We said we wanted to see the shield play, we want to see that cohesion, but what you saw was definitely a lack of preparation and understanding of how they wanted to play their attacks. They were definitely being picked off. They were already read into DZ. Spirit said it himself. They knew that Ivan was going to be lurking by himself. He found so much success off that Cav, and realistically, as a former player, seeing and understanding that the team is running Cav against you, that would be ring the alarms of, okay, let's all play together because we are getting picked apart, and not just picked apart, Caveira is on the map, and they weren't doing anything to alleviate that pressure from the Caveira. They were still roaming alone, and DZ did such a good job at dismantling that.
Yeah, Cruelty didn't really have a response to it, and here's the second interrogation. I mean, it's still amazing. I mean, the third one, if Spirits could get onto the roof, he would have got a third one. But obviously, it just goes without saying that, yes, maybe bringing a Cav pick, you look at it and you scratch your head, oh, it's a little bit questionable. Why would he bring the Caveira in the first place? But it was for a reason. He brought that Cav shotgun. We saw him playing around an admin or playing around yellow stairs, and it's very tight corners. So no better character than to play Cav, because if you do get that 1v1 on somebody lurking, you can go for that interrogation. And worst comes to worst, if you need to take the shotgun out, you're in such a close, confined quarter that obviously it's more in your favor to have that shotgun there, specifically on admin. If you have to back up towards the brown coffin box room or in printer, you have that shotgun. It's an immediate 1v1 position. So it was a lot of thinking behind it. And yes, in theory, maybe bringing Cav is a scrim strategy, but obviously it came down to the rest of the team also amplifying Spirits and being able to him play in that position confidently, understand and know where I need to be, how I need to play it. It wasn't just for the memes. And obviously Dark Zero, I mean, we talk about all the time, they're so good. There's no holes in their play. So that's the one thing that looked that much different because they brought out that Cav. So we had to highlight it.
Well, we've talked so much about Dark Zero's attacking success. Today we really saw a bit of both, especially on that first half. The defensive success won out. So Dark Zero close it out 7-3, a fairly confident win that solidifies their position atop the standings. Up next, we've got two teams, well, not at the top, very much in the hunt for that sixth and final spot. 1 point separating the two on the leaderboard. It is Orgless and Envy when we come back.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
No matter who you are, R6 Siege in North America has a place for you. Let's break it down. Here's how it works. There are 3 major levels within the NA system: Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. They all lead towards the path to pro. Tier 1, the top of the top. The 10 best teams from the NAL region face off on the biggest stage in North America, joined by 2 rising squads who earn their spot by winning the Challenger Series. Compete in the Challenger Series and play your way into Tier 1. Just below that, Tier 2, Element. an open tournament series. There are 3 phases, starting with 128 teams, but only one winner. As a player, this is how you get scouted by Tier 1 teams looking for the next rising star. Make your mark here, and the right people will notice. Tier 3, collegiate and community events. Through online tournaments, college programs, and local events, there's a place for everyone to start their journey. Challenger Mode lets anyone compete in the Community Cup, your first step into competitive play. After that, the R6 NAL partners with colleges to power the R6 Collegiate program, creating opportunities for everyone, whether you're a player, coach, social media manager, or a fan with a plan. And lastly, from small gatherings to major events, R6NA local activations bring the community together, face to face. Everything is possible, whether you're a fan, player, or just someone who loves the thrill of the game. Build your squad, take the journey, make your mark with Rainbow Six North America. Check out R6 Esports NA on X and r6esports.com for more information.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Our super week here in the NAL is now officially in full swing. Day 7. Welcome back as we get into our second matchup of the day. These two teams in front of us, they know just how important this one is going to be. Orgless and Envy separated by a single point on the standings, laxing when every point matters in the playoff race. They need this one right here.
Yeah, I mean, when push comes to shove, when your back's against the wall, you need everything here. And honestly, this should be a lot closer of a match than what we just recently saw with DZ versus Cruelty. I'm expecting this one to be even much more of a barn burner. I mean, both these teams know each other. They know those idiosyncrasies. They played each other back in T2. They find themselves here in T1, now playing against each other when everything is on the line.
Orgless are one of these teams that we've mentioned have struggled with that consistency. When they've won, they won against Cloud9 very recently, there was a question to be asked of, was this Orgless popping off, or was this more of the case of Cloud9 just falling short?
I think it was the latter. I mean, it came down to C9 honestly losing a lot of the rounds for themselves, but for Orgless, improvements right around the corner. And they did understand going up against Cloud9, if we can just play turtled up matches, we're going to be able to win against Cloud9. They played on Cloud9's mistakes, which is great. We have to commend them on that. But this is a perfect round where they have site control. They get a great pick on a Packer. How does Packer die there? Lord knows, but obviously that's something for Cloud9 to figure out. What Orgless needs to do is just be able to keep rounds going like this, but this is just because they played so safe, they let C9 make the mistake. Now you fast forward a couple of seconds, Cloud9 has still not really had a response. So this doesn't say that Orgless wasn't doing anything. They were in preparation for Cloud9 to make the round or lose the round themselves, but they didn't go out of their way to get any of these kills. They just held their positions, forced time against Cloud9. And that's great in preparation because that's what Orgless had going into this game is the preparation. But when it came for the team play, a lot of these rounds were equally as sloppy from Orgless as it was Cloud9.
I do want to say, like, highlighting that entire round, like an entire minute and a half went by and they didn't get overzealous, they didn't overpeak, they didn't throw bodies away. I got to give it to them for that because a lot of new teams, that's where they struggle, is just sitting still and waiting for the round to collapse and being able to take those moments in. So, I mean, I really got to give them their flowers for just being able to sit still, even though it's not like the most impressive thing. That is an important step in the right direction.
Yeah, they were incredibly disciplined. We saw a full minute go by, not a single player moved, maintaining those positions. One player in particular, Fox, who really has been showing up. It's been Epic, who had a lights-out performance the other day and is looking to continue that.
I mean, he's been Epic, and although Orgless went into this game playing very structured and slow, Epic, every time he was met with an obstacle in front of him, more often than not, he was winning it. So he was playing his positions very confidently, and that's what you want to see out of a team that is comprised of mostly newer players. You want somebody to step up and become this new quote-unquote household name or some player to look out for, and that has been Epic throughout this NAL stage. He's been doing tremendous work for LFO. Yes, they get the discipline down. The preparation is there. We want to see a little bit more from LFO, and it takes time for them to be able to get the rhythm. But when you have a player that's doing as well as he is, it makes everything preparation-wise and gameplay-wise that much easier to focus on because, you don't have to worry about the kill department too much. Let's focus on the strategy, and LFO will definitely need it if they want to be able to bump into that top
And
6.
again, it goes into what I was saying, familiarity. They know how Envy plays. They played against Envy. They know these players, and we see how well Epic plays against a team like Cloud9, where he's familiar with some of those players. Then it's just a question is he going to replicate that same performance now going into today versus Envy, which if he can, that obviously puts LFO into a great position of accumulating another 3 points.
We mentioned Envy, another young team with a lot of young, bright stars, including their charismatic leader, JJ Blast. He's always going to be doing something crazy on the player cam. There's no question about that, but he has been a passionate leader for this team.
He has been, and to be honest, I've criticized this team a lot given what we've seen so far, but they did find their first win, and that definitely instills a lot of hope, and especially for a player like JJ Blast, leading this charge, being in such good spirits, having been able to have multiple conversations through social media, he has the right mindset. He knows what he needs to fix. He knows what he needs to improve on as a player and as a leader, and I think we're really going to see that shine in today's game, but again, that does go to across the team as a whole. If they can all be more cohesively aligned in understanding what the objective is, how they want to approach it, because when you look at their schedule, all of their hard games are out of the way. Now it starts. This is where their run really starts. It starts versus Orgless, then Wildcard into tomorrow, and then Cruelty at the end. They have a very realistic shot here at securing top 6, but again, it starts today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the confidence for them, I think, is the biggest question, just being able to have a little bit more energy. They had that win against Cloud9 because, like you said, they were comfortable with them. And now going into today, they've been able to have reps against players like LFO time and time again. And they played against 3 of them in T2 for a long time. So obviously going into this matchup now, they know the opponent they're going up against. They know that they have their issues. And we've talked about Envy being that slow burn of a team progression-wise. Now's the turning point. Now's where we need them to shine and show all of the effort and all of the rights out of all of the wrongs that we've seen throughout the stage.
Well, when we were backstage looking at this team, we kind of noticed one unusual quirk. And we all know how important opening kill is in Siege. You get that opening kill, you're gonna win the round more likely than not. A strange pattern here has emerged, Laxing, where when this team gets the opening kill, something they're quite good at, by the way, they've struggled to convert.
Yes, and I want to commend it. Brand new team, brand new to T1, trying to find their footing. You're already doing great by getting the first kill out of the way because that takes off so much pressure. Whether you're on attack or defense, you now understand, okay, they have less man on one side of the map. There's less playmaking ability. Let's double up on it. Let's work off that opening kill. Let's be able to bring these rounds in our favor. But that's where they're struggling, is because they get that opening kill. They don't understand, and they are the 4th highest rated at the opening kill. They are the lowest rated for opening kill conversion, which realistically that then goes back to JJ Blast. That goes back to every player individually being able to realize in that moment when they get that pick of just making that conscious note of, we have the first kill. Let's slow down. Let's understand what we want to do. Let's maybe rectify our approach. Let's do something different here. Let's not just force another kill going in the favor of the enemy. And again, just being able to slow down, I think that is really going to be the defining factor for Envy, whether they create success or they create failure.
I think certainly the map is going to play into this because there are some maps where that opening kill means a lot more than it might on others. Fox, obviously, we look at aggressive maps. We've seen Border go this way in the past, where you get that opening kill, you're going to win that round. Some other maps, maybe not as much.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, it really comes down to the maps for Orgless side. They've trended going to bigger maps to be able to flex their slowing team down and being able to focus on that pressure, but I haven't been too thrilled about that. Clubhouse is going to be the decider that we go to. Envy starting on the defense. Now, opening kills on Clubhouse isn't that detrimental, especially if you're getting kills on the roam, because it's all about stalling out on time. Discipline is going to be in LFO's favor when it comes to a map like Clubhouse. We really need to see Envy, especially starting on defense, show a strong front when it comes to being able to stall out LFO, not give them those opening kills, because on Clubhouse, it's all about drawing your, it's all about wasting time for the other opposing team so that when they go for that execute, it's very sloppy. And executing is not something we've seen in LFO's strong suit.
And where we've seen both Envy and LFO struggle really is in their attacks. One is rated 8th, the other is 10th being Envy, and Envy does get a start on defense, so that's great. But as for LFO, both these teams really have to get a solid start on their attacking half. LFO is starting on that attacking half, so I really need to see that trade game being a big factor here and getting that map control concise and perfect as much as you can, because again, this is Clubhouse. You have to be as perfect as possible here. It is really about teams just crippling you and just jumping on the mistakes that you make one right after the other. So again, for it falling on Clubhouse makes total sense. But again, I am a little worried for LFO starting on that attack because it forces the comms. It forces you to work together. And if you don't have that great start, you going on defense, that can start to hinder your performance and hemorrhage a lot of those defensive rounds.
Well, unlike our last matchup, I actually am genuinely curious where you both fall on the prediction side of things. Fox, I'll start here with you. Okay. You've got 2 teams a point apart. This could go either way. What do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like LFOs look like a better, well-rounded team when it comes to everything. Obviously, beating Cloud9, confidence behind it. Envy just still has a little bit more to prove, especially when it comes to the attack department. But with Envy starting on defense, I don't know. I think you might win your
That's
prediction.
what I'm saying. Starting on defense, I mean, Skyscraper, we saw them have a flawless half on defense. What got them that win over Cloud9, you're doing it here on Clubhouse. You just have a flawless half here. You just need 1 round, 2 rounds, and then you solidify it. So definitely going in Envy's favor here.
I'll throw my hat in the ring. I'll give a vote to Envy. Plus, you know, T2 guys coming up. You can't help but root for them.
I believe LFO's been in the competition in NAL for about like 3 years now. So hopefully they'd be able to beat Envy. And also, before we go to the casters, I don't know why Link said there was only 2 workout guys on the desk. Like we're just ignoring. Like I got a sleeper build here.
All right, Lynx, you heard it there. Let's see. Thoughts on the matchup and on Fox's status of going to the gym?
You know what, to be fair, Fox, I actually realized this halfway through. I think you're just the only guy that doesn't wear shirts 2 sizes too small for them. So I think not only is it not necessarily a sleeper build, I also just think like, I think you're confident, you're comfortable. But yes, I apologize. I'm very, very sorry. However, Ollie, one thing that I am not sorry about whatsoever is my unabashed praise and my love for T2 people. And as Jonah mentioned, one particular player in this matchup, JJ, has been grinding down in T3 for 5 years. We've talked about it plenty of times. But we have a bit of an odd situation where Orgless, who came into the scene as a LG in Tier 1 in 2023 Stage 2, came in with a certain roster. Since then, one player left to go to Cloud9, and the other two now find themselves on Envy, under an IGL being JJ that, dare I say, Ollie, might just be a little bit hungrier and eager to improve than Orgless is.
I think that's what this game comes down to, doesn't it? It really comes down to hunger and who wants it a little bit more than the other. We've spoken about both these teams at length throughout the stage. And, you know, both of these teams have done things that have impressed us, and both of these two teams have done stuff that's made us go, that's a little bit strange. One of the things that I'm really excited about over the next couple of days is how many close matchups we're having. Just through the way that the schedule's gone and the way that the league has played out, we've got so many teams that are fighting shoulder to shoulder over the next couple of days. Because there is quite a big divide inside of NA, you'd be blind or silly to say otherwise. There is a divide between the top 4 and the bottom 6, and then OXG in the middle, which I'm sure we'll talk about when we get onto the OXG game. But there is such a big divide that because we've not seen many of those clashes in those interdividing groups, we are getting some exciting games. In Orgless versus Envy, this is all you need for a good game of Siege is 2 equally matched teams. And I think that these teams are fairly equally matched coming into this. Really excited to see how it goes down. Kind of, you know, it's kind of fitting that we're on Clubhouse, maybe. As the default map, you know, it just feels like such a default. So it makes sense for these two teams to sort of wager towards this a little bit.
Ooh. Epic getting a little careless, running in front of that secret window, but he won't be punished for it. It's a good point you said that, because I remember all the way back in my Challenger League days, we'd always joke. You could bet on 3 maps being played in any given day of Tier 2. Villa, Cafe, or Clubhouse. Those were always the 3 that seemed to get picked, at least over in North America, and at least over in North American Tier 2. So it is very fitting, at least for me and potentially any general student of NA Rainbow Six history, that Clubhouse will be where we'll see these two teams face off. Love that angle, by the way. Have seen it before in various games, or various Clubhouse games, but in case you didn't know, you can get a little tight angle over the top of the pool wall to look over towards main stairs. As you can just see the player of the hour, JJ, on that smoke, supporting that clash from behind. A player we've talked quite a lot about inside of the NA League so far. A player who's been, like I said, grinding for 5 years, but in the 2 years since Orgless has entered the NAL and really struggled to find an impact. Now he leading this Envy squad with 2 former LG and Orgless players being Snake and Twist. He's got the passion, the very recent passion and excitement to try and overtake this more journeyman squad on the other side.
Definitely a character, that's for sure. We do enjoy the little JJ cam when it flashes on. I like the hold that Envy have given as well. They've not given too many problems to solve. They've just held a bit of presence on that mid floor and on the stairs. Bit of barbed wire, clash play in there, smoke backing it up. It's nice to burn a couple of minutes. They're not going to have to work so hard here to burn time for Orgless. We go straight for a drop into sight, though. With Kicksrow getting the kill, this could be explosive.
Explosive indeed. As a matter of fact, everybody from Orgless finds a little bit of the action. Even Epic chomping at the bit so much, he shoots Eddie in the back of the head. And basically, in one fell swoop off of that hot drop, Orgless sail into their first victory on Clubhouse. Bit of a slow burn on that attacking side, but once they feel they have the necessary control, not only do they take it, but Ollie, they make a call that is very similar to what we saw Dark Zero do. Pick up the pace when your team least expect. It seems so simple, but it's something a lot of younger teams kind of struggle with and overlook.
Coming into this fixture, we're kind of questioning and looking for, you know, looking to be critical in one way, but also looking to understand what's really going wrong for the defenses so far for Envy. Because it is a side that they do struggle on quite a lot, and their attacks aren't great either. Their attacks are down at the sort of 28% mark, so We'll be looking at those as well in due course, but Hibana dropping a kitchen hatch, it's unpredictable. I get that. And if you spend 2 minutes clearing the entire map, sure, go for something a little bit more unpredictable. It shouldn't be a trick that works consistently, though. And if it does, then there is a bigger problem in front of us. But Orgless getting a nice quick round up there. Now going to pivot onto the old cache and CCTV site. It's sort of gaining a lot more popularity back. Obviously, it used to be a second choice site on Clubhouse. It then sort of switched into a second or third choice along with gym and bedroom. And now with the addition of Jaeger being able to capture Capitao bolts, Wamai, we're seeing a hell of a lot more play of that operator. I kind of look at the lineup for Orgless and I kind of worry. Have you really got the tools to kind of get this open? Both hard breaches are banned, so getting the walls is going to be a little bit more difficult. You're going to be restricted to tin openers, but you've not brought very many.
That is actually one kind of funny dynamic here. I promise I won't bring it up too much, but when I started casting, it was in like the Jaeger Wamai meta, and that's when I was casting JJ. Whereas obviously they were playing the game, but Eddie and Kixrow and all them, they didn't hop over to PC till like 2021, 2022 time area. So they kind of dodged the whole Jaeger Wamai meta thing that was going on towards like the middle of 2020. Whereas JJ actually might end up having a bit more experience playing against it than they do. Obviously, I'm sure they've scrimmed against it, so not completely. Don't, you know, take that with a bit of a grain of salt, but this is still a lineup that, as you mentioned, has gained a lot more popularity. Seeing sites like CCTV, positions like Pixel get played a lot more. And a roaming Jaeger across the map. It's been a long time since we've seen anybody play that position with this operator. But the danger you got to worry about, people can start creeping up from behind. Kixrow might find one, but it's a bit mistimed with the rest of the roam clear. They will land that pinch on the final gym player, but JJ and Rival go down, two operators who have placed all their utility at the beginning of the round, and they take the Monty and the Brava. That's a trade I'd make every day of the week.
Yeah, I think you'd be silly not to, wouldn't you? It's telegraphed now that it's going to be an across clear. Only 6 Hibana pellets left. Kixrow going to find himself another. This is where it starts to enter danger territory for Envy. Have they overpeaked this a little bit? Where did Twist die from? I mean, at this point in the round, 50 seconds.
I believe it's bedroom
you should
door.
Yeah, you really ought to be just, you know, hunkering in. You've done a great job, but you've not got any real tools to deny a lot of time at the moment. You've got Wamai and Azami. Okay, Azami can plug a gap up, but that's almost going to provide a nice little barrier. Bit of a shield to play off here.
Bit of a shield to play off. Got 2 players over on red. Normally we see these angles. But the hard part about CCTV is getting in and winning those fights against the players behind green box in red. But by removing Twist, you've dealt with one of the key players, the most aggressive positioning-wise, and yet Emilio and Fens both going down, not a factor. Bino hopped in, position revealed by the Banshee. He's got some info on the player red, but now the advantage is completely swung the other way, and man count and positioning. Orgless in a tricky spot. Nice little frag, but it's not going to matter much. Envy with a very strong follow-up.
I mean, was it that strong? Like,
well,
it comes down to a guy having to hide?
Trying to...
I don't think Rival's too happy about it.
Perhaps I got too caught up in the 2v3.
Maybe you're living in the glory days. Like, I understand it.
I am living in the glory days.
When we've already referenced, you know, back when I used to cast, you know, in challenge, we've referenced that 2 times. Like,
I've already put it to bed. Calm down.
Big problem in that round for me. Epic. I don't like singling players out, but I will always single out a Monty that unshields when they really don't need to. Like, there was a lot of people alive left on your team that you could have just fed that information to, and instead you go for the challenge. At that point, the round is pretty dead and buried, because if you look at what Envy have got, they only really had the Banshees to... And like, even it's a stretch to say a Banshee's going to deny time. You know, like, you're going to get an early warning system. It's more of a nuisance than, you know, area denial, like a Smoke, a Goyo, or a Chanka or something like that. But Envy didn't really have a lot. They're really leaning into this double hard breach ban and hoping that it's going to buy them a lot of time. Now, in the previous round, with the conjunction of a good roam game and a slow attack from Orgless, yes, it did that. But I don't look at that last round and think that Envy looked particularly dominant in it. I think they did a good job of holding off the early roam clear, and Orgless definitely made some mistakes, but some of those mistakes are fairly easy not to make again. And Monty not, unshielding, that's fairly, just don't unshield. Wait until someone's next to you.
If you're peeking a map hole, don't stay there too long. Could get pre-fired.
Or C4. Facts.
Or C4. Emilio, long ways away to C4 that player. He's all the way, literally the furthest defender from that map hole. Could not be further away. Bit awkward destroying that with the bailiff, but thankfully you got a lot of shots in it, so will work out. Eddie just covering it, will back off, and take the position on, I suppose, what do you call the front of that balcony? Just hold the flank, make sure nobody peeks CC window as the rest of the attack starts to open up angles, apply pressure on the Jacuzzi side. As the defense will have some tools to deal with it. I was going to say, you've got the Azamis if you want to get aggressive, but JJ looking to roam down below has been spotted by another Orgless player watching the flank. Good to see Orgless covering their bases. Maybe pushing the positions wasn't their strong suit last round, Ollie, but we can certainly say in this one, playing passive and watching positions, they got all the bases covered.
They do, but it isn't going to be enough just to watch. Unfortunately, they are going to have to get active. Snake tucked into cash right now. Rival, top of East stairs. These are positions that are going to be very difficult to deal with. You can throw all the Bs you like, but you need to get rid of that deployable shield, and you haven't got any nades left. This is a little bit of a problem right now. Bs might tell you where they are, but do something about it. Going to go in with a couple of flashes, see if that's enough for Kixro to maybe base an attack.
Oh my goodness.
Rival is gifted too. Eventually finished. He must have been deathmarked that whole time as well.
He was even double stacking on one player, I believe. Maybe it was Snake just around the corner. Decided to back off at the right time. Playing his life as he knows he's not really able to fall back with the attack holding off his rotation into construction, so he will fall. And Orgless, after a bit of a rough clear of the CCTV side, have at least neutralized Envy's man advantage. But 25 seconds left with the site structure still pretty much intact. Emilio can also fall down below, play that C4. JJ, even if he wanted to, could play the vertical, make some holes in the floor with that super shorty. You'd much less want to rely on that than the C4, but it's another option. Also playing behind the weight rack. Such an important position, but the time might just be the killer, might just be the difference maker. Frostmat not only gives a little bit of intel, but if you're running in on low time and little info, it can basically seal your fate alone. Envy take the lead, 2 defenses in a row.
I feel like this double hard breach ban is rattling LFO right now. Forced into things like the Maverick, forced into just breaching open walls. What did they really have there? They didn't have anything. Did they even get Jacuzzi open?
Far.
Deimos and a Bandit come in for our round 4 bans. I think Deimos is a particularly good shout here from Envy. See if we can see on the replays if they actually got Jacuzzi open at all.
No, I don't think they did.
I'm pretty sure they didn't. This attack was really hinging a lot on construction door into bedroom. And in contrast to when we saw CCTV and cash defended, Envy had some Vulcan canisters. They had a lot more denial in terms of time. So they could afford to stay out there on the roam a lot better. Rival got incredible value that round. 2 kills on the deployable shield at the top of cash stairs. And his Vulcan packs getting detonated to buy a little bit of time late round. Not enough presence, really, from Orgless. It took a long time to clear those players' cash, which I guess is fine. But you also need to be doing something at the same time, affecting onto either, even just opening main stairs window, open Logi hatch, have some other avenues that these defenders have got to worry about. Because the only thing that the defenders were really worrying about is my Kiba barricade covering enough of the window? And that's not really something that, you want to be leaving the defenders to worry about. Ooh. There's some early action.
Where is that from?
We will never know.
Oh no, I can triangulate. I think Snake peeked like the lounge double and killed him over by like strip. Based on where those positions were. Yes, I've been confirmed. It was lounge double. Don't mind me. I'm just the best. I've been
good triangulating.
Reading outlines through a wall for years at this point. So very much.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that is going to hurt. I mean, you know, is it a Grim? No. Is it a Capitan? No. But the Lion's one of those things where you don't really think about it. It just gives you that passive info. It's a nice little accessory to have. And
I'll tell you
especially
what it is at this point.
What is it at this point?
2 nades.
Oh, that's a good point.
They've got no other way of dealing with any.
What the hell is Twist? What is Twist in? How has Twist got himself here? All right, well, there he goes. Now Rival going in for what the hell is this flank? Kicks row down 2, though the Goyo will be pushed off. Committing quite heavily to this roam, but similar to Twist, he has put himself in a position that is really hard to get out of. I don't even know what you do here, just trying to play your life, but what was the thought process at this point? Tries to make the best of it, and Kixrow still down, all the way over by Garage. Emilio is up here too? Eddie goes down. What the hell is going on?
If Emilio can get back, this is actually really good.
That's crazy.
He's going to rotate back. Snake's actually covered him there a little bit on Adam's stairs as well. Just popped up for a little bit of presence if required. That's a brilliant play from Emilio. Look at the HP damage now on the side of Orgless. Not to mention that you've got rid of the bees, you've got rid of the lion scan, and as we've found, more importantly, the nades. Also, Kixrow and Fens. I mean, Kixrow's 1 bullet. Fens is 2. It's a fantastic play.
I genuinely cannot believe what I've just witnessed. And especially, the reason I can't believe it is because you very rarely see a play go from what the hell are they doing to, oh my god, this is going to work out great. That quickly and that dramatically. Rival's missing every shot. He's alone. I'm like, okay, we're cooked. It's over. Emilio gets a kill. We're so back. Snake finds one through the floor. Even more back. We have actually never been more back in the history of Clubhouse. Kixrow on low HP 2. This should be an envy round, all things considered. And it seems very unlikely that anybody will give it up, especially as JJ shuts the door on Bino. Kixrow, despite that low HP, will somehow manage to stay alive. That's about the only victory Orgless will glean from that late round of their Clubhouse attack.
It's the 3rd time we're getting into red time. Like, 2 rounds in a row that have run out on the clock. Oh, sorry, not in a row, but 2 rounds at least that have run out in the clock so far. Really long attacking rounds from Orgless here, and Envy are throwing just the right amount of problems their way. I enjoy that really extended roam. I think if you're going to play the Goyo, get the Vulcan packs down, send them off. They're confident with that Vector, or even if they want to bring the TCSG, I don't care. Send them off to get some kills, waste some time. And there was a brilliant example in that previous round of knowing when to cut your losses and just dip and just be like, right, we can't retake this, we can't go back, versus retaking it and then committing everything to making sure that that guy then gets that kill and gets back safely. That was the key thing there, and Snake just playing at the top of those Adam stairs, it was a really nice little bit of teamwork for me to see there. And I think Envy, they've done a great job there inside of that round. Orgless really not knowing what to do, so much so they even took that tactical time out there.
Well, also just losing 3 rounds in a row, 3 Clubhouse attacks in particular. A flawless site rotation, especially when it seemed like you had the round in hand. I mean, Rival's committed. You've got the pinch right there, and somehow Emilio has just worked his way into construction when you seem to have full top floor control well within your grasp. It's not just the mental that could slip. It is your complete strategic hold on this Clubhouse game that is at risk in round 5. And that you will try to recover after that tactical timeout. You know on CCTV, with a reasonable degree of certainty, that Envy will probably run Jaeger Wamai again, just because, as you mentioned, that lineup falling out of favor and falling out of viability is almost single-handedly dropped CCTV's pick rate, because at that point, all you really have is Wamai solo or Azami, and with Azami getting banned pretty often, you can't always bet on that, especially with the DMR change. Not the stronghold it once was. But Envy ran this strat previously. They will run it again, and we'll see how Orgless have prepared for it.
It's the same lineup, isn't it? From Envy. There's some differences, I guess, in the Orgless and what they're bringing. They're bringing the Flores this time, which I quite like. Removing those deployable shields, it was a little bit of a problem for him, and already Fens is going to be zeroing in on those deployables. One placed in the middle of lounge down there. Clearly something to rotate back to at a later point. And that being the only deployable shield that has been brought. His use isn't over. Can still get rid of that soft wall, and no bail if he's going to have to, but the pop shots getting sent through the wall there. There's still nothing really that's going to help to deal with Garage. You can send the Monty in, but you haven't got real sufficient utility to throw in off the back of it. If you've got a Wamai up there and some Jaeger ADSs, you've got 4 stuns and 2 nades, or sorry, 6 stuns and 2 nades. Maybe you have got enough, but throwing nades in is nowhere near as good as sending some actual utility in there. So I'm a little bit worried for them if they are going to choose to take this Garage route, which it looks like they are doing. They're setting up for it. They've opened the backside of Garage with the tin openers. And Monty is now posturing at the door. I expect there to be a battle here pretty soon, but getting into this Garage isn't going to be straightforward.
No, it's not, especially when you have that extra dimension. Snake playing right on the CC window to give him that extra support, to take any fight with somebody that could be supporting from below. Ironically, a lot of time that player ends up, the Azami, where she's positioned right now, ends up taking down the Capital coming in through garage doors. But again, also not there. Eddie will find JJ at least. There's the solution. Air jab goes up, knocks him down. And Envy seemed to fall in turn. The moment JJ hits the ground, every single one of his teammates are fighting to be the next one to join him. And Twist has all but forced to cede control of the site as Bino pushes in, puts the diffuser down, and Orgless shove Envy out of round 5.
Flawless round there for Orgless. Their tactical timeout clearly working quite well. Epic is so locked in, he hasn't blinked in 3 minutes.
He's wired it.
He's locked in. Like, you can't disturb him right now. Good stuff, because I was a bit skeptical of the lineup that they brought. They managed to leverage the Nomad. And there was nothing really for Envy to fall back onto. As soon as that push comes in through Garage, boom. I guess it's kind of unfortunate that there was, you know, no further utility for that air jab, but a good job of burning is all you can say from the side of Orgless. If that air jab doesn't go off, it becomes a lot more difficult. Monty can sure bully and move through, but Monty can't shoot, so realistically no one should get through the door. But a good round for Orgless to find. The final round of this rotation, we go to Cash and Bedroom. Sorry, see, Gym and Bedroom. I'm getting all my...
We are looking at Cash. We are literally looking at Cash, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm getting trolled by the Observer, I think.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, well, okay, well, that's not the Observer's fault. I am giving you an out, but let's not do that.
Let's just blame Medic. I'm sure I saw him in the court, Yeah, he's there. He's there.
He's around. He's a little slippy, that one. He'll find his way in.
Nice and quiet.
You don't think he's there, and all of a sudden, bam! On tape. Like you said, Gym Bedroom. The hallmark of this round was a failed red clear. 2 players trying to push up the staircase. 1 trying to push, well, above. Despite having 3 players trying to take down 1 guy, Rival came away with 2 kills. 1 on top and bottom. It was only refragged a little bit after that. They didn't have a lot of utility to deal with the red stair shield. Well, thankfully, Ollie, there is no red stair shield anymore. So,
and they have a lot of utility to deal with it, which is kind of ironic. They brought the nades, they brought the Flores, they brought all sorts, but it's still a difficult position. It's still going to need clearing. I really like the lineup that Orgless have brought this time, and already they've got Gym Jacuzzi Breach open, and they've got CCTV open. So just from that point alone, miles better. Good pressure inside of Garage, and the time's looking loads better as well.
Got to be careful if you are Rival, though, creeping up like that. Well, I was going to say you could find yourself cut off from the rest of your team, but it seems, again, he's in a strong position to pop off as Snake swings around the corner. Traded out by Bino, and so Rival will hold the off angle. Looking to bait that player he downed earlier. This will be a difficult shot to make, especially with the Vector. All you're going to do is tag up Fens, and you'll make the right move and fall back. He scared him. The Floors will certainly be leery of going for this revive. As he crosses over, 2 minutes have been wasted on this extension. Rival... Okay, maybe overcooking a little bit on that one. Emilio again working himself into a position where he just does not belong. Only difference is, when he was clawing things back on the basement defense, he was able to neutralize it, make it a 3v3. Now he's in the disadvantage. He swings. Now it's all left up to JJ, who rotated out to support that position. And now he's stuck in con. So he'll try to get misdroned. Info right around the corner, both looking right above him. So patient, they start pre-firing. Oh, but every shot goes wide. Seemed like Envy were set up for success, but after one timeout, Orgless successfully tie the half.
Envy are going to be kicking themselves about that one because that is a round they really ought to be walking away with. They had an incredible advantage. The hard work was done inside of CCTV and Cash. All they need to do, transition back through construction, get themselves back to the site, and play on that time utility. And what happens? We see 2 players peak, we see 2 players die, and JJ's left in the 1 versus 3, or 1 versus 4. Super difficult. 2 of the 3 rounds that Orgless have won have come off the back of kind of those... Well, one was a bit of a cheese play, the hot drop inside of Church and Arsenal, which they never attempted again, by the way, which, fair play. You know, if you're going to do it once, win it, and then just move on with your lives. But then the second round, that last round, round number 6, to win it off the back of just plain over peaking.
Like this right here.
There's no need. Rival, no need. Twist, no need. You can't even, like, what do you even say about Emilio? If you've all committed to it, then fair enough. But it was just a bad call in that case. They weren't in a position to commit to that. They just needed to retreat and play that time util. And I feel like that's left the door wide open right now for Orgless because Envy's attacks have been terrible.
They have been quite rough in the league so far. JJ even referencing so. The only interview, well, only post-game interview he's had this stage. They won 1 attack on Skyscraper and then were able to close out the game 7-5 by winning 6 rounds in a row on the defense. And while that map might be difficult to attack, it's not like, as you alluded to, that theirs have been a whole lot better on the other ones. On a map that is as quintessentially Tier 2 as Clubhouse is. It is default, it is tested, it is basically the same map since 2019. Especially now that Jaeger's back in play. We've all been here before. We've seen a lot of the permutations, even with newer add-ons like the Kiba Barricades and the F-Knots that we see Kixrow and Fens bringing. But you're still going to open Flatwall. You're still going to open Jacuzzi, depending on the site. You're going to open Logi Hatch. You know the game plan. And so hopefully here, on such a tested battleground, Envy might fare a little bit better.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
I would.
So far.
And I will continue
At
to
the
do
moment,
so.
it's not looking good. I'm going to be honest.
Well, they opened Flatwall.
Twist is struggling with the mute jammer. He will get the wall, and maybe I'm being a little bit mean. But the wall into Jacuzzi will be open. Now, it's not ideal. And that's maybe to say the least. The fact there's no castle kind of bemuses me as to how that's not been shot from gym window. But we move. JJ. We're falling foul of the mute jammer as well. Serious lack of information right now. If they've got a mute, prepare. You better believe they're going to be playing for it. Epic's safety net of the shield has fallen. But he does have Eddie on the clash and Kixrow inside of CCTV to just provide a little bit of surety for him. So really, Orgless aren't in a bad spot right now. Envy have approached, but they're yet to make a real dent in this defense.
And Orgless don't seem scared whatsoever, not looking to fall back. JJ able to find one. That's the Azami, playing fast and loose inside of Cash. As the second nade goes in, Epic looks to retreat as the Kiba drops. But what a flank by Fens! Finding both Garage players as Epic and Bino also tag on for 2. Full commit to the CCTV side. It is ballsy, and yet every team in this lobby can't help but try it.
I love that flank. I absolutely love it.
He's a fan.
Fens, little dip up through oil pit. Don't mind if I do. Like a dipstick. Get it? Because it's an oil pit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I forget you're so young, you probably can't even drive yet.
All right, that was just mean.
Well, we said that Envy would struggle. Now, I don't think they struggled with any fundamentals there, which was really nice. Lack of information and, throwing utility on mute jammered walls was, it happens. You got to come to expect that. But having no real flank protection, they were so tunnel visioned on just focusing in CCTV, just focusing on the top of red stairs, just focusing cash. The prospect of a flank, it just escapes the mind at that point, and you got to be mindful of those slippy players, especially when they choose to just stretch their legs in that basement. It's very likely to be uncontested down there, and as we saw for Fens, he had a nice easy time of things. Orgless really ramped up the pace, it feels, in the last couple of rounds. A timeout could be looming for Envy, especially if they are further unsuccessful on some of these attacks. Start to wonder where they will pick the round up eventually. They're going to need to pick a few up if they want to try and take this into an OT or into a map win, of course. But downstairs to the basement we go, at least for round number 8.
Both these teams, obviously Envy wants to pick it up, Orgless wants to maintain this momentum. Envy just 1 point behind Orgless, but both teams basically fighting against Wildcard, who with only 5 points does still find themselves in that 6th place spot. So both the teams are watching right now, despite especially Envy being newer to the field. Both have a very viable shot at getting that top 6 spot off the points alone. And so picking it up, keeping it as close as you can, but also ideally getting 3, whether you're Orgless or Envy, that is so important. JJ pushing through, looking to contest the players inside of CCTV, but Fens opening things up onto Emilio, and then Twist immediately answers back. Nice little kill, and guess what? He can just immediately teleport back, no problem. You don't even need to rotate in front of Lounge Double Door, where Twist might be watching. And boy, will Fens be glad, 10-2, that he picked that Scopos, because everybody who actually tried to rotate, save for Eddie, who was already on Secret Stairs, has fallen to the attack.
It is, of course, important now that Envy go in and remove that shell. They're going to do that very quickly indeed. Certainly don't want a repeat of round number 7 where they got flanked, and, well, Fens being the flanker in that round, it would be fairly ill-advised to leave that Scopos shell up and active. Instead, get it removed. Envy have got a really good position for themselves right now. They have an advantage. Dirt isn't even reinforced, so that's going to be a freebie for Rival to get open.
W.
Twist. He'll be watching on those main stairs. He's got a nice angle into Moto as well. Concern at this point could be the state of the hatches. We've only got Ace, as Emilio has already fallen. Hibana, of course, being brought for the hatches, but losing early on. You're only going to be able to open 1 hatch, which means Church Wall's going to remain solid. It's going to be very difficult. JJ, we can see him sort of probing inside of Dirt, and well, Twist's location's known here at the bottom of main. He'll go for a swing, find 1, but immediately traded. It's still good for Envy right now in this last 15.
And still good. That's all it needs to be. Doesn't need to be great. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just needs to be good in the 3v2. But with only 10 seconds left, another trade. That makes the margin thinner. An opportunity for Bino, who's put JJ on low HP. Snake also low for Orgless to clutch it in the red zone. Gun and Utility making a nice little duet to get Orgless their 2nd round on defense.
It was 4 versus 2. There was 15 seconds left. All you have to do, you've got a blitz. Just push and win the round. Oh, it hurts. Lynx, it hurts.
Timeout tingles.
If we didn't have the tingles before, you are shaking at the end of that last round. Like, how do they overcomplicate it so much? A cap can, for goodness sake. Who can?
Cap can. I think maybe we could just had a blitz, like, go up main, maybe go through Moto.
Moto would have been a great shout.
Dirt's just such an isolated position, and also
it was a bait, wasn't it? Because it was soft. It was like, oh, Dirt's soft, we'll use it. And it's like, well, that's maybe what they want you to think. Like, maybe they want you to think that the Dirt's a freebie because you can only come from one place. You're going to be coming. I mean, it didn't really matter because JJ made himself. He got through Dirt. He got through Arsenal. He got through Church Double. Then unshielded.
Well, you know what the funny thing is too? Like, you go back and watch that round, you're like, oh my god, Twist has 2 Ash charges in pocket. Maybe they wanted to open up Ash Wall and then run the Blitz in. Oh wait, but JJ was already all the way up dirt. Was already all the way up dirt when Twist went down.
Yeah.
So Twist had full utility to just open up the Ash Wall and go for the Blitz plan or something, and unfortunately, I think we're just questioning that call. But Orgless currently up 5-3. Envy after the timeout will send us into a tech, and Lynx, will send you into a break. We'll see you in a sec.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks so much for bearing with us during that short break, but we had to make sure that all of our players were ready and raring to go, which it just so happens that they are. Orgless, 5 rounds to Envy's 3 at the moment. It's our second game of the night here for the NAL. I think after the last round, it's probably good that we had a little bit of a break, Links. It gave us time to reflect and to truly try and understand just how you lose a 4 versus 2 when you do have a blitz. However, Envy managed it.
4 versus 3. 4 versus 3. Let's just get that out there.
I mean, come on.
I want to reflect it in the record. That was a 4 versus 3. That was then a 3 versus 2. Now, did Twist have all Ash charges in pocket? And did they need to send the blitz up dirt with load time and a man advantage? No, they did not. That being said, we both agree it was not the best attack, but it prompted Envy to take a tactical timeout. And as we saw from Orgless' side, they took theirs after round 4 and now have gone on a 4-round winning streak. 2 on the attack and now 2 opening on the defense. But if they achieve a flawless rotation by winning this round on CCTV, not only will it be 5 in a row, so you're keeping track, but it will also be match point, 6-3. We had a 7-3 earlier, DZ over Cruelty. And that game, that's just, you know, DZ cementing their lead, right? Basically all but confirming top 2. This, LFO only 1 point ahead of Envy. These are the 2 underdogs battling at the bottom of the scrap heap and trying to claw their way into 6th place. Both teams very, very eager to get as many points as they can from this matchup.
Oh, these are the 2 teams that, you know, your likes of Wildcard, OXG, maybe even some degree M80. These are the teams that they're scared of.
Oh.
I mean, look, the numbers don't lie. Looks as though Envy have done a pretty good job so far. Nice little impact trick from Kickstro. Should keep that mirror window intact. Now, still plenty of Excaris pellets for Emilio, so if he can rotate himself around, it's still going to be possible to open that construction wall. But so far, it's been quite a good, comprehensive clear. Plenty of util being thrown in. Ash charge for the mirror window.
Oh!
Everything's looking really good until the C4 from Bino. That mirror window is now smashed, so it's a bit less to peek from. But with Envy 1 man down, it's not going to be so easy. They're going to have to try and force these defenders to move, and so far, the only moves that they're making are offensive moves.
And not only offensive against Envy, but offending to the eyes. Running out of the building. Come on, in a man advantage, why are you doing that? Well, it's just for ego at this point. You want to know why Spirits picked Cav? It's the same reason they just ran out a garage door in a 5v4. To be fair, it was also to take out a key position. And Kickstro, potentially over-aggressing a little bit, will be cut down and punished by Rival. But Envy have basically not moved in the past minute or so and have lost 2 players in the process. They still have a very one-dimensional execute where Red Stairs, solid. Fens got the crossfire from Garage, and Eddie, even down below, watching the CC window hop in. That's how he gets Rival. That's how he also gets Emilio, and that's how Orgless, 3 rapid-fire kills, now land 5 rounds in a row.
Just so one-dimensional, only coming from construction. You've got to get more things open. You need that presence inside a garage. You need someone below to pressure that Red Stairs player. But guess what? If you lose the man advantage early, you haven't got the luxury of that extra man to send off on these little side quests. Orgless, match point right now. We get our final round of bans.
I gotta say something.
What's up? What's to do?
I gotta say something. You know what Twist stat line is?
No, don't. No, we can't. We can't.
That was a question.
What is it?
That was rhetorical.
I mean, I want to know.
It's 3-9 right now.
Okay.
It's 3-9. Do you know where those 3 kills came from?
What?
Round 8, which they lost. He's rocking an 11% cost.
It's problematic.
Now, is the team losing because of Twist? No, they are not. Just to be clear. I'm only highlighting that because that's the person playing like Ash, right? Like, this is one of your guys that you kind of want to get activated to frag. And if this guy's having a bad game, are we really shocked that The two highest rated players are Rival, who to be fair has been the highest rated player for Envy throughout the whole stage so far, and JJ.
I mean, JJ being highest rated is, yeah. That is a little bit of a surprise. You got to scroll quite far down my list of 50 players to get to JJ's name. He's 47 ahead of today. None of the Envy players in the top half of players in the league. Closest is Rival at 28. And with 50 players in the league, we'll know that if you're not in the top 25, you ain't in the top half.
Well, that's just math.
We've never looked to them for, you know, flashy, incredible, you know, individual plays. We're just asking for a bit of good team play. And maybe something more than 3 exit frags in a game that's going to be 10 rounds long.
Well, okay. You don't know that.
I mean,
it could be 11. It could be 12.
It could.
It can't be 13 because that's impossible. Just don't know what you do. Well, I mean,
doesn't look like Envy know what they want to do.
I kind of know. But you open up Jacuzzi, you got the Deimos to pressure from below, you got these Candelas. I got the operators, I see the vision. But I've also seen the vision before, and the vision has not really quite worked out for Envy. Even if they've got the right things on paper, that's still what it is. On paper, yet to be put into practice, and failed execution has been the tagline for each of these Envy attacks we've seen so far. But you still have these strong bits of utility, and the Bees will result in Bino getting put to quite low HP. Snake being set up down below as well, Ollie. Even more so than before, perhaps. I can see the vision, and it is looking pretty clear.
It could work, couldn't it? They've got something to mount off right now. They've got some Bees left. They've got some Candelas. Deathmark failed there. That means that that player is not going to get alerted. Kicksrow with 2.
All right, well, it's going to be 10 rounds.
They had something, but I don't think they've got much anymore.
Okay, no, hold on. Hold the phone, okay? We got 2 Deathmark trackers and 2 flashes, okay? We can make something work here. Your main stairs. Throw a flash in Logi, allow yourself to get up. Who do you have? We got the Goyo and the Mute. That's the one guy isolated in Gym, and the Mute as well. Diffuser recovered too. Let's pause. Use your utility, guys. 32 seconds. Deathmark trackers. We have Deathmarks. Okay. Okay. Well,
we had Deathmarks.
It's a 1v3, and it's a 10-round game.
Ben's pretty happy with that one. Played a great part in the series as a whole. An iconic flank from him.
True.
Over on the defensive side. But overall, I'm impressed with the way that Orgless have played today, and I'm impressed with the way that they've conducted themselves. I think they've shown us that they can play at multiple different levels there. Now, it's against Envy, so you take it with a grain of salt, but it's a start, isn't it? A great attacking round onto Clubhouse. They've put themselves into a really good position ahead of the last 2 play days. I don't think you can ask for much more than that.
No, I don't think you can. And like I said, 8 points right behind OXG. Now, above Wildcard, still a lot of Siege to play, though. That's only our 2nd game of the day. We got the next 3 coming up right after this.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1.
front of me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, Carl! Get off your cams. We need help.
Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Reset. Heard. Play off me, Vina. Yeah, he's going long, guys. I have Legend.
Short.
Nice!
Baby.
Let's go, boys.
Don't put me on goal,
Great
baby.
fucking defenses, bro. Happy birthday to Harry.
That's 3, baby.
Happy birthday to Harry.
Fens clearly feeling pretty good about that victory, and a big 3 points that leapfrog them into firm control of 6th place will bring Fens in now to get talking to him after this win. First of all, congrats on the win. Some smiles about your own reactions to that victory.
I don't know why you gotta do me like that.
Hey, you did yourself like that. You know you're on camera.
Well, listen, you guys now are in that 6th playoff spot for the time being. You've leapfrogged wild card. Do you feel like you deserve to be there?
Oh yeah, we've been putting in the work, and like, I don't know, we've just been playing our best Siege recently.
No, yeah, completely agree. I mean, we highlighted in your game against Cloud9 that you guys showed immense discipline. Today, too, on your guys' defenses, it looked like a lot of discipline from that side of things. Now, has that been something that you guys have been focusing on specifically, or it's something that has just been a little bit of an addition, or have you guys just been doing it naturally now that, you know, we're into the super week later half? You guys have finally got some more reps under the board. What's the discipline look like?
It's definitely a reps thing. Like, we had to work on everything. You've seen how the first week went. So
yeah, you said it.
I don't know. It was just a thing we really worked on because we were really bad at bleeding picks and just giving picks to the other team and just like letting them have free rounds.
Well, yeah, I mean, today was a super good performance. Fans, I kind of want to ask you more of a personal question. If you could give any advice to yourself from when you first started, what would that be? And then to follow up, what would you give any advice to Tier 2 players who are trying to replicate what you guys are going for right now?
I mean, you just got to put in consistent reps. You can't troll during scrims. And then, like, advice to me was just, like, let myself know I'm better than everyone. Like, you can't think that you're, like, not the best player in the lobby.
It's true. Confidence is a very real thing, so that's good.
Well, it's a beautiful sentiment, and you point out, best player in the lobby, that was you today. 12 kills, playing really well. What's it like being in your seat, kind of leading the charge for this team and also putting up some numbers yourself?
I mean, the boys put me in the right spot. Like, they just help enable me, and they just give me the kills. Like, I wouldn't be here without my team.
Well said. Well said, my friend. Congratulations on the win. Big super week ahead, so best of luck in the next 2 days.
Appreciate it. Hope to see you again.
All right, thanks, fans. Well, a great win for them that now, as we said, pushes them into that 6th place spot above wild card. And really, it came down to starting out strong on the attacks.
Like I said, both teams struggle on their attacks. It was just a matter of who was actually going to find success. And realistically, them going 3-3 on the half is the best case scenario if you're struggling on attacks. As we've said time and time again, Clubhouse is a map where you win on your attacks. You just have to go to your defense, and that's where we saw them be flawless. On that opposite side, Envy, we would see them go to their attacks, couldn't find anything.
Well, we got a fun tidbit for all of you at home. We have a clip from a Fens interview that we'll play another time. For now, though, we want to talk a little bit more about Envy and what they just weren't able to get done, especially on the attacking side. We addressed these concerns before the game. We said that this team was good on defense, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to get it done on the attack, and we saw that here on Clubhouse.
I mean, when we talk about Clubhouse, it's about stalling time. You want to put obstacles in front of your opponent, burn out the time, so when they go for the execute, they just don't necessarily know what it looks like in the site. And I think LFO did a really good job at limiting the amount of information that Envy could get when it came down to pushing the site, but also immediately when Envy would try to go for the site, they weren't watching the flank. There were so many situations where it looked like LFO was going for an amazing wraparound flank, and Envy was just stuck in positions where they didn't really have a response for it, and that's where it comes down. That's where good teams were separated from great teams, and it looked like Envy had a really good understanding of what they wanted to do, but Orgless was just doing a good job at slowing them down. They'd get a pick, and then they'd isolate them and force them to go for an execute.
I mean, even on that first attack, that quick rush, they got set up, but they executed flawlessly. And then to just transition into round 5, this garage rafter take, I mean, this was done so well. I mean, it was done so well that it was a flawless round, but that's what we want to see coming out of Flawless. This is what we talked about. You know, you're at the end. You need these points. You need to be perfect, and that's exactly what we saw. And then, you know, we talked about how well they looked on attack. The defense is what really stuck out to me because, again, they didn't do anything special. They didn't get overzealous. They didn't force their own hand. They played a default game of Siege, a default set of defense, and they ended up closing out flawlessly, where, again, Envy, these are where they're struggling the absolute most.
Yeah, they were struggling in the trades and in the entry conversion. Wow, I mean, even though it looked like it was their game at the start when they were up 1-3, I mean, that's really bad not to be able to convert rounds that you're winning entry-wise and then trading. I mean, Clubhouse is such a default map. It should be one of the bread and butters that you're focused on trading when you're going for those pushes. But Orgless, we talked about it. If they can just limit giving up those opening kills, they'd look so much better because of the discipline that they've been displaying. They did a great job in doing that, and Envy just looked shut down and flustered.
Well, like Fen said, you got to give credit to the entire team, no longer trolling in scrims.
That's
and
important.
The leadership, right? Bino as that IGL, we're seeing that really come to fruition on the attacking side. It takes a lot to make that happen. So big progress from Orgless. They just have to see if they can keep it going. Our next matchup, very similar story, all about the playoffs. Wildcard just got leapfrogged by Orgless. They want to take that 6th playoff spot back. And Oxygen, that team caught in the middle. We'll see what they can do on the other side.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Road their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I'm GMZ, and this is the Art of Siege with Oxygen.
So.
Force, we're timed, bro.
Well, I just made like some funky ass like monkey ear.
What is this, bro?
What?
Bro, what?
Oh, blood shield. Some thick lines. What is this? A bento box? Like, what?
Frost gotta be
that's
a
a
frost.
that's a
something
frost.
to do with Frostman.
Like
What
a
is that?
geek emoji
On the
name
top
for
left.
Welcome.
Oh. Alright. This is a flag? What is this?
Sledge.
Dude, like,
That's a good drawing, bro. Oh my god, bro, how do I draw this?
That's a guy on top?
yeah, what is that? Dude,
Like,
what the fuck is it?
Like,
What is this?
Oh,
What's the word for it?
who
What
was
is
supposed to be on the
this?
left? Is that no? Like, or who?
Yeah, what operator is
what
this?
is this?
Why do you have 3 arms?
You know, I'm the best artist.
Hell no.
Nah.
Nah.
The way some of y'all were drawing was pretty questionable.
Well, the playoff race is as competitive as ever here in the NAL. Welcome back to play day number 7, the start of the Super Week. We've got another big match with playoff implications at hand. First of all, I'm Jonas Willinger. He's Foxe. He's Laxing. We have quite another match ahead. This one more important now for Wildcard because they just got overtaken for that 6th playoff spot. Laxing, they now take on OXG, the team that we highlighted in the pre-show. As that team caught in the middle, this match could be really indicative of which way they're going to go.
Oh, it can definitely be indicative. I mean, you are moving every so further away with every team that finds success in that bottom in that bottom tier side of things. But as for Oxygen, I mean, even if you lose here today, you don't lose your spot. But it obviously allows everyone to get so much closer to overtaking you and possibly putting you out of playoff contention. So again, for both these teams, they want the 3-0 here. They want the 3 points to just push themselves even further. And as you were saying, for Wildcard, to retake top 6 and contain that going into tomorrow.
Well, OXG are coming off a tough game. It was 2 weeks ago, but it was the only matchup in the NAL so far to get completely shut out. It was a 7-0 M80 over OXG. Foxe, their task today: 1, get some more points. 2, recover from what we just witnessed.
I mean, we talk about wake-up calls, and obviously M80 had their own fair share of wake-up call. OXG was on the other side of that response. Now OXG had their own wake-up call, losing 7-0 on Skyscraper, but 6 rounds on their defensive side, which you'd think is unheard of because OXG was just playing Skyscraper with 1v1s. They were just going for these gunfights when Skyscraper's a map that you can just win directly off of time. It's such a defender-sided map, so to be losing 6 defenses is ridiculous. I mean, Skyscraper is the #1 most defended side of maps amongst all regions when it comes to this stage so far, and it's just to paint the picture of how could you possibly lose 6 rounds in a row on defense. Yes, M80 was on a heater, but obviously not understanding how to swap up when things are going wrong. On a map like Skyscraper, you could just play slow, play defensively, but constantly giving 1s to the opposing team when it wasn't already working obviously was not a response. OXG desperately needs to wake up here because Wildcard should be theoretically their easiest matchup in the next 3 in the Super Week, and if they can't get a win here, it's only going to look more dire.
I mean, it's more worrisome because, again, when you look at that roster, it's 5 very experienced players. It's not like these are a bunch of rookies where maybe you could throw them a bone. Like, this is 5 experienced players that know how to play Skyscraper, that understand the dynamic of what it takes to hold a defense. But you're right, not being able to find a single defense on Skyscraper is insane. So, I mean, today has got to be a huge improvement from what we saw 2 weeks prior.
But part of that comes down to chemistry. And coming into this stage, we knew that this team would be trying to build that chemistry from the ground up in a way, Foxe, because individually, I mean, it's 5 different players coming from different backgrounds, different team structures. It's tough to kind of restart.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because we actually have the statistics from the previous teams that they all played on in the last stage last year, and obviously their statistics now. And everybody on the team is suffering. Everybody on the team is doing so much worse than they were. Besides Grixer, he's obviously still been farming, but he is, I would argue, the best player amongst this team, had the most availability to building this team around him. But the whole team as a whole has not been succeeding, and it's not necessarily one player's fault fault or the issue is they're giving 1v1s and it's just not working. It's a fundamental strategy issue. And that's what we talked about. A lot of the pressure was on the coaching staff. So the first question comes to me is, why go to Skyscraper? Especially, that's a map that OXG has never really been fond of. Second, when things aren't going right, how does the coaches pause to be able to focus on figuring out what's the right answer? And it didn't really look like they had a good response, and the team is suffering. And like I said, it's only gotten worse. And now the pressure is only getting more and more on their shoulders because it's Super Week. It's their last chance to be able to confirm themselves in top 6. And this is where the coaches have to come into play to really be hands-on with building this identity and forcing the players to play off of each other. Because at this point, if they don't have the intervention from the coaching staff, the players, I mean, we've seen it. It's only going to keep progressing in the wrong direction. And it's not a player issue. That's the thing. It's not a player issue. It's not on the players' shoulders. It's up to the coaching staff to figure out how the identity for OXG is going to look this week.
Well, the identity for a team like their opponent's wild card, we expected it to be a little bit more of a winning identity. They come off of an incredibly strong reload performance, looking like the best team in North America. Here they are, not so much so far this stage.
Yeah, and we can't keep referencing Reload at this point because this hasn't been the same wild card from Reload, or else we would be talking about them in the limelight and they would probably be at the top of the standings. But the reality is that's just not what we've been seeing, and it's due to a lack of performance. You know, we talk about Oxygen in terms of their inability to have a performance because of their identity crisis. Well, that shouldn't be the same for Wildcard because it is the same 5 players that they did have success during Reload, and we just aren't seeing that yet. And in particular, I mean, there's 2 players that really stick out to me the most that we need to be looking at here is more so the simple fact that, you know, when you're making big roster changes, picking up a player like Baby Shark, picking up a player like Dash, you can only hope that success comes from that. And again, Reload, we did see success. But throughout this stage, that is simply where we have not been seeing success from either one of these players. And that's where it really needs to start coming alive, because towards the end of these play days is when we really started seeing the team bounce back. But again, we are not seeing that here, and that's something that needs to be highlighted, because when you look at Baby Shark, in the beginning, again, this was his first stage ever, first introduction to T1 outside of Reload. He's kind of been up and down, but then you have to pivot towards Dash. This is a major championship winning player that you should be performing better, and at the start, you have been very, very poor in performance. Your one highest EPS was during Dark Zero, was on Clubhouse. You can contribute it to that, but then you get to that last game where everything balances out, and that's where you would see all 5 of the players really come together in that match versus Cruelty, where granted, sure, it was a 7-5, but that was the one time we actually have seen all 5 players fundamentally and cohesively playing together. And again, they used the excuses prior of Dash and Baby Shark not being in the team house, not being with each other. You can't have that excuse anymore. You have to win every single game, because every single game is so much more important than the last due to their placing right now.
But we heard Spiker mention this in that post-match interview. He said, finally, we're playing all together. He said, maybe we can expect a little more even than what we saw from them against Cruelty. Now, different opponent, different day, different map, and that is definitely going to shape how this one plays out. As we mentioned, wildcard, little more stakes given that they just got leapfrogged for that 6th playoff spot.
Yeah, happy to see Skyscraper right off the board. I mean, you get 7-0'd on that map, don't expect you to go. I'm thinking of more of a bread and butter map for OXG. You know, we love seeing them go to maps like Clubhouse, Chalet, but they banned those 2 out, and Cafe is going to be the decider with wildcard picking attack first. So obviously, the attack is what we want to see work out from them. Wildcard is a very fundamental team at being able to adapt on the fly. That's what we saw at Reload. We haven't seen it too much, but now if all 5 players can work on one unit to be able to adapt against 1v1 sporadic OXG, I think the favor for them is to be able to get a good amount of a lead, maybe a 3-3 split at the least, going into that defensive swap, and I think they'll have the mental game there. OXG is the biggest mental game right now for them.
Wildcard definitely has a better serving sample. They played it twice. They lost SR 7-5. They win at 7-5 against Cruelty. So in terms of picking this map, I understand, or picking attack at least, I understand that, you know, they know where things went wrong within 2 games. So they have a lot more experience with that. Whereas Oxygen, we saw them win it 7-5 versus LFO. And when you look at the comparison between their stats, granted, Oxygen is sitting at 60-something, 66% on attack, where Wildcard is sitting at like 58. And again, the serving sample is obviously different for Wildcard. I'd be far more confident if I'm Wildcard going into this cafe than Oxygen, just even based off their last week or 2 weeks ago now, where they didn't find any success on defense or attack.
Yeah.
I can't I can't really get behind Oxygen here for this Cafe pick. Sure, you might have the VODs, but if we're already seeing prep and what that's looked like in the past and you're going to now apply it here, that leaves me with a lot of questions.
I'm not thrilled on Cafe because when I think of maps similar to Skyscraper, Cafe is almost a different version of it just because of how small it is. You have to play a lot on the windows. To get into the building is a challenge. And we didn't see OXG's attacks really.
No.
So obviously seeing their defenses on this map, we're gonna need to see a way better version of their defenses on
And that's
Cafe.
more so what I'm focusing on too, is their defense. We saw it not be existent on Skyscraper, where you can get aggressive, you can play these angles, where you need to play aggressive here on the defensive half where you're going to be starting, but we didn't see it on a Skyscraper. Why are we going to see it now on a Cafe?
Well, the turning point for OXG, Wildcard looking to take that spot back. We'll have Lynx and Ollie on the call for this one again in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break before we get there. Don't go anywhere. We'll get Oxygen and Wildcard started in just a sec.
Link.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NAL. Thanks so much for bearing with us during that short break. Unfortunately, we did have a player disconnect just as we were ready to get stuck into our next matchup here. We have got OXG, we have got Wildcard. Now, for me, Lynx, I don't know what your thoughts are. But for OXG, they're not in the top 4. They're not in the bottom 5. Trying to decide where this team really fits inside of NAL at the moment is almost like trying to figure out their identity and their play style, because we are left perplexed at the end of every single week when we watch this team play.
Perplexed, inquisitive, but confused and concerned.
Curious cats, you might say.
Curious cats seeking answers and finding absolutely none, unfortunately, especially after that mind-blowing loss to M80 they experienced last week. As the desk highlighted, they obviously lost to Shopify, one of the 2 flawless teams in the league, second place right now, only because they got one of those wins in overtime. And then they're going against M80, who just lost to Cruelty the day before. So we're like, surely, even if they lose, this game will be competitive. And then they got 7-0, starting on skyscraper defense. And it's like, all right, well, it quite literally cannot get worse than this. And if there were ever a time for the team to rally and actually try to, I don't know, make something that is not touch and go at the best of times, now is the time to try and form that identity. Cafe defense going to be a pretty easy spot to do it, because I mean, nobody even contemplate reinventing the wheel on this map. Instead, we're also looking to Wildcard, who we talked about OXG, but Wildcard, as the desk has pointed out, also struggling to look like not only just like a unit, but even just like a coherent one. Dash is only showing up at games they're losing. Same with Baby Shark. But right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing. We got a Blackbeard and a Blitz, a Ying and Aurora. This is a 2025 lineup if I've ever seen one.
It really is, isn't it? Very current, especially with the striker as well. 2 players dropping down there to the top of those red stairs. Aurora dooring off straight away.
My goodness.
Dash hasn't wasted any time. The pace on this round is lightning. He's already looking for a plant to go down.
He's made his way in, but OXG managed to find 2 players, though. Immediately, Wildcard swing back into the play and viability, and then stumble the moment they cross that very important threshold. Spiker might be able to pick up 1 with Yaga on 1 HP, but that diffuser's in sight. There's defenders not literally in his way. So to speak, there will be 3 obstacles to this plant attempt should he decide to do it. Oh, instead of trying, he tries to contest potentially the tightest angle on the earth and loses. OXG with the first.
Not quite a jobless angle, but it's up there, isn't it?
We're rapidly approaching jobless territory with that angle.
Well, I mean, with the way that Wildcard attacked, I would expect OXG to win that round. That was a very quick, like, we've planned this, we know where we're going to be, we're going to drop in, roar a door off, bam, 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 blitz straight into the site. But they didn't account for a C4. All the fire and hellfire that was raining in on them at that moment in time. OXG, they didn't really need to panic. They didn't really need to do much. The top floor players and anyone that was off-site is just like, all right, cool. We know where they are. No worries. Kind of a strange attempt from Wildcard. Bit of a throwaway. I don't want to read too much into it because it's round 1. And quite often we'll see teams come in, you know, if they've had a particularly good scrim, or even if they've had a particularly bad scrim, maybe they'll come in and try and build that confidence a little bit and go for something that's a little bit more lash out and a bit quicker.
Hot drop church.
Hot drop church. We saw it in the last game. I don't expect it to be a trend that continues throughout the fixture, though. But I will happily be proven wrong if Wildcard do wish to speedrun this one, and that is their prerogative.
We have, in previous Wildcard games, we've seen the shield change hands a little bit, moving from Dash to Baby Shark to multiple different players. Now it seems, at least on Cafe, Dash will play the Blitz 2 rounds in a row, dropping that second shield. No Blackbeard this time, but also no Ying, no Aurora, no Execute Ops anywhere. Which I will say, you know, not saying you need to rush, but especially on a site like Bakery, where most of the defense is going to basically take a position and sit there the whole time, like coat check, VIP, bottom white. It is a bit surprising we won't have that. Though, 2 rounds in a row. You could describe OXG's lineup a lot of ways, and surprising should be nowhere near the list of adjectives you'd use.
No, they have gone for a very belt and braces approach here. They've got answers to just about everything.
Is it half
the
pregnant?
Warden, in case, I don't know if it's half pregnant. I think they're maybe like 9 months. Like, they look like they're about to drop. They've just got every answer to everything, haven't they?
They're about to drop.
They are.
Why would you describe them?
I mean, that's what
Such
it is,
a
isn't it?
weird way to describe. Anyway, continue. I apologize.
I kind of like the pacing from Wildcard right now. They've not wasted too much time. They've got a minute. They've got full map control. Bay's able to get out there and throw those track stingers around. My worry is that Oxygen aren't maybe going to look for the flank because there's no one really in the lineup that screams, I'm going to flank you. Maybe the Goyo, maybe the Fremria. But you're going to want the other players pretty handy. You're going to want the ability to throw those Toxic Babes, to use that C4 and the Warden goggles and be in the right place at the right time. A lot of this could come down to individual 1v1s, and Yager already looks like he's getting pinched.
I don't like the fact that Adam has just knifed the Blitz with Diffuser. Despite the flash, Yaga then takes down Baby Shark. This translation to the bottom floor has, well, not even really imperfect. That implies there's at least some progress being made towards it. Only advantage you have is you put Yaga to low HP, but he won the fight bottom white. He should be dead by now. The fact that he isn't is just insult to injury, icing on the cake, and more cream for OXG to fatten themselves in this quickly growing lead, though Kanzan finding a nice little double. Spiker also with a third. It's made a lot closer, but close isn't going to cut it. And Spiker might just find one. There's simply too much time with not enough to do. Yago, only one bullet away, will tuck himself neatly inside a freezer and get OXG's second in a row.
You can see Grixer shaking his head there. He was like, they should not have gotten that close. OXG can breathe a little sigh of relief there. But the time was always going to be the sixth man, and it was doing a lot of work for them. They only had to hold on, and Wildcard never really had an answer. They got the top floor control, big tick in a box. They managed to lock the flanks off. Fantastic. I'm loving this so far. You've got a book as well. Oh, could this get any better? Right, you're going to open up some of the floor? Brilliant. Where are the players ready to catch? What's the Blitz doing? Why is the Blitz pushing solo?
How has he been stabbed?
Into VIP? And how is he getting banged and then shot? Like,
oh.
I was coat check, excuse me. Lack of info. Just a serious misjudgment there from Wildcard. They've done all the hard work in the early portion of the round. And you're kind of looking at Oxygen like, where do you go from here? If they pop your Vulcan canisters, if they get a kill, like get an early pick and start to pick you out because you can't sit in the site and you're left in, you know, the sort of no man's land just surrounding it. A few kills go Wildcard's way and bang, you're getting a plant down. They had no clear avenue. So far, we've seen a rush round and we've seen an attempt at something a little bit more structured, and neither has worked for Wildcard.
And Dash will now be put on Striker. Not going to really get much into the action or as quickly and aggressively as a shield would do. Surprised again by this operator lineup. I feel like, and Ollie, maybe you'll disagree. We've seen, you and I have casted quite a bit of Thatcher recently. And I certainly see his uses. But Thatcher's not exactly the the strong, only guy with EMPs, operator that he once was. Wildcard in the past 2 rounds have really left quite a lot of utility on the table and gone with a much more restricted approach. The track stingers totally make sense, especially the shock drones as well to pop those Goyos, but like, these Ash charges are not really going to be hitting much.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I'll be honest. If there was other things being brought, I would understand it a little bit more. But as it stands, I don't really get it. I don't really get the Ash. I don't really get the Thatcher. Is it a comfort pick of Ash for Kanzan? Fine. Like, pop off, you know? Maybe we come down a little bit more heavily on the Thatcher if it continues to go this way. So far, Yoga getting an opening pick onto Baby Shark. And again, OXG not being given a reason to move. No hard breach to open the wall into bathroom. Like, this is Cafe. It's, hard breach is borderline required to root out some of these defenders. OXG can just stay up there for as long as they like.
There's still Kanzan to worry about. A player, as we just saw, you've always got to keep an eye on and keep in the back of your head, because he plays slow, but he plays clean. Let him get active, and you will rue the day you let such a thing occur. Nice little Z-ping, by the way. I think finding the player all the way down on the bottom floor. So even given the late time, still some nice intel being found by Wildcard as Spiker makes the drop. First toxic canister goes out. And it's good they found that player, because moving up Brown, that could be the position to knife knife Wildcard in the back. So Bay watching it could not only make this a 4v4, they give peace of mind to Kansan and Spiker. Great flank watch. The kills start flying their way, and Forrest cut down inside a pillar. 2 rounds in a row, they've tried to land these executes, and only in round 3 will we see Wildcard's first successful attack.
Okay, so I was watching heavily there on what was happening with those EMPs. There was 28 seconds left, and they were all still in the hand of the Thatcher. And I was thinking to myself, we haven't just watched this whole round for Thatcher not to throw a single EMP. They were using it for the plunder now. They were using it to guarantee they were going to get that case down, to deny any C4s, deny any sort of gadgets that might have been in the area. Maybe a lack of information in the drone phase just led them to a, we'll bring the Thatcher just in case they've got something that we need to deal with. So it was a bit of a safety net. Now, was there a C4 that was going to stop the plant? I'm not too sure. However, it was structured, and that was then the reason. So we can give Wildcard their credit, I guess, for the way that they conducted themselves. I think Bay certainly did a hell of a lot of work. You could see the players rapidly trying to rotate. There was only one C4 in the game, so it wasn't always going to be too much of a worry of getting C4'd and losing the plant in that way. But I guess it worked out, didn't it? Wildcard, they got themselves around. They had some brilliant cover in that plant and post as well. And they kind of went the long way around it, which is never really a bad thing. They took the scenic route, let's say, Lynx.
I'll give them that. I will give them the scenic route, especially if, like you said, the coverage is going to look that good.
10 seconds left.
And also, OXG just going to walk so nicely into their hands. Everybody was like, let's peek new hatch. Oh, there's a guy there. Oh, let's peek it again. Oh, there's another guy there.
I'm going to walk up downstairs. Great idea. Why don't I do that as well? Now, while you're going, I'll come too. Let's all three hold hands.
But again, it is it's more like those are obviously good plays for OXG to make in theory, but it's also good for Wildcard to expect them. And if we're dealing with teams of this level and we're trying to think, you know, a step or two ahead of the general fare of Rainbow Six players, OXG certainly did that. Wildcard thought it was a step ahead of them. And now OXG know that this will not just be an easy game of Cafe completely. You got 2 defenses, but it might be a bit harder after these next few rounds. Even though Wildcard have barely even ran the Operator outside of a rush, OXG, I think rightly so, will ban the Ying. Wildcard in response banned the Goyo, and I have to say, I mean, Ying's obviously good, but just not having to deal with those Vulcan packs, weight off my shoulders, and I'm not even playing.
No, it's massive. It's massive for, I mean, the bans are pretty impactful for both sides because OXG now no longer need to play the Warden, so it really frees them up, and immediately we're going to see them change that lineup and double down on some information. We've got a Pulse and a Valkyrie, and that's all because the Ying's gone. You have to bring the Ying, you have to bring the Warden, excuse me, if Ying's available, because you just never know. Likewise, if there's no Goyo, you don't need to play a Twitch, you maybe don't even need to play an Ashe. Neither of which have been brought in this round, so it does free these players up somewhat. Ooh. A lot of pain coming in Forest direction. He's yet to find a kill, and I don't know that he's going to grab one out of this one.
No, I don't think he will. Letting loose all 3 of those toxic canisters very, very early. C4 going out 2 so early on. Forrest will find one, dash on the window, and drop down into the waiting arms of Grixer. So OXG, well, only briefly, as he's somehow caught by a Hail Mary firebolt through the top floor. OXG have looked to retry Reading Room and Dining, and it's going just about as well as it did before. Wildcard finding themselves a 4v3 without executing. How the hell has Adam found his way here? He's just waited the whole time, gone unread, but he's revealed this position, shot the Blackbeard with shield up, trying to lure him in. That C4 just around the corner, give the call on Boom. That Blackbeard will go sky high as he deals with the cocktail pressure. Oh, that timing looks the other way at the exact wrong time, but the coverage is so good. They take down the player, pinching him. The other one falls, and now it's all left up to a 2v2.
I'm gobsmacked that no one got a C4 kill there with that BP. Still 25 seconds for both Kansan and Bay to work with right now. Grixer has the opportunity to jump in that heartbeat scanner, but you feel like there's still information. A couple of players still watching Valkyrie cameras. Gomez going to go down. Gomez going to find those final two. OXG managing to stabilize. There was clearly a very key black eye camera still available. You could see there were a couple of players from OXG that were watching that cam and able to give those final calls. Information, really the order of the day there for them in round number 5.
I think information and coordination, order of the day. Not only those black eye cameras giving key intel, but I mean, you gotta highlight the play made around Adam's position. Obviously baiting his life, but you've got Grixer down below, waiting for Spiker to, again, logically go for a pinch. There's clearly respect being given to the opposing team from everybody in the lobby. Wildcard are thinking, okay, OXG are smart. They'll probably go up Brown. We need to watch the flank there. OXG are thinking, okay, they know Adam's up there. They'll probably try to go for a pinch. Run around onto the cocktail balcony while the Blackbeard pushes the other side. We'll have an angle watching that. It's small things, and they might seem basic, but it does show that both of these teams are expecting the other to make good moves. They are not letting, the small things slip away. And it just so happens that, unfortunately, and what I would say have been 2 very good rounds on Reading Room from both teams. It just comes after 2 weak rounds from Wildcard to start, and that just still means after that, OXG have a 2-round lead in a must-win game for Wildcard.
Oh.
And, well, you don't want Kansan going down ever. You certainly don't want him going down within 10 seconds of round 5.
As the book as well. And we credited them on their ability to get in and take map control, rip that floor open.
On a first floor defense.
Wildcard weren't able to do with too much. They weren't able to do with it too much, but still, Gomez obviously feeling himself. He got 2 quick kills at the end of the last round, and he's going to open up round number 5. The lightning kill there. Horrible run out as well. OXG just need to play safe now. It looks like they're hungry for more, though. You can see players sort of
don't overplay,
corralling at windows and doors. Like they're fancying it. They're fancying this fight.
But that's how they lost Skyscraper. And don't get me wrong, Skyscraper's not Cafe, both literally, but also structurally. You can't just win it off holding 2 positions. It's not guaranteed you'll win it off time. But Bakery is the closest that comes to that logic. And in a 5v4, Wildcard might be struggling. They might be 4 points below you, but they are not a team so bad as to not take, openings are given to them. It's like Wall Street. They know how to take free money. They know how to take the wins given to them. So just play it safe, play VIP, play code check. You won this round before. You won it at basically harder margins than this. Here.
I like the way that we see Baby Shark using his Flores drone to try and scope himself out this kill, and Dash immediately swings, but it's Gomez again.
Such good trades. Excellent trades from OXG, but Spiker with a very important kill. Finding on a defender, moving around up to that second floor. And by God, we got a little bit of a reset now.
Not the best position for OXG to find himself in, honestly. They have a C4. They've got a BP in small bake, but that looks like about it. Grixer and Atom, both fairly split up. And there's a long time to try and drone this out now. You can see Baby Shark setting himself up a side drone. He's going to be trying to walk in through Freezer. We have Bay at the bottom of Brown stairs. There's potential to isolate these into 1vx situations that are an advantage for Wildcard.
Ooh, and indeed they will. Bay, Baby Shark both find them out, and that's the round we needed to see from Wildcard. OXG getting aggressive, immediately take out Kansan. Not only are they not worried about it, they get on with their clear, they do their thing, they do what you'd expect an attacking team on Bakery to do. Even without the buck, you should clear that top floor. It's what you do. But the main strategy we've seen teams employ on bottom white is instead of having the shield like you used to, you throw a Zoto there to stop the guy from walking up. Well, Dash finds a little bit of a gap in that Zoto canister and just creeps on up, completely unbeknownst to Yaga. And even though OXG are then able to clear the position, it at least sets off a chain of events that within the bounds of it, Wildcard are favored. If just one guy overperforms on the attack, or one guy on the defense peeks where he shouldn't, you could find yourself in man advantage, and that's exactly what happened. Spiker, I believe, just checking the vertical angles on the top floor, catches Forrest, who might have been moving, might have been caught off guard. Who knows?
10 seconds remaining.
But just by taking the initiative there and making quite a nice call on bottom white to take advantage of, I think, just the assumption made by Yaga, opens up that round and turns a 4v5 into something much more workable.
Final round then for OXG on the defense in regulation. We will be defending the top floor with the mid floor being the site. So we understand why the Thatcher was brought last time. It was plant assurance, if you will, if you want to call it that, ensuring that that plant goes down. Now we have Baby Shark on the Nook, so clearly looking to try and walk in and make something happen. There's probably opportunity for that. OXG, they've often found themselves playing downstairs, and you can expect that there's going to be some level of vertical play with the fact that they're bringing 3 C4s in this round. Plenty of info knocking around as well. Been very heavy on that so far throughout Cafe, and some rounds even bringing both the Valkyrie and the Pulse. This time just the Valk. A couple of ABP knocking around there as well. So certainly things to flick, and they should be able to find some targets for the C4s. The Grismot mines are going to be a good early warning system that somebody has in fact dropped red and is looking to make a little bit of progress.
See Adam take a bit of an off spot. I think with half the round almost being gone, though, logically once you see that cocktail balcony player, we'll back off. And it's a lot more of the default secondary positions. Forrest waiting for the C4. Once somebody walks through Cigar, that gets missed. Wildcard likely anticipating it. And if they didn't, well, be lucky you decided to stay over by Nubalk. And Baby Shark just watching down below to make sure that no defender can rotate through that no man's land unobstructed and unheard of.
It's almost a bit of an alarm bell that you've not got anybody flicking a camera at the moment. Forrest will start to go onto the cameras and give some information over after falling there. Yoga will find a kill over onto Baby Shark. I mean, Dash should be easy pickings right now with one of these C4s, but there's no one really in the right place at the moment. Gomez is running around like a headless chicken, and the site's just getting opened up around him.
Loading new magazine. Just unfortunate positioning right there. OXG and Gomez kicking themselves. They didn't reposition, try to play retake earlier, and a lot is now weighing, not on Adam. He might find himself dead and gone inside of the site depending on what happens. It's going to be Grixer and Yaga with these C4s. You've removed Baby Shark down below, so Spiker will be aware of it. He will be worried about it, and thankfully you have these 2 EMPs, but with the diffuser, can Spiker be his own EMP coverage? Well, they find one on the opposite side of the wall, but that's not the player down below. That's not the guy you've got to worry about. It's Yaga, who's just dropped the fuser right at the foot of that window, pre-placed the C4. It's cooked, even if you pick it up. Bay just finds it, rotates off, and Yaga might not have time to get up. It's gonna be close. He falls off, and he's got the feet holes to play. And now Yaga's got to fall back. Bay's got the better angle. He's got him trapped. A new hole opened up to give himself an advantage, but this is so good for Bay. He's just got to hold on and wait for Yaga to push forth. It's a difficult angle. It's a hard one to be sure. But Bay, with the quick thinking and lightning reactions, closes out that half 3-3 by a razor-thin margin.
Another round that really could have gone either way there. OXG's win condition was the C4 from below. They had the Valkyrie cam inside of mining. They had the floor open. They could see when someone hopped in through the single window. They got the kill with the C4. The time, it was in red. But somehow Bay finds a way. On the gridlock of all operators as well. Really noisy, really slow. Might be some reasons as to how he was able to recover that diffuser. Those few extra points of health just keeping him alive, ready to pick it up and dash over to the other side of the room. Yoga with a really difficult job. Like, does he stay below and try and get the kill vertically, or does he push the site? You got to assume at that moment that the Valkyrie camera's gone as well, so they've not got too much info. Forrest is still on the mining cam at this point. Forrest is still on the mining cam. it must have been in a black spot on the camera. You mustn't have been able to see where that plant had gone down, because otherwise there's a chance that you just win that from below. I'm guessing that there was either no angle or it was not available on the camera. Unfortunate there for OXG, but Wildcard managing to salvage a round. Feels like both teams have been pretty good at salvaging the 3-3. I mean, it's representative of the siege we've seen, isn't it?
I'd say so. I'd very much agree. It could be a key round in what might end up being a close game. I mean, we've got 2 games today that are probably going to be very, very tight. OXG Wildcard in a battle for the middle. Meanwhile, SSG and M80 both trying to be the team that can contest Dark Zero and Shopify, though, as Dark Zero continues their ruthless winning streak inside of the NAL. Very much could just be SSG and M80 trying to overtake Shopify. But then again, they face Cloud9 later and easily could find our top 2 at 21 and 20. Meanwhile, almost a full 10 points ahead of the next 2 teams. This game could be very competitive, and Wildcard potentially winning a must-win and key round on the attacking side. And now, as they swap to the defense, we have had a lot of worries for Wildcard about their attacking side calling. Very questionable decisions, a lot of operators being shifted around. But on Cafe, look at the tools they have at their disposal. Azami and Castle might be taken down, Ali. But for this side, that's for one particular style of play. If you wanted to get aggressive, yeah, you're going to feel pretty rough. But you still got the Miras, got the Warden. We're still playing standard Cafe.
I like the lineup.
Loading new mag.
Kansan going to be throwing that Yokai drone out of the skylight as well, just to gather a little bit of information. See if any of these 3 C4s can find an early victim. Bay. Unfortunately, the goggles aren't going to help you too much when there's bees there, and, well, running towards that window is very ill-advised as well. Gomez grabs a freebie. That just goes to show the power of those bees. That utility, such a great tool for shifting defenders around. In hindsight, you'd watch that back and you'd go, well, hey, why did you really need to move too much there? You're only ever going to die from a window.
Also, kind of a very old take. I remember seeing SSG do that one a couple years ago, where literally they just baby shark. Oh my goodness! So turns out we're still running Christmas-sided aggression, even with the Castle and the Azami band. That's a bold play from Wildcard, and one that undoubtedly did not pay off. Kansan able to find Adam, but that is cold comfort for the round that OXG have completely pummeled you in.
That was a very dominating round from OXG. They had control of every square inch of Cafe. Cocktail, no worries. Pick up a kill. Rotate into piano. Oh, there's someone just crouched. Like, you can't crouch there. You can't hide there. Your head is just clearly visible. You're just tucked thinking that no one can see you. I mean, sure, play it with a deployable and play it with a Wamai and stuff like that, but playing that open aggressive? Really, Baby Shark just gave a freebie away there. And I mean, Atom didn't need much of an invitation.
It's just like, it is just kind of wild to me that when Azami and Castle are banned, Wildcard are like, okay, you know that strat we like to run? You know, the pretty common one a lot of teams have, where you push aggressively inside of Christmas and Cigar. What if we do that again, but with a barricade this time? And a guy sitting in the middle of Christmas. Like, you don't have a lot of spots to sit there. You're betting on the attacking team not droning. And to be fair, OXG have shown plenty of gaps in the attack. But it is still so strange, especially with, like, the renewed importance of Jaeger and Romai. Maybe you don't bring the Jaeger, Romai, the Mira, the Echo, play something a bit more reserved, force them to clear that utility. I mean, look at all that utility they brought. You certainly want to force them to reconsider, do we dump it all in Cocktail or do we dump it all in Pixel? By the way, that's hindsight. And that's a round that ended in the favor of OXG. They'll go all the way to the top floor as Forrest, unsurprisingly, picking up a shield, and Yaga also picking up those Candelas. It seems like we might be having a quick play here in round 8 as the Ash, the Candelas, and the Smokes go out through the Ash barricade. Forrest will pick up a Goo Mine since a few key seconds before that execute goes down. Is anybody in position with the C4? Well, at the moment, Bay and Dash both have some. Kanza with a nice little run out on that rappel. It lands right in the nick of time. Forrest about half a second away from putting that diffuser down. And that Goo Mine might have just secured MVP status on Mining and Dining, because what the hell are OXG to do now?
If that plant goes down for OXG, it doesn't look too bad,
hell?
even though they lost a few bodies. Why is Yoga led prone in the train? How has he got himself there?
I'm lost. How is he inside? How is he inside? And there's Dash. Another guy caught lacking. I mean, good trade by Kansan, and to be fair to Dash, it's been a little hectic of a round. There's a guy, well, a girl, well, a guy playing a girl, with a 612 inside of Train. How is he there? Baby Shark's outside in a 3v2. Nothing, I don't know what's going on. Yoga's got a 3K, a 1v1, and Kansan's got no C4s. He might not know it, but he's across the map right now, just creeping up brown stairs. He's got a new angle. Yaga's only long-range gun is this secondary. He'll start to put the diffuser down. Kansan will creep up. That should give the sound cue. Out he swings! But a clean pre-fire from Kansan to cap off one of the most bizarre rounds of the whole stage.
How that round gets down to a 1 versus 1, I will never understand it. How Yoga gets into Train and is led prone, I will not understand it. If he has the AR and not the 612 there, that could be a very different conversation. OXG went for something bold. They went for something a little bit quick, and it almost worked.
I can't believe it.
I love his patience, by the way, because it was the only way they were going to win the round. He has to just wait for something to happen for a defender just to give themselves away. These 2 pistol shots were disgusting, by the way. But for the last player alive to be Kansan, that's, I mean, it's Wildcard's best hope, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Bet the farm on that guy.
Not a player that ever lets us down. He usually clutches up when it matters. And that round was no different. All level now, 4 rounds apiece. OXG trying something quick in the previous round, and honestly, almost getting away with it. A clutch-timed C4, coupled in with the Goo Mine that enabled that timing. If that Goo Mine wasn't there, it would have been a very different story, and despite OXG losing a couple of players, you kind of fancy him to win the round because that post is very difficult to retake. Wildcard would have had to coordinate in throwing bodies at it. Here in round 9, they may be looking for something quick again. Kansan actually threw a black eye camera outside last time in round number 8. Now, you will get a bit of information from it for a time, but eventually it will disconnect.
Reload.
Obviously, defender utility outside, or defender cameras, should I say, outside, don't last very long, but you can get a bit of info, and if you're on a yokai, you can obviously drive it back in, but the black eye cameras, they do stick to the surface. I was wondering if he was going to be going for something similar here, but his cameras look very well established at the moment.
Well stuck.
They're stuck and tucked. And getting found as Atom rinses through with the IQ. Both a Valkyrie and an Echo, good enough reasons to bring this operator and just search out all these electronics.
Bomb detected.
One of those operators that you're like, oh, surely we don't need an IQ. Wasted utility. But boy, when that Valkyrie's on the board, especially if there's an Echo too, always glad you made that investment. It is just such a nice convenience when you have to worry about operators like that, especially if Wildcard do decide to get aggressive. Not a whole lot of C4s, actually. Only 1 in the possession of the defense at the moment. But still, always something you have to worry about, especially for a retake later on that I imagine Wildcard will likely try to mount, depending on the success OXG have. Bit of a fuse shield, Ollie, as we can see. A lot of cluster charges being expended to destroy this utility. Could be quite impactful, especially if they're going for a freezer-sided play.
A connoisseur, some might say. Forrest. The fuse shield, only few realize just how powerful that can be. And as you mentioned, those cluster charges, they do a good job of just removing site utility and shifting the defenders around a little bit. Brings the secondary tin opener as well, so it can deal with freezer hatch. Roarador. That's usually a signal something's going to happen. Yoga hops in.
Oh, well, there it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's happening. Oh, it's happening, all right. 3 kills. Make that 4, actually. Did you want to slow around? Did you potentially want a plant to go down? Well, there's a chance Forrest will redeem himself from the previous failure inside of mining. And he will. He gets his plant. Baby Shark gets his 1, and OXG get their next round. This could be match point right now. Save for a single goo mine. Just let that sink in.
I think one of the more impressive things is that, save for a single goo mine, OXG would have been flawless on their attack so far. Or could have been. Let's not count our chickens, you know? If the goo mine wasn't there, then, you know, there's a chance they win the round.
Maybe.
But so far, their attacks have looked really good.
I agree. Which is probably why you see Wildcard taking the timeout. Because, like, first one wasn't close. Like, not even. Not even a little, not even a little bit. That one, also not close. I think it's important to note that of the rounds OXG have won, there have been 4 people left alive. In both cases, a 1v5, where the last guy got 1 kill, then lost. The 1 round Wildcard have won was 1 guy left alive. And it was it a 5v3 or a 4v3? I think it was a 5v3 that they almost lost. It came down to 1v1. So logically, you can see why this tack timeout is coming out.
It really feels like the game's run away from them. On their attacks, they managed to keep things relatively close. It was a 3-3 half. Yeah, it could have been different, but they did a great job of stabilizing, saving that tactical timeout for the second half of the game. It was a good idea to get it used fairly early on if things aren't going your way. They've shown us a good few sites now as well, and really telegraphed how they want to try and play. OXG, I mean, I don't want to say it's like lights out aggression, but there's a hell of a lot of aggro going down there. I mean, Yoga got 4 kills in that final round.
It's like, this is like one of the cases where, like, aggression is just a bit of a very broad term, and 2, it can be an inaccurate term. Like, I wouldn't call that aggressive. I would just call that, and I know how it sounds, it probably will seem like I'm nitpicking, but it's not aggressive. It's more just like assertive. It's like, okay, we have a plan. We're confident in the plan. Once we get the control and the pieces we need, we're going to execute it. Maybe we win or lose, but we're just confident in what we have going for us. We're confident in the game plan that's been called. So it's not that they're getting in their face, so to speak. It's not that they're taking some off position to try to either rat or take a cheeky gunfight or even just like full court press. It's just like, we have a plan. We feel it'll work. That's it.
Yeah, confidence and speed, I think, are the 2 sort of characteristics that you would pin onto that previous round. They're very quick to do what they did. And I mean, in its nature, the game is aggressive, you know. You gotta shoot people. This is about as aggressive as it gets.
Ooh.
You can also do it quite quickly.
Ollie, tell me about this bottom white rush that's gonna happen.
Yeah, a little bit of posturing on the bottom white. I don't know that OXG are going to go for it again, but then I see Grim and I hear an adrenal surge, and all of a sudden Blitz is rushing through and picks up the kill. Wow. A fantastic play there from Forrest, and another attempt at getting the plant down.
And it seems like this plant will be successful. Baby Shark spotted by the bees. That's an easy pre-fire for Adam. Jesus Christ. Do OXG have someplace to be? They got a party going on later. And clearly they are trying to get in bed early. Forrest now hunting down the remaining player. If not for 2 1v1s, that would be OXG's 8th round on the board. And frankly, after the tactical timeout, that 1v1 acquired by Cans in round 8 is looking like it might be the story of Wildcard's defensive half.
I was so sure that bottom white rush wasn't going to happen. You know, I was like, no, there's no way they do it again.
I knew it.
There's no way they do it again. And then all of a sudden we flick onto Grim and B's going. And then I hear the adrenal surge, and then the next POV is the Blitz, and I'm just like, it's happened, doesn't it?
It's Jova.
I mean, that's one way to, again, stamp down that authority, isn't it? After your opponent take a tactical timeout, to just come in and play borderline the exact same style that you did in the previous round before the timeout. but almost better.
Well, yeah, and
it's a more difficult one to pull off that, in my opinion.
it is, and also I do think there's also important like fine distinctions. Like we think of that bakery round as being a rush, but the opening kill happened with 48 seconds left. Like that round took almost the full 2 minutes. It's just when they went, they were uncompromising. They were not worried whatsoever about anything that might be in their way. And that's the same story that round. It just began 2 minutes earlier. Both examples, even though one would traditionally be called a rush, and the other would just be called an execute, is it was the confidence and decisiveness, and I like the word you used, authority, because both of them were authoritative. They staked their claim, they took no prisoners, or any counter-arguments, and confidently won both of those rounds. And as OXG find themselves on 6-4, it might be that authority they're laying down against Wildcard. Coming down on the side of, okay, we're better than the bottom 5, but we're not quite the top 4. Well, we're not giving you a way in. We're not giving you 3 points. We might not be the best right now, but we certainly know we belong with the big dogs.
Enemy spotted.
The question that I have they overcooked just a little bit?
Oh, wait,
Look at the lineup.
We got Forrest on the team. We could overcook.
We've got a Sense, Aurora, and a Zero. Like, has that ever been played in the same round before? Because that's 3 very specific pieces of utility right there.
Oh.
Now, yeah, we've got the Blitz, yeah, we've got the Ying, and we're just waiting for the push. You can see the Yokai drone is flashing up, so Wildcard are going to be fully aware of this, and Forrest is already trying to make his way through.
I am a bit nervous, fully committing to this execute. I thought maybe they'd try to bait it out with Wildcard being conditioned at this point, but they're just sending it, Yaga pushing all the way up. For spots one running out of freezer, and it's certainly not the successful commit we've seen before. In fact, he just drops down entirely. Forrest clenching quite a bit to get out of that one. Now hunting down Spiker down below. Really brilliant pivot, and now they can just back out of the building. Uncontested path of egress out of Snow Door. Holly, I think we just need a breather.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, I wasn't sure how they were going to mount that. You know, Forrest can't just drop Skylight or drop New Hatch and push in on his own. He needs a little bit more support. They've still got loads of info available. And he's not done. He's already bearing down on the player on Pixel. Baby Shark caught looking the wrong way. This could end really badly.
Oh, no. Could end really poorly. Kansan on that long angle, trying to find the repel, but Forrest sprinting up. I've not seen shield play like this from Forrest in quite a bit, even on 4 and 7. The impact he has had, diffuser and pistol, has been lethal. OXG had to decide, are you with the underdogs or are you with the top? And they have decided now on 12 points, they will try and cement their spot with the best.
OXG coming out today and really providing some exciting siege for us. Those attacking rounds, call them what you like. We've thrown every adjective we can think of at those attacking rounds to try and describe them. But honestly, for me, it boils down to excitement. It's a very fun way of playing Siege. And on the day when it works, it's very entertaining to watch. We're going to throw this one back to the desk. They're going to break it down and set you up for our next game. Don't go anywhere.
I don't know where.
On the house, let's go, bro.
Just play with throw, bro. Play with throw.
Alright, ready?
Let's go! Masterclass of a fucking game, bro. Good shit. Let's fucking go.
Masterclass, guys.
Come on, bro.
Let's go.
Well, they said it. A masterclass of a performance from Oxygen. We agree, based on what we just saw. We'll get to that in a moment. For now, we bring in Gomez and, well, and the boys, I think, as we get this one underway. Congratulations on the win. We've got the squad behind you, Gomez. What a win to kick off this Super Week, and that's where I want to start coming into this week. A big week. We said that you guys could go either way, towards the top 4 or potentially slip down. Clearly, we have our answer. What was your approach coming into this week to start things off?
I mean, we just prep like any other game. I think the house really helps us to work together, and the ping also helps. Everything just helps. So, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about it too for this Super Week. Wildcard should be the taster at the full course of food that's coming up down your pipeline. How do you guys look to approach the harder games coming up?
I mean, we're gonna prep like any other game and just give our best. That's pretty much it. We take every opponent as the same. So.
Well, I want to congratulate you guys win. You guys actually made me eat my words. I wasn't convinced, obviously, what we saw 2 weeks ago. Losing 7-0 was definitely kind of a hit, especially on Skyscraper. I mean, I think you were also caught off guard, you know, losing that many rounds. But I question your guys' ability today, and you guys look like a completely different team. I kind of want to know, what was the big change? Was that 7-0 a big wake-up call to everyone to realize, like, hey, outside of obviously being in the team house, was it a wake-up call to just, we need to be better than what we just showed 2 weeks prior?
Yeah, for sure. I think that week showed a lot of problems that we have, and we just obviously worked on them the entire week, and it showed in the game.
Is there any problem in particular that you guys were more focused on than the others, like smaller things versus bigger things?
Just staying calm late round, I think, is a big one. But everything else, let me see what else. Carry with the OPKs too, stuff like that. I mean, just basics.
Well, I mean, you keep this up, you guys are looking pretty solid. I gotta say that.
Yeah, I just want to finally ask, because you guys are in the team house, is Redeem there?
Yeah, Steamer. Come here, Dimmer.
Could you ask him how his hairline?
Come here, Dimmer.
Can you ask him how his hairline's doing?
Hey, what's good?
Ask him about that.
Take the hat off.
Your hairline's doing.
My what?
Hairline.
Your hairline's doing.
Oh, bro, my hairline's crisp. Oh, you can't see it right now, though. You can't see it right now. I've got a hat on. So.
Oh, you can take the hat off. It's okay.
Yeah, take the hat off, Dimmer.
Oh,
Yeah.
no chance. I got hat hair on, bro. I gotta save the hairline.
That's one way to do it. Anyway, Gomez, thank you so much, Fox, at closing us out with
Appreciate
a flourish
you guys.
as always. Congrats on the win. We'll see you against SSG tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right. Well, Oxygen clearly showing us that they are set on the top, that they have their sights not below them, but above them, on M80, on SSG, on performing going into the playoffs. And Fox say it was a night and day difference from what we saw last week to now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we saw some glimpses of it on defense, but there was also some issues. I think both teams had their own struggles on defense, but it really flexed out to us on their attacks. I mean, all of the pre-coordinated attacks where they would isolate individual picks and then immediately swap things off to go get another pick. It really looked like OXG understood completely where the game plan was going, even if things went awry, specifically on their attack.
I mean, even round 11, when we talk about attacks, I mean, the blitz pushing into main bar, getting that pick behind, just getting the pick behind the bar, but then they immediately fall off, go to the second floor, alleviate the player from the second floor, rotate blitz back up, push into Christmas, pinch that player in bathroom. I mean, they definitely were far more coordinated that we've seen them. I think this is by far, like, I can say, this is the best auction that we've seen in terms of their attacking presence.
Well, you mentioned round 11. Let's talk round 9. Another textbook example of Oxygen putting it together on the execute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was all about the executes from OXG. That was something that we were so impressed by. And when it comes down to round 9, this is when they did that amazing bakery take off the back of the Aurora. We saw them shut down the door into small so that they could easily isolate both sides. It didn't look like Wildcard had an understanding on how to stop it. They didn't have any utility to shoot the door open. And then off the back of the shield, they just pushed the guy behind the minibar, first pick. Immediately translated into the player on Rice, get the second pick. And they just snowballed on kills. They weren't worried so much on plant until they had the control that they needed, but every single kill afterwards, they knew exactly where everybody was, gathered the information, went for the execute, and isolated it amazingly.
Well, it speaks to the night and day difference that we've talked about Auction, whereas before on their attacks, it just looked like they just had a plan, didn't really know what they were due past certain things if things just didn't go their way. But in this round, a lot of those attacks, they looked like they were very convincing and had a proper hold of what they needed to do. And again, that last round, round 9, definitely was clear cut and concise of what they were trying to execute.
I know we wanted to revisit the predictions briefly before we get out of here because you guys split on the prediction, and Fox proud that you picked the boys.
Yeah, I'm proud. And also, for the hairline thing, Redeem, when we were on the team, would always say ominously in the background of scrims, he'd always be like, one of us on the team is going to go bald. And we would never know who he's talking about. And so, I'm trying to keep up to date with his hairline to make sure we find out who he was talking about on the team.
That's been an ongoing joke since Reciprocity.
Yeah, somebody.
That's a long time.
He'd always say, somebody on the team's going to go bald, and it ain't me.
Someone's got to keep up with it. Good. I'm glad you checked in with him today. We got a nice little progress report. We'll give you our progress report on the day so far, the start of the Super Week. Of course, 3 matches down. We are diving straight into match 4 and match 5 in a bit. But Laxing, already we have seen the volatility at the bottom that we knew was going to be a factor this week. We already saw some movement. Orgless taking that win over Envy.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest one that stuck out to me was really the Orgless versus Envy. I thought that was going to be a lot closer. And as for Orgless, they look far better than what we've seen. They're looking to be a lot more consistent on there, and obviously Envy, there's just struggles. Even for wildcard, you need these points. You need them desperately, and not winning today just leaves you so much further behind, where again, with each and every single game of you not being able to cusp any points, it's only going to make that harder road of getting to top 6.
Well, that 4th matchup, the one that's coming up next, can Cloud9 come in and stop the bleeding, or can Shopify Rebellion continue to take these matches in regulation and continue to dominate? We'll find out in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Rogue their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
Available now.
Our first day of the Super Week continues to fly by. 3 matches down and 2 to go. And we've already seen some movement in our playoff picture. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. Jonas Willinger here with Foxe and Laxing. Today, at least in this matchup, all that movement we've seen in our playoff picture. One of those teams, Cloud9, hoping that the movement continues. The other one, Shopify, hoping that nothing changes and they stay nicely at second place.
Yeah, SR doesn't want to see any movement, but from everyone, the viewers at home, we want to be able to see Cloud9 shape things up a little bit of a thunderstorm, hopefully, because last week was embarrassing to say the least coming out of them. We expected a lot more, and they need to be able to show up, show us a little bit of something that proves to us, hey, they deserve to be in the playoffs. SR, they're trying to remain that top 2. They're not trying to lose any bit of points, obviously. They want to be able to have their only matchup that means anything to them be the one against Dark Zero tomorrow.
Well, from day one, Shopify told us that they came to play. But it was really more recently that game against SSG where they proved that it wasn't just happenstance, that they were legit.
Yeah, you know, we were talking them up similar to Dark Zero, and really, again, the only difference between Dark Zero and Shopify is just one overtime win that Shopify has. Other than that, they have been so dominant in their sheer force and aggression, and they're well-tamed aggression. This is always something that SR has done extremely well with their roster and within their players. And the brain power of Troy being on that back end, I mean, there is a sheer consistent reason as to why we see SR be so dominant and just so good so far throughout their stage.
Well, like DZ, Shopify is a team that has been consistent. You see their strength of schedule here, and you see that, yes, they've got their work cut out for them a little bit. DZ on day 8, M80 on day 9. It is certainly not going to be easy now, but one thing that has been going for them leading up to this point has been that consistency, not just within the stage, but from stage to stage, they've been dominant.
I think that's the most impressive thing about this SR roster is the sheer consistency within it, especially when you look at each individual on this roster and what they contribute and bring to this team. You compare their old verse when they were Sonics back in 2024 to their now stage 1 and played A9. I mean, it's not a drastic difference, but they are showing nothing but consistency. And to me, that is far more impressive than maybe just having a one-off good stage, that they are showing that they are here, they are dominant, and that they can maintain that same status. And even going into today, like Cloud9, to me, this is just going to be, you know, nothing changes but the weather for them. I think they're going to come in here, they're going to play their game, they're going to express the dominance that we continue to see day in and day out. And you made the reference of Dark Zero being the Furia of NA. I could reference SR being the FaZe of NA. And if I'm my opinion, I think I would rather be on a FaZe situation than over a Furia one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see those two match up. And obviously, since picking up Spoit, the only stat that got that much better in the stats that you just showed is the entry stat.
Yes.
Being able to be a lot more hungry on the aggression, having a counterpart, a duo for Ambi with Spoit being on that entry, it's just so scary to go up against. And obviously, when you have the two guns getting kills like that, it's that much easier to be able to follow suit with anything the IGL has to be able to add to it and the rest of the team. So everything is just smooth as butter when it comes to this team, just because their entry is so strong.
Well, for Cloud9, the story has not been one of dominance. It's been sloppiness. Their most recent game against Orgless is the best example of this. Really just letting themselves down, taking themselves out of the fight early.
Yeah, the Clouds have really been evaporated after week 3 just because it's been sloppy game after sloppy game. I mean, even the preparation going into it didn't really make sense. Playing Skyscraper and Lair against LFO and Envy, two maps that arguably can go either way. When you're the stronger team, quote unquote, on paper, a team comprised of smarter players, you shouldn't be going to maps like this. You shouldn't be having plays like this. This was a big blunder from Cloud9. They just mapped the hole in the wall from a really inopportune position. C4 comes out, but the round that stands out the most for me is the one after. Look at this, C9 make an amazing match point level play. They rush into the site. Site's empty. All right, let's go for a plant. Hello? Packer, where are we going? Let's not overcomplicate things here. Why are we pushing through individually? Nobody's behind Packer. You go for a cheesy, aggressive 1v1, you lose it. Misplay. Yes, maybe he could have got that kill, but you had the site in the first place. And that's what watching that Lair matchup against LFO looked like to Cloud9, for Cloud9 for me, was just doing too much. Cloud9 constantly had rounds or a man advantage or positions where they could just go for the execute or win the round, shut it out. But then constantly we just see somebody overstep or overplay. And it's not anything that we needed in the first place. They overcomplicated it for no reason.
And what's more worrisome is it's on the likes of Packer being their IGL, being that leader. And if your leader is discombobulated, not understanding what the priority is, not understanding the position that they're in to make a round work, that is what's even more scarier than anything, because that's the person you're looking to find that sex, to drive that success for the round, and it's just not there. But you see glimpses of it where it could easily fall in their favor and they could look like the winning team.
Well, part of, I guess, the success and that light at the end of the tunnel for Cloud9 has been someone like Kobilax, who has been still performing well, even when you have those moments where someone like Packer is not performing. You have these moments where people are slipping away. Kobe's been relatively the most consistent player on the team.
Yeah, we say time and time again that Cloud9 doesn't really have a team comprised of gunfire or gun power, essentially. But one player that's always stepping up in the gun skill department is Kobilax. He had a monumental week 3. He was the real reason on Cloud9 keeping these games close. He was just walking around doing what he needs to do. But if you look at him compared to the rest of the team last week, this is what we talk about, firepower. The team is lacking it, not because they're not great players, but because a lot of these players approach the game differently than being able to bail out on raw mechanics when things go wrong. They are a lot more structured mental players that put themselves in the right position to win gunfights as opposed to just aiming better. And that's why I expected so much more from Cloud9 when it comes to the brain department, because they have a team comprised of more thinkers than shooters. So obviously when you have Kobe-Lax that's able to find all of those kills, make it that much easier for the team to succeed in rounds, but then we're throwing it away because we're playing not smart, we're not playing the objective. That's the head scratcher to me. Don't follow in Kobe-Lax's footsteps. Just play off of what he's doing.
But that also goes off with playing with Packer, where I think you find far more success if Packer just identifies where the problems is, identifies where the win rate is in those rounds, and we see those stats drastically improve than what we've seen currently.
Well, one area where Cloud9, well, we've offered a critique of Cloud9 in the past has been, well, their map picks. They've kind of been losing the ban phase or making some odd choices, Foxay, when it just comes into where they're going to end up going, a mistake that they do not want to replicate today.
No, not at all. But obviously you can see Lairs coming out as a ban for them. Cloud9 is the underdog in this story. So any map is a good map in situation for Cloud9. Another big map coming down to labs. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense for you to be able to go to these big maps because you are a strategy-based team. But that's what we just talked about, is we haven't seen that. So we are going to need to see a fundamentally smart Cloud9 focusing on the objective, because Shopify Rebellion has everything. They have the gun skill, they have the brain power. They're not going to let these rounds just slip away. We need to see Cloud9 at least battle it on the evenest playing field that we can see, which is that brain game.
Well, none of these teams have played this yet. This is now their 5th map that they've played, especially, so I would say Shopify's shown a little bit of their hand here, allowing Nighthaven to go through. But my question for Cloud9 here is, are they going to understand they need to get rid of the Monty here? They need to alleviate Troy off of that, because we've seen how detrimental Troy is when he can actually read a site, understand, force players out of position, and what that can do to a defensive site. So for me, this is really going to start in the ban phase. If Cloud9 genuinely understand, see, Troy's even looking up, don't ban Monty, give me Monty. I want to be able to pick apart your site. For me, again, it really is going to come down here for Cloud9. I don't want to critique SR. It's going to be on Cloud9's shoulders here. The pressure is on them. And I think it really does come down to that ban phase of getting rid of the shields, getting rid of Troy having that ability to pick apart a site and just constrict it towards the end of an execute.
I think the biggest thing will be entry. We always put the pressure on Packer's shoulders when it comes to these maps. This is a map that Packer is going to be able to get into it, find positionings, maybe flex that Deimos. We'll have to see if Cloud9 can get those opening kills.
They're going to need to double up.
Because if they can't get those opening kills, I just don't see them being able to hard push through without the shields.
We'll get down to the nitty-gritty very briefly. Let's talk predictions. Laxing, where do you land?
I think it's very obvious who I'm going to go with here. I mean, they've been dominant so far. I can't doubt that they aren't going to be dominant here against Cloud9. And again, I think it comes down to the ban phase.
Yeah,
Same for you?
Shopify Rebellion, for sure.
All right, well, let's get down to it. Shopify Rebellion looking to stay at the top of the standings alongside Dark Zero. Cloud9, they have a lot of work to do. Let's find out what happens.
Well, I can tell you, Ollie and I, very, very secure in what we think will happen, which is that Shopify will remain undefeated by the end of today. Yeah. And that's no disrespect to Cloud9. It's just there are two flawless teams in North America right now, and neither seem to be losing any steam whatsoever, Ollie.
No, and is Cloud9 going to be the team to upset that apple cart? I'm not sure that it is.
Unlikely.
Now, I've got some questions coming into this game. Main question, the map choice. Because neither of these two teams are particularly known for their Nighthaven labs. Now, that's a good thing, because it means that we get to see something that they are, you know, kind of hiding away for a rainy day. I would wager that Shopify have a bit more to show us than Cloud9 potentially do, but I would love to be wrong on that. I think this is going to be a very difficult fixture for Cloud9. Everybody going into it is saying the same thing, and Shopify, whilst they are one of the unbeaten teams inside of NA, they do have that nasty mark against their name of an overtime win, and that is essentially what's keeping them separate from Dark Zero at the moment. That is at least all up until tomorrow, when these two teams will face off against each other, Shopify and DZ. So a lot building up to that fixture, but any points that they get, well, seeing as DZ won their game, Shopify kind of need to win this game to remain in that 1-2 spot, regardless of what happens tomorrow. So it doesn't look like a mega important game, but it's still important for Shopify if they want to maintain that 1-2 lead.
Yeah, and it's important for the same reason it was for DZ. They just don't want to break stride. That's it. Simple as that. They've got a good pace. They're chugging along to a top 2 finish. Don't stumble over a rock right at the end, especially when you got DZ in your second game of Super Week and M80 in your last game. Shopify, of the 4 remaining teams, of the 4 top teams, which I think we talked about this earlier, a lot of them got their easiest games of the way out of the way with. And Dark Zero, SSG, M80, and Shopify all have to play some really, play each other, really. I was going to say play some really good teams, but that's kind of our top 4, and they've all got to play each other. But Shopify in particular
5 seconds to go.
might be their last easy break. And on a map like Nighthaven, which will always favor the better team because it's bigger. Troy, the most experienced IGL we have anywhere. One of the best teams we have anywhere, at least in terms of just the players and their raw skill. This should be a layup, but Cloud9, composed of some journeyman players, composed of some console switchovers themselves in the case of Kobe Lax. Who the hell is Amen.C9?
That's a new one.
That'd be silent.
Has he just gone for a little name change?
I suppose.
I was frantically checking the roster. Is there a coach I don't know about?
I remember one day I was casting SCS and Astralis entered the lobby with literally completely different names. I was just like, oh.
It does really wind me up when that happens.
Little did I know they become an SSG or, well, Astralis an SSG staple.
Ooh, Packer trying to find a little bit to hide in there and amongst the plants. Not much is going to be needed for him to move off, and Dream can, in fact, move in on the clash. Spoit below with the shotgun as well on the Deimos. Look, he's waiting for maybe a catch here or just looking to try and remove a little bit of utility from below. Deimos and that Vendetta can rip open the floor at a moment's notice if he gets the go-ahead, if he gets a death mark on somebody. It'll be a very easy way to deal with that clash. Because other than that, there's not really loads that you're going to look to deal with it. You've got some utility in Canadian, but that's more likely going to be destined for the catwalk.
Oh! Packer getting quite aggressive on that electrical window. Not only has the utility been a bit of a problem, but even here, oh, that's a nice bit of utility from Canadian. Dream trying to back up all the way through electrical. Seeds a man in a very important moment where Cloud9 at the 5v4 and it seems Shopify be struggling to get that util. Now not only have you neutralized that advantage, you've still got Spoit down below. 2, potentially 3 Deathmark trackers coming up. No, 2, excuse me. That's the second one recharging. And he can hunt down anybody playing inside of IT, playing on that pillar, though Rexon just tries to go for a little bit of a waddle into the site. Completely untradeable, and Kobe will shut him down. And now is, oh, well, okay, Giddy just sitting in front of that hatch. Ambi also finding one. Bit of a peculiar mid-round, but again, it's all coming up Shopify. And Canadian working his way in. Packer already burning that C4. And if I want anybody covering me, I'd want Spoit. But Canadian falls in a very important moment, and now the man himself finds it a difficult spot to try and work his way out of. One player coming up close with a shotgun. That's why he's brought it down him on the floor. But Packer from the top ropes coming in with the trade. In a game where Shopify are the heavy favorites, Cloud9 start things off on the right foot.
I got so many questions. Why does Dream turn his back as the clash? Like, was it one of those occasions where you walk through the door? Everyone's had this. Playing Siege, walk through the door, try and walk back through the door without turning around, and the door's moved. Like, the door's just not in the same place anymore. And I don't know if that's maybe what caught Dream out there. Obviously, you've got the compounding effect of the fire at his feet, and that's causing a little bit of problem as well. But if he doesn't turn around, he maybe survives. Spoit playing the shotgun on the Deimos, it was great until he was in a 1v1. Now, the Vendetta's a fine weapon to have a 1v1 with. It's really hard hitting. You've got a nice little scope on there. You can thread some really nice shots. Why does he try and confirm the kill? Like, if he's got him down, just leave him down. Like, go for the guy that's jumping over. I guess, you know, it's tiny stuff, isn't it? To be fair, he should have never been in that position because we had Rexon just walking into sight. like Shopify had such an upper hand there, and I feel like they've gone soft on a few of those engagements towards the end.
And for me, it's Rexen walking into the side like that. I mean, I think he thought, you know, he thought there might have been a gap where there obviously there wasn't. And especially with the, it's not like Shopify had a particularly low time there either. They had what? Let me go. See, I love this. I can always go back and check. You know, 27 seconds doesn't seem like a lot of time, but when you're in a 4v4 and you're literally at the entrance to the site, especially with an IGL like Canadian, that's a decent amount of time to reset, figure out any remaining info, then move in.
Oh, especially considering they've done everything.
Exactly. I just don't know if Rex
There's like nothing
needed to
left to do. Yeah.
I think that's the thing that comes down to for me. But either way, it's the first round. It happens. And I think we can give Cloud9 and Packer in particular. Nice to see him excel with those shotguns. Player who's been playing with the M59 basically since I've been casting him. Nice to see him have some success with it. 3 kills after round 1. And Shopify do love their plants. Canadian, and as all his teams, love their plants. And it seems, at least for the moment, that might be what they're trying to gun for, as they're doing a lot of utility clear out front, while we have a couple players creeping around this top floor. Ooh, it's actually Canadian with the diffuser alongside Ambi on this top floor.
There's a heck of a lot of vert been opened as well by these defenders. There's going to be a real thorough droning required right now. Silent, he's going to be pretty tucked. Kobilax has an option to make himself a real fortress right now. Dokubicall going to come in and try and give a little bit of information. Even with Gitty on the catwalk. Shopify really just going to ignore all this? Looks like they've slit the net. Ambi's making his way down XO. We got Canadian behind him with the diffuser. This could be disastrous.
I was going to say, this is a bit of a risk from Shopify, but I mean, this could be disastrous for either team. Drone coming in. Ambi just quick peeking. Waiting to see if any defender decides to give him an engagement. The next Dokubicall goes out. A lot of these anchors are probably going to feel safe. And now that Ash Charge goes out, Dream is not bluffed. Dream is not scared whatsoever. C4 goes out. Oh, but caught on the wall. That might have been the end of Canadian, but now Ambi starts to push up. Canadian can apply the pressure too. ADS Canadian will fall, and Ambi trying to get the trade. Silence got a very important kill, and it's all coming up C9. Disaster is the headline for round 2. Surf looking to clean up the mess that's been made inside of basement. And he is unfortunately a day late and a kill short. 3 of them, in fact, as Cloud9 move up 2 in a row.
Another bit of a question mark there on Shopify's response into that round. Surely want to just try and sneak in and get down into, get down through XO stairs and make something happen. You just get the feeling, kind of goes into what Lax was saying on the desk. If Canadian has the Monty there, that's a very different engagement. But he's on the Blackbeard and kind of has to take the gunfight. The information just isn't enough. You can't just on the BB, you've got to be active. You've got to be taking those gunfights. On the Monty, it's a different story. You can just bully in and pick out and give away information. But not being able to win that gunfight against Dream, this is the gunfight right here. Dream eventually getting taken out, but just a bit of unfortunate timing there between Ambi and Canadian to really pinch him effectively. One of them was always going to fall with that timing, but 2 rounds so far for Cloud9, moving into round number 3, where they're going to take the mid floor. I tell you, everything they're doing seems to be working right now. They've got good map presence. I don't think that Shopify have given them the most testing attacks to sort of test these defenses, but you can't really ask much more of them right now.
No, you can't. And honestly, I'm not saying they should have taken the tactical time. I'm not going to backseat coach that way, but I'm kind of surprised we don't see a bit of a pause from Shopify. I mean, just on paper, team against team, I think all of us probably thought that Shopify are winning at least one of the attacks out the gate, given Cloud9's history, given Shopify's strengths, the many that they have. And to see that second attack be a more dominant loss than the first, it's really a bit worrying. But there's faith, clearly, in the plan being set forth. On the tertiary site, there is a very clear opportunity to get your first win on the board. Sad for Rexen to lose that Clutch drone mid-hack, unfortunately. But the Brava, against this particular lineup, has a lot of utility she can find. 2 BPs, the F-Knots, the Banshees, even Mute Jammers if you want to. A lot of, much of a target-rich environment for the Brava.
Oh, it's a TRI for sure.
Certifiable TRI.
Spoit. Now a little early death mark there, forcing Dream into a Mute Jammer. Canadian starting to take a bit of control here on Catwalk, but immediately dealt with by Dream. Rexon's getting chipped down as well.
1 HP. You can see Spoit looking to get that refrag, sitting on the rafters. Shopify do have tenuous control of Garage, but now with Ambi on 1 HP, I was about to say, this should be an easy cleanup. What is that headshot onto Spoit? Surf already felt the world on his shoulders in basically what would have been a Pyrrhic victory in round 2. And now with 2 of his teammates on 1 bullet apiece, and him dwindling lower and lower, 3-0 is looking all but guaranteed for Cloud9 right out of the gate. On their better side, to be fair, but against the only other flawless team in the league alongside Dark Zero, Cloud9 are racking up rounds on a side where they need every single one they can come by.
Dream must have hit some really nasty shots from his position here.
That one on Canadian seemed filthy.
Yeah, it's either been Vert or that really long angle onto the stairs. And he's just chilling down there. He's vibing. Surf's going to start to try and get this plant down, though. He might get away with this, you know.
I mean, he might, but again, Pyrrhic victory.
In what world does Dream get a quad game that round?
He's actually bent bullets around the ceiling to headshot Canadian there.
I mean, surely we see the timeout, right?
Yeah, you have to. Contractually obligated at this point.
It looks like even Cloud9 are getting ready for it. They're like, yeah, they're going to time out now. Let's just take a moment. We'll get the bans out of the way, and then we'll just flow immediately into the timeout for Shopify. What do they do here? What do they remove? Surely it's the Azami.
I don't even know.
Surely they just get rid of the
that makes
Azami.
sense. Like, I'd remove the Azami because it is a problem, but, like, the Azami's not been the problem.
Rid of the Clash? Okay.
I mean, it was an issue. We can agree to that.
Yeah, I think it forced some weird play from Shopify. They dealt with it. But I don't know that it's as big a problem as the Azami could be. As predicted, we will flow immediately into the tactical timeout. No real surprise to see it brought out here. It's always a good time to do it as well in and around the mid-game banning that we have now inside of CJX. Can just eke a few more seconds out. What's the call going to be, Lynx? What's the problem?
It's kind of difficult because they went slower in the first round, you know, which makes sense for second floor. It's going to be kind of direct either way. You can go for a backstab aqua or something, but usually whenever you have those top floor sites are always going to be a bit cramped, and paradoxically, sometimes it is the most cramped sites that can take the longest to figure out because you have to butt right up against the defense. But then they try to go for something assertive in round 2, and maybe they thought they could get away with more dodging those vertical angles. Maybe they thought the Dokubi call would do a lot of heavy lifting for the intel late round. But then we get round 3, and, like, frankly, I'm just going to keep it real. I got no idea. Like, Canadian just gets domed immediately from the site. Maybe he just didn't think he could really, like, he wasn't really that exposed to it, and maybe Dream just hit a life shot, and honestly, based on how it looked, no disrespect to Dream, he did get a 4K. That one kind of looked like a lifer. Like threading,
SMG11, yeah.
Like threading the needle onto that top floor.
5 seconds to insertion.
But everyone's still caught out on individual engagements and put quite low.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
So Shopify have tried switching up the pace, and of all the things I thought would stay the same, I did not think Canadian on the Blackbeard would be it. So I guess you ask, what's the call? To be honest, I don't know. I am at least surprised that Canadian on the Blackbeard remains consistent.
I kind of understood it when he was hovering the Capitao. I was like, yeah, sure, bring the Capitao. It kind of worked it worked well.
He plays a lot of Capitao too.
And he plays a lot of Capitao, but he's not your typical Blackbeard player. In the set, you know, it's a shield. Yeah, granted, we know that Canadian can play a shield very well, but I don't know that Blackbeard is necessarily the one.
Well,
very quickly though, we will see the wall opened upstairs. Bit of drone action now from Rexon, just searching through. He can start to remove some of these cameras. There's been some really good information gathered in the early part of the round. Set that up for a little flank cam for later on and move on with his day, I guess. DMR's being forced as well because his army is still in play. No Flores, no Ash, no sort of at-range way of dealing with those Kiba barricades aside from that DMR, which, let's be honest, isn't ideal. Especially the way that Kobe Lax has been shooting so far. He's been pretty good in this area. Not sure how they're going to try and root him out here.
I'm not sure either. Flashes go out. Canadian gonna have some flashbacks sitting on top of rafters right now. I was gonna say, typically Troy will use these shields to try and facilitate a plant. He's not gonna be your entry Blackbeard applying pressure and displacing people. He's usually gonna try to use it as protection to get in for a plant, but in Garage, I was about to say, that's a very difficult position. The nades do go out, and Rexon neutralizes any advantage gained. It's Dream to fall inside of the site, who's already placed most of that utility. Depending on what Andy had in pocket, that could be worse for Shopify, but it's especially so with Rexon on such low HP. Cloud9, being the more inexperienced team, have the tendency to get antsy. You see it as an affliction affecting many teams in the bottom four, and C9 are no exception. And so in this 4v4, as Rexon's on low HP, and Shopify angle for a reset. Not only do you need to keep a cool head, but also keep your eyes open. You hear one, but two sound cues. The Blackbeard on the opposite side of the map, but Giddy downed by Surf. Lost about half his HP. A nice C4 sent out in the process. Rexon finished off as well. 2v3, but 2v2 as Surf coming in, the closer inside of IT. They've got time to pick Spoit back up to only 10 seconds. And Spoit and Surf, both of Canadians' coverage on low HP. One around the corner. Surf will bite and move in to secure the fourth. An extremely close one. Even in a 3v1, I can see a world where Silent wins that. But he doesn't. And Shopify just have the slightest pulse.
Timeout has been good for a round there for Shopify. And to be honest, they desperately needed it. They didn't want to go many more rounds behind here on Labs. A much better approach from them. Getting the early work done in the round very quickly, very effectively, and then giving opportunity for Cloud9 to start to make some mistakes. That C4 was very unfortunate not to pick up the full kill onto Spoit, and honestly, if it does, the round maybe goes a little bit differently. As it stands, Surf was the star of the show in round 4. And Shopify get their round on attack. I've got a feeling, though, it isn't going to end there. They're going to need a little bit more out of this attacking phase to give themselves a comfy time on the defense. Down to the basement we go.
5 seconds to go.
Previously, when we saw this site, Shopify attempted just to sort of sneak down Exo stairs in a lineup that's, let's be honest, very similar to the lineup that you see brought here right now. With Ambi on the Dokkaebi, with Canadian on the Blackbeard. Those two making their way down those Exo stairs to try and make something happen. And just got, I mean, dealt with is one way of putting it, but it was pretty messy. So I'd like to see a little bit more go into the setup this time.
Maybe respect that, Vert. Try to clear a little bit. It's a bit difficult, you know, we got the castle and the Azami. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a cakewalk. Maybe at least try to displace them a little bit, or even if you're going to go on the site, throw down some more smokes. Again, a Capital might be good. Of course, you got the Warden. Got to worry about that too. And that's the thing I'm coming to, is that at least on defense, which to be fair, like I said, has been Cloud9's better side. They're certainly giving Shopify a lot of problems. A lot of things you have to worry about. Oh, we could do this, but there's a castle and a Azami. Oh, we could do that, but there is a Warden and a mirror on site. There's even an Azami Rafters on a basement defense. This one makes me a little nervous, I can't lie. Azami and Fenrir on top floor. If they get spotted, I mean, this is a very easy cutoff.
I mean, yeah, it's an easy cutoff, but look at how much time they can waste. This lineup is horrendous to try and go up against. There are some good drones available right now for SR. Surf will find an opener. Kobilax. He's been a menace on that Azami throughout this 5 rounds that we've seen so far, but he's not going to have too much to say about it here. Taking out his first blood. Rexon's only down at half HP. It looks as though we're knocking on the side door yet again.
And paradoxically, the same push. Early control, early open the breach, then immediately barrel down Exo, and somehow it's worked completely differently than it did before. There's plenty to talk about as to why that might be. But Giddy, while he might have the vert, the time is not favoring him. Shopify more than enough time to reset, even if he successfully knocked Canadian off that diffuser. That's a hell of a flick onto Spoit. That's proof Giddy can compete with the best of them, to be sure. But a 1v4 in this situation in the post, you can see he understands it is beyond his grasp. It is beyond his capabilities, as it is beyond many's. This will be Shopify's second. And now, with round 6 just after this, only 1 away from tying the game 3-3 and bouncing back from a really shocking start against C9.
Is Gitty going to be able to grab himself another exit? No. Canadian gets it done on the Blackbeard. A similar approach there from Shopify Rebellion, but a very different result. This time, successful not only in clearing the site and getting the diffuser down, but also coming away with the round. Spoit maybe still smarting from Gitty, just deleting him off the face of the game, but one flashy kill is not enough to win a round. There's far more that goes into it than that. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you look at the way that that attack went the first time we saw it, and we criticized it because people lost gunfights. You look at the way that attack goes there, people win gunfights, they win the round, and it looks like a decent strat. It's very fickle. Such fine margins. But Shopify come away 2 rounds to 3. An opportunity now to level things up. And let's be honest, at the start of this game, we were kind of sat here worrying a little bit. We were thinking, is this Cloud9's map? Like, have they hidden this, and is this where they're now going to start to dominate?
Well, it does not seem that will completely be the case. And I think one thing we've always given Cloud9 credit for is they have some very sharp players. I think, in particular, Kobilax and Silence so far this stage have been quite good. Packer's also not doing, you know, too bad. I think he's like in the mid-90s EPS and obviously on for 5, though 3 of those kills did come in the first round. For to be fair. The Dream also having a pretty solid game, though again, 4 of those also only came in 1 round, now that I think about it. Might be a little bit of a theme.
A little bit of a multi-kill theme going on the side of Cloud9 at the moment. But hey, it got him rounds. I don't think that Dream's kills in the round where he got them, he got the quad K. It wasn't necessarily that he was in the... Yeah, he was just in a good spot and kind of really took advantage of Shopify almost sleeping on him, really.
But, I mean, Ollie, I was alluding to this earlier. We got to mention. Cloud9 have over 50% defensive win rate. They can only win 1/3 of their attacks inside of the NA League. They are the 2nd worst attacking team ahead of Envy.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that this isn't how we expect.
Oh no. I'm not saying you were saying it. I'm just saying we need to keep that in mind.
Oh, and I'm sure
even
that...
a 3-3 could pose issues.
Yeah, I mean that's an issue.
Well, that's
you want to talk about issues, Lynx?
That was about 5 issues put in the Dream's feet.
That is a big issue. This is the exact same pattern that Spoit took in the previous round as well.
Pretty common for a Deimos too.
Yeah, I mean Deimos
in that spot. I mean,
yeah. I wonder if he's able to pop the mirror open as well. He's going to take a bit of damage back through those holes. He's got so much information. There's clearly a very good drone somewhere that these defenders are struggling quite a lot with, because that is a solid red ping that's been going up for a good few seconds now. Another death mark coming out. Ooh, unfortunately stepping into the fire there as well. Spoit trying to rain on him from below, but Gitty, he's had enough of that. And he's going to put him to bed.
Like this reposition from Packer. Got to be careful on this low HP. but it might be enough to catch Canadian off guard. Just hold passive, play this off spot, but Packer can make these decisions sometimes, and it can end up costing them. Oh, but they got... No, they do! He finds one, but Surf, Bailiff in hand, is ready to check it. Not just the double, but the triple swing. A little unique flank from Giddy, but he's found out. Head in hands after that, and it's Kobe and Silent, the top 2 rated players on C9. Ever consistent, oh so lethal. Their guns fall silent in the final 10 seconds of round 6. A very slow start, but a solid comeback from Shopify to tie the half 3-3.
And that's why you pick Rexon up, because he's going to grab your final 2 kills. Really good stabilization there from Shopify. That tactical timeout has worked wonders. They've won every round since. Clearly coming into this fixture, just a little bit slow, a little bit flat-footed, and just needing a bit of a G up. Because if they'd have attacked the way that they've attacked in those previous 3 rounds throughout the entirety of that first 6, it'd be a very different scoreline indeed. Now as the sides turn, our attention is going to be on that Cloud9 roster and their attacks because, as you've already mentioned, Lynx, not the best in the league. Second to last. This is where we're expecting them to struggle, and this is really where Shopify should just be putting their foot even further to the floor.
It's always one of these tricky positions as anybody playing Vert, by the way. You want to be the master of those angles, but at the same time, it can be very difficult dealing with those small angles, and, I mean, even if you just play ranked, you know that. It might seem like you're safe from the rafters or safe through those bars, and all of a sudden, you look at the kill cam, and the guy that's killed you has, like, the clearest angle on you on the planet. It's like, all right, cool, sick. Awesome. So I kind of feel for Spoit there, but overall just a clean finish for Shopify. And now as we get to these defenses, what will C9 opt to bring? We always talk about Packer and the shields. He does like running them, and I do think it is worth pointing out that, especially as he's already pre-picked the Blackbeard. If you are new to C9 or new to teams led by Packer, he likes to play these shields, and Blackbeard and Monty are 2 of his most played ops. But he's in a similar position, unfortunately, and I feel bad I have to make this comparison. Unfortunately, C9 are in a bit of a similar position to Los, where their main shield player, unfortunately, has not had the biggest impact. So instead of being this massive threat that the defense has to deal with and ban out completely, it's like, okay, we'll take out the Monty, but aside from that, we know he's playing the shields and we know he's beatable, so we'll let him have it. Happens to Arthur on Los, and fortunately, Cloud9 and Packer in particular getting that same reputation.
Yeah, and Shopify not investing too heavily into looking to fully chop Packer's legs off. They're not looking to ban all the shields here. They've opted for a Maverick ban as well as a Monty to kick things off. So recognizing that, you know, maybe it isn't as big a threat and we just know to expect it and to deal with it. This is a horrible angle to keep challenging onto. Trying to get the bandit trick off there. Spoit will be successful. Pretty unforgivable there from Kobe-Lax, to be honest, to let that happen. I don't know that the Deimos is the best tool for the job. Gitty finds Canadian out of nowhere, but Spoit's there with the reply.
It is unfortunate you lose those Zoto canisters, because as you can see with the, Maverick can cut through Bandit and Tuberau, so that's why he's gone. Losing those Zoto canisters will be a bit of a burden for Shopify, but I would be very happy that the Deimos is off the board. I don't have to worry about those Deathmark trackers. You brought the Mute Jammers in case it might be a problem. Now it won't. And you won't have to do any weird tangling with the vertical angles like we saw Spoit have to deal with. Rotate Holb and reinforced off into connector, and we can see Cloud9 have a big chunk of the reinforcements in sight to cut through.
This is really bad for C9 though. Spoit's likely going to get one of those tricks off. Mute Jammer assisting as well. Rexon with a C4 onto Gitty. A nade thrown up from below to try and disrupt Spoit, but I don't feel like that connector wall's getting open at all. Now he's on it with a C4. There's no Selmas left. There's no tin openers left. It's going to be a single doorway push through connector. It's going to be a disaster.
I mean, you need like an Aqua backstab or an IT backstab of some kind, just a different dimension, just to give you a chance. You can see Dreams trying to watch the flank over on IT, and it won't be an Aqua backstab. It'll actually be the main thrust of the push, though Packer does rotate, and you got time. You got time to consider things. 30 seconds can be a decent chunk. We'll hop into garage. Face-to-face with Ambi. Would ideally like to push this guy into Dreams' line of sight. Instead, Spoit tries to get aggressive. Ends up paying for it. Two players immediately swarm around Packer, but it's a 2v2. Silence got a nice kill, or Dream, excuse me, and it's still Shopify with the consistency that matters in these hectic engagements, taking the lead for the first time this map.
Another round on the board for Shopify there. Their lead now starts to grow. That timeout proving crucial for their attacks, and on defense, kind of looks like business as usual. Their goal in that last round was just to make things as difficult as possible for Cloud9 to get into the building. That's the way that they've structured the bans, removing the Monty, removing the Maverick. And that's likely the way that they are going to try and structure the next couple of rounds as well. Despite losing that opening pick, it was traded very quickly. It wasn't something that slowed Shopify down at all there. Would imagine that we see the Bandit ban come in for Cloud9 in a couple of rounds' time, but at that point, it's going to be a little bit, it may be too late. They need to come up with a better solution to opening these walls and to trying to deal with the Bandit. It looks like they might have found one. Kobilax, he's going to be hovering the ram for the time being. That's going to get locked in, and that tells you that they're going to try and make a little bit of a... They've got a small problem with that. They've got Spoit playing upstairs on the Legion. He can be very self-sufficient at the best of times, let alone when he's got an op like Legion at his fingertips.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that even without droning, C9 anticipate that, though. If you have a feeling they're going to bring the Bandit and play the Bandit trick, and obviously if they want to bring hard breach denial and not mute or 2 morale, they only have one option for electrification. You know that the defense will probably have to contest the vert if they want to Bandit trick. Maybe C9 anticipate that, maybe they do not. And I will not hold it against them if they don't, but that's why you have drones. You can always figure those things out. It will have to be something they deal with. Canadians place 2 Bandit batteries early on, but C9 taking things very slow. Will spot Spoit not playing around supply, but instead playing around the long garage hallway. C9 angling very nicely for this full clear. Kobilax finally makes his way in. Boogie drone activated to... watch the flank in a different position, but you don't have a lot of boogie drones, and you don't have a lot of soft breach, I will say. Could be important, but gotta hope those other two have use.
Ooh.
Well, that's not ideal.
I mean, Packer, we credit you as a shield player. That is not very characteristic of a shield player that knows what they're doing, my friend. Kobilax will be there for the trade, and Ambi falls.
I'd make that deal, though.
As the Goyo, his job's done. So Kobilax is going to use one of them at the top of Vend. Oh, Canadians there with the C4. It's brilliant. Well, that's the end of the soft breach.
Not recovering from that one if you want the vertical. Hey, maybe you can start shooting it up with the Vendetta. Spoit is still up here. Spoit is literally roasting marshmallows in the middle floor right now. And C9 are like, well, that ain't good. Calls for reflection. We'll try to make the same play Shopify did. A quick push down Exo. This is Shopify's gambit. You'd hope they'd be ready for it, and almost at perfect timing. The moment Silent hits that door, both Vulcan packs open up in time with Dream using both his 10 openers, opening that breach. It's not him with the diffuser. He's just watching as Giddy will move in from Exo to put the diffuser down. But Spoit still has this vert. Somebody's going to need to take care of it. I don't care if it's Dream. I don't care if it's Silent, but it's got to be one of them. And this is just too difficult for C9 to figure out. Giddy's trying to go for the off plan. And again, Spoit's ready for it. He's been up there the entire time. It's a 2v2. Even if Surf doesn't get that kill, Spoit has the position. But Surf has the angle to close out round 8. And Shopify kept us waiting. And now with 5 rounds in a row, they are not disappointing.
It's like a runaway train, Lynx. These guys are just unstoppable at the moment. I can't believe... Did Sport even get droned?
No, he did.
Like,
he did. We saw him in Garage Hall at the beginning of the round.
Oh, no, he did, didn't he? He got droned in Garage, but he never got droned up there. Time for Cloud9 to do some soul searching. They are going to take their tactical timeout and see if they can have some of the same impacts with it that Shopify had with theirs. Shopify are really making C9 work for every inch of map control at the moment. Just the fact that we saw a top floor clear, and not only just a top floor clear, but there was utility being used to clear that top floor. We saw boogie drones be used.
Boogie drone on the second floor on a basement attack.
Like, for kitchen? Like, is someone really going to be chilling in kitchen? I don't think so. The round kind of unraveled a little bit when Packer just got caught full sprinting down the corridor. It's probably going to be the first kill we see in the highlight. There it is.
It's like, I don't know if, is Packer being trolled?
Maybe they thought someone was in kitchen.
Yeah, maybe so they thought he was in kitchen, and he's a bit of an off spot. Maybe he's been misdroned. It's like, how does this keep happening? I feel bad. I like Packer.
Well, some of the impressive numbers that were being thrown up on Cloud9's defense have started to look a little bit less impressive now that we've got a couple of their attacking rounds under our belts. Packer now 5-5, Kobe like 6-6, Dream 8-7.
Dream 8-7?
10 seconds left
I mean, Dream got 4 kills in one round and did quite well on Cloud9's defense, but now he's 8-7.
To be fair, though, I think it is like 4 kills in one round, 2 kills in another. So you either got 2 in round 7 or 3. I can't remember. So 75% of those kills are from 2 rounds. He does have a 43% cost right now.
Yeah, the impact across the game just isn't there. Is their tactical timeout going to be good for a round, though? Packer still going to be playing on the Blackbeard. Still going to be looking for that top floor clear as well, it looks like, with the Ram being brought and those boogie drones. But I've never really seen them have like a good roam clear or a good understanding of... Oh, that C4, I thought that was going to maybe do some damage or get something, but never really seen them have a good understanding of this roam clear. There it is. That's the opening pick that we were looking for. SR, very good and consistent on that opening pick, and it's not necessarily a stat line that you can accredit Cloud9 to very well, but Dream's going to grab it in this round onto Spoit.
We can't give it to Cena in this game. Of the 9 rounds so far, C9 have the opening pick in 6 of them. Obviously, 4 of that coming from the defense. That does mean majority on the attacking side now. Giddy in round 7 and now Dream in round 9. Shopify have had ample time to reset, and there's still plenty of utility to do the talking. But for how this execute will likely go down, this is a massive drone for Packer. You want to keep that IT breach contained to make sure nobody can play the vert, and he's got a direct angle on it. You can see Giddy now lined up, ready. Nice pre-fire. Down goes Canadian. This should be a layup for Cloud9.
It's looking a lot better, isn't it? Good focus on the early round. Gathered some really key information. They've managed to take control of IT. Still players upstairs as well. Surf's actually going to be rotating up here right now, so nobody playing on the site right now. There's nothing really to stop anyone from just hopping in. There is going to be a BP inside of control. There's going to be information if somebody does hop in and try and just get a plant down. Rexon, really important kill to find at this moment, but as predicted, that plant's getting nailed to the floor.
Cloud9 read that perfectly. Dream reacts, puts the diffuser down. Now they hop out. Rexon will find one on the fall off, but that just makes this a 3v3 in a difficult post. 2v3 actually with Surf going down. Ambi's got no Kibas to block that window. They'll take the time to pick that mute up, so it's full manpower available. Giddy moves in for the retake. An angle that anybody going for that defuse has to be worried about, and Cloud9 are playing this perfectly. Nobody moving an inch, though Giddy is found. Packer spotted outside that window too. It's not going to be easy, especially when they've got that angle, and Ambi unfortunately goes down, trying to contest the garage player. Rexon will find one on the immediate hop in. There's just not enough time. So Silent will move in, throw the flashes, get the angle on Rexon with just a second to spare.
Close, really. Rexon, 4 kills. Real big play from him. But I love the adaptation. I love the way that Cloud9 recognized, hang on a minute. There's 3 people left and there's 3 people upstairs. Let's just hit the site. It's one of the most difficult plants to hold in a post as a defender to try and retake onto it. As an attacker, you just get yourself outside. Upside down rappel, someone on garage door. Like, it's wraps. It really is. Very seldom do we see that one. You've got to have something left in your pocket. You've got to have a clash. You've got to have a Kiba. You've got to have a little bit of something left in your pocket as a defender to be able to plug up that gap and get that disable off successfully. Cloud9 tasting a little bit of success on the attack. Are they going to like... Yeah, I mean, are they going to like how it tastes? Maybe they've got a couple more in them yet.
You'd hope so with that performance. I mean, especially... Like, it's a small thing, but that reaction after Rexon gets the kill, like, okay, we're going to hit the site. Not wasting any time, not getting worried or caught up on less important issues.
I'll tell you what I thought was going to happen. I could really see a world where Silent just full whited himself and couldn't actually get the kill on Wrexham.
I will say, when I saw him double throwing flashes in the same room as the diffuser, I was like, all right.
I was like...
I'm a little worried.
Yeah, like, you know where this is, like... One of your teammates literally put it down like 10 seconds ago. Surely you know exactly
and when
where
your
this
teammates,
diffuser is.
you just saw him hop in the window. Not only do you know where the diffuser is, you know where he is.
I could definitely see a universe there where he just ends up full white flashed and Wrexham just sits there and holds F because he wasn't far off, you know, a second.
No, he wasn't. But it did not happen. And C9 only 1 round away from tying the game 5-5. Closest game of the day has been a 7-4. That was the OXG game we just saw, though 2 of those rounds came down to 1v1s, and based on the pace, it very well could have been a 7-2, depending on how things went for OXG. One goo mine stopped it from being a 7-3, for God's sake. So it's been a pretty one-sided day so far. And if Shopify win the next 2 rounds, we'll just be tied with the OXG wildcard game. So Cloud9, especially in their position, 4 points. Way behind LFO now. Even a regulation win will still keep them in 7th place, out of top 6 for the moment. And if they were to get that upset and full 3 points over Shopify, they've got Cruelty tomorrow, but then they've got OXG the next day. This is their hardest opponent. They've still just got a long way to climb from the points.
Round 10 bans being the Blackbeard and the Bandit.
You predicted it.
No main surprises there. Kind of like this from Packer, though. Look at his positioning. BB banned, forced onto the Blitz. Could be mounting something over in Aqua here. How quickly do we think that Shopify are going to be able to respond to this? Because they're going to start getting pinched from both sides.
Backing out, though. Cloud9 not really committing. Spoit will be found. It's a quick trade. So blows exchange, and now the Blitz currently doing his best Pitbull impression. Running around the world. Oh my goodness! Clutching my pearls after that shot he just landed on Dream. He just got sent back to Tempo Storm. Info on the player inside of IT2. Gunning for more is Ambi. Cloud9, who were trying to play quick, trying to play spoiler and catch them off guard, have been tied up in a neat little bow. The pinchers have been pinched, and Shopify moved to match point.
All I'm going to say is that is my fantasy pick right there. Amber, you are my #1 pick.
Surf's my pick. He just got the next 2 kills.
Oh, Surf was my pick.
I'm first.
Amber's delivered. That was a nasty shot.
Oh my
thing is that's just it's one of those plays that a player like Ambi is going to shoot a lot of shots like that, and they're not always going to land. But it's just pre-fires, isn't it? You know, someone's at the door, I'm going to pre-fire it, and then I'm just going to... But it's the fact that he just doesn't even pause to, like, revel in what's just happened. That's the thing that I love the most about it. He just carries on, business as usual.
2024 Ambi, he would have paused at that. He'd have taken his hands off the keyboard. 2025 Ambi, he's been around the block at this point. Okay? He's been here before.
Yeah. Yeah, he's done that on main stage now. It's not a big deal.
His first event was the NA team against a Brazilian opponent. I think he's fine.
5 seconds left.
Well, there it is.
Men's stage at aside.
Shopify securing points in this fixture. 6 rounds to 4, couple of round buffer right now to get it over the line. They have managed to sneak the old clash through as well. So while Fabian might not have had the benefit of a Monty on the attack, he certainly has the benefit of a clash on the defense.
Fabian's a crazy comp from you.
I've done it again. Canadian, of course.
Not Swedish.
Definitely not Swedish. Still a cold place, though.
We can end to that. I think Packer makes it up long haul this time. Well, see, he's actually bypassed it completely by hopping in kitchen window. Well,
does that count?
He still has to walk up long haul. He still has to kind of make this distance.
It doesn't look like there's going to be anybody there. It looks like it could be okay.
I'll take that. Still one Dokkaebi call, but 2 in the tank for C9. Spoiled on the Vigil is the only unaccounted for player. Moving around the middle floor with the ERC, and out goes the call. As he evaded that line of sight, you can see Packer worried about it, heard it. Spoit turning off his phone as quick as he can, silencing as the action is about to start. Tries to get the impact angle. Oh, Spoit, I believe you probably should have fallen back, my friend. And it seems that C9 will try to capitalize off this momentum. Think a boost in play, beat holes covered, and diffuser incoming through the Animus breach. Packer gets a line on Rexon, but a beautiful crossfire by Surf. It's full Animus control for the attack, and the other site fully in the control of Shopify, but the important part is what I said earlier, because the diffuser goes down successfully. Kobilax nails Surf to a post! And that's exactly what we move into. 6-5 will be acquired. Cloud9 just 1 round away from taking Shopify to their second OT game of the stage.
Just when Cloud9 needed it. A massive round. I really thought that Spoit was safe. Like, the timing on it was just so perfect. He made his, the attacker stopped to punch the barbed wire.
There's an overt. He made the vert.
If he just gets back to the site, I mean, he would have been a gun in the, he would have been another cog in the machine at that point. Would it have made a difference? Maybe not. Packer was on a little bit of a warpath. Didn't really have too much impact because as soon as he burst through, I kind of felt like he'd gone a bit too deep, to be honest with you. But the chaos that it caused was brilliant. And the fact that Kobilax could come in right behind him, I have no idea how Kobilax was hitting those shots, by the way, with the SMG-12, because their recoil is just horrendous on that thing. And the spray's going absolutely everywhere, but he manages to get 2. Dream getting the kit down as well. As soon as he gets in, D-shields and immediately gets taken.
This is crazy.
That second shot to Surf is crazy.
I don't even know how you hit that.
It's like, it looked like DPI at 2 million.
I will give Kobilax this. He is kind of a menace with the SMG-12. Like, I have criticized Kobe a lot from DZ to now. I cannot take away this. He has probably had some of the most impressive plays with the SMG-12 of anybody this stage, and he's got like 3 at this point. I would start banning Dokkaebi against this team, to be honest. Like, Kobe just gets in flow state with this op.
Maybe Packer's just the decoy. Maybe it's like, oh, you ban the shields. Packer plays a lot of shields.
I guess he's the decoy, but...
Kobilax is sat there rubbing his hands, got Dokkaebi to play every single round.
Literally. He knows he's got the SMG-12 coming. Potentially, well, I don't know, based on that momentum, might not be the final round. We might have got 13 and 14 coming up after this. It's a kitchen defense from Shopify.
That's where it really starts to get a little bit tense for Shopify as well, because SSG are obviously going to be watching this game. They play in only a few minutes just after this one finishes. Kind of changes the stakes a little bit for that SSG game if Shopify don't get full 3 points here.
Like, they can't get overtook, but, like, you got to play DZ tomorrow.
Yeah, you can be like knocking on the door, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. We maybe take that trade if you Shopify.
I don't know. I just think the issue is just the momentum, right? It gives Cloud9
definitely
the
there.
initiative, even if it gets traded.
I mean, everything fairly equal at the moment, aside from Gitty's HP. Gitty is one bullet, maybe even a clutch shock. Who knows? Ooh, that's not a great one.
What?
Oh, okay. It's a spoit round.
Okay, well, I guess the game's over.
And he just teleports back to site. Like,
Ooh, no, he doesn't.
Maybe not,
He's
actually.
been interrupted in the process. I can't believe Spoit has actually just decided the game is over. I don't even know where he came from. Like, that actually was so crazy. I want to hit the VAR right now, but I can't because the game's going to end. Spoit actually online to go neutral this game. -1, and if he finds Dream, he will get 9-9. A little BM in chat. Good lurk, Kobe. But you really got to feel for C9 there because it looked like they had momentum. They had some motion after round 11, and then you get to round 12. And Spoit just decided that the game was done, that Shopify have places to be, and that C9 are not going to be the team to undo their flawless streak just yet. Both DZ and Shopify remain without a loss, but that all changes tomorrow.
Big performance there from Shopify. Really getting the job done. Things not really going to plan on their attacks, but managing to keep things tight on the defense. A big individual round as well for Spoit to close out the game. And you kind of think without that, without someone really standing up and being counted, there's a world where that goes to overtime because Cloud9 didn't look horrendous.
No.
They were managing to put some moves together. They were managing to get the plant down. They were getting in and amongst the site and causing a real nuisance of themselves. Players like Kobe likes having huge standout games. Not as clear-cut as we thought it was going to be.
Not as clear-cut at all, but whether it's clear-cut, rough-cut, whatever, that's the desk to figure out after this.
I have cross for door.
I'm just keeping an eye. He's going 90 side, okay?
I'm holding that
90. He's already across. Could go games.
Yeah, he crossed. He's low.
Their games. No door. Could be lobby now.
Nice, Willie, you're crazy.
Dude, I fucking needed that. God damn, bro.
Let's
Good shit,
fucking
bro.
go. Listen, we don't
fucking
rely on hero plays, but sometimes we need.
Heard super chiming in there in the very end, not relying on hero plays, but sometimes
you need them.
You need them.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself. As that one wraps up, a 7-5 victory for Shopify Rebellion. Maybe a little closer than they were hoping, but they get the job done nonetheless. We'll talk with Rexon now after this victory. First of all, congrats on the win. As always, a great way to start off the Super Week. But right off the bat, I'll ask the question I think we're all wondering. Coming into this matchup against Cloud9, did their performance beat your expectations of them? How did you kind of handle the start of this match going down 0-3?
So yeah, I will say they played very well at the start. As you saw, I mean, we were down 0-3, and I think it's always good to not underestimate your opponent, whether they be considered a trap game or not. So even if they're, bottom of the leaderboards, doesn't really matter. You treat each game the same. I thought they played, again, very well, above my expectations. They played pretty well the first 2 rounds, and pretty much in our timeout, our coach just told us, like, hey, you guys see that they are giving you guys the map. You guys are actually getting the clears done pretty well, but just be decisive, have a play, 3, 2, 1, count it down, and then execute. And that's pretty much what changed between the first and second half of attack, and they went to 3-3.
Well, congratulations on the game. Obviously, yeah, when it came to your guys' defenses, it looked like you were trying to slow out Cloud9 a little bit in some of those areas. Was that preparation going into it? Did you understand that they had an issue with being able to clear a big map like that? Or was it just something that you found yourselves in the game, time's dwindling down, let's just focus on denying their execute?
So, I mean, yeah, as you say, with any team, right, you want to play, like, pretty much there's different stages of the round, and then at a certain time period, you want to fall back. So, after, like, around a minute 10, minute 20, we usually want to fall back and set up for the execute. And also with that team, we were saying, I'm pretty sure Seth said, like, hey, ban the BB, they struggle to clear the map, and then with the BB ban, they're going to struggle, with taking the map, they're going to be low on time. So, again, just following, good fundamentals. Just when it hits that minute 50 mark, you want to fall back, set up for the next stage of the round, for the execute, and then you can give them the map. It's okay, they're running low on time. So that's pretty much what happened. We saw that they were slow, gave them the map, and then set up for execute and beat them.
Well, I want to kind of follow up with you having to fall back and kind of set up. I mean, you guys went down 3-7 on those opening engagements. And then on the defense, you guys had a 60-round win conversion of recovery. I kind of want to know, when you guys are in the, loser deficit of losing the man advantage, kind of what are the comms like? And does that tighten up everyone's position? Or do you guys just kind of play it as typically would then be played out?
So with man advantages, we throw them sometimes, but
only
if it's
sometimes.
a 4v5 on defense, you do not need to do like a dumb play to try and get the kill back, because you could still win 4v5. Now 3v5, it's a little bit different, and so as you saw in the 3v5, we almost won that. We had to make some crazy plays, but no, if we lose a man first, that's okay. And then when it got down to those points and us winning those rounds, being in a man deficit, that's just player to player. That's just talent. It's us against them. Like, we're gonna win it.
Just kind of a quick question to follow up on that. When you do lose a position or a player in said position, do you guys focus on then prioritizing of taking that control again, or is it more so kind of reading the scenario of like, okay, we can lose that control, we can afford to lose that because we have whatever is left over? Does it kind of just play situational for you guys, or kind of what is the rundown of that?
So yeah, as you said, it's situational depending on the site and the map. If we lose a guy Raptors and we're playing top floor command of Labs, we need a guy to fill that position. So we lose one guy in Raptors, or for example, Willie dies to a guy peeking IT. It's like, okay, that guy dies, BB hops from Raptors, we need to help him. So then Troy comes up with a clash, I go play the closed door to fight for IT, and you wanna fight for that zone, because if you give them that zone and your command, and they have connector open, they have fish control, then you're just gonna get pinched out, they're just gonna trap you and they're gonna kill you. So as you said, it's situational. We needed to fight for Raptors, and yeah, if we lose a player in that zone and it's important, you need to fill that position.
Absolutely.
For you guys to be successful.
Right, and finally, at the end of that game, we heard in the win comms, Spoit specifically say, I needed that game. What did that mean for you guys? Was there something going into it where it was a little bit of a mental game, or?
I just think Willie was hard on himself. He was saying like, oh, like my bad guys, I apologize. I didn't really play that well. And it's like Willie's a phenomenal player, and it's like everyone has their own expectations for themselves, right? You never want to play bad, you never want to cost your team. So he said he wasn't playing well, and it's like, bro, that's okay. Like you don't need to play well. Like you're on a team where you do not need to perform 120% every game. You just show up, do your job, and if you get the kills, you get the kills. So like for example, that last round, he gets like a crazy 3K. Like
I don't even know where he came from off that.
I see the silhouette above me, like I hear Blitz stomping at him, and I see boom, boom, boom. I was like, okay, well, we got Willie. He wins the round, so that's the Willie difference. And yeah, pretty much just show up, do your job, and that's what you just saying. I was like, I apologize for playing bad, and Seth was telling him, hey, it's okay, like don't say that, like don't be hard on yourself.
Well, Rexon, we appreciate the insight as always. Quickly, insight, forecast to your match against DZ tomorrow. We've been waiting for this one for quite some time. You're gonna bring out everything, or you're gonna keep it in the pocket?
Say something juicy.
Well, I don't believe in the whole leaving it in the pocket. I think it's like a shitty excuse. Yeah, no, of course, like it's like a one-sided rivalry. We always beat DZ. I'm planning on doing that tomorrow, and then we'll play him again in the playoffs, and it'll be a close game. But I'm playing, so I don't have to see that guy make a stupid tweet. That's what I'm really playing for. And I mean, it'll be a really good game. It'll be a really good game. Like everyone loves the DZ like SR rivalry. They're always good games. Like those guys are great players. But it'd be really, really good game tomorrow. Probably the game of the day, game of the stage. So I'm hoping for something good.
Yeah. That is why I asked about it. We're very much looking forward to it. Thank you, Rexon. I think, well, that was juicy. I think Foxy got what he wanted there. We will see you tomorrow. Best of luck in that one.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right.
Please, can every player just give an interview like Rexon? Like, give us the juicy bits. Give us, like, even if it's for me, like, I know the answer to. Like, I do this for the audience, for you guys, and I just love that Rex can actually break it down, put the urgency in situation, and just fully flesh out. So please, players, give interviews like Rexon.
I did not know some of those answers of, like, what in their heads. What are they thinking in those moments?
Yes, and it's like,
so big.
I could say it, but it's so much better when a player can say it. So, Rexon, thank you. Thank you for the interview.
I know every player never wants to, like, say something or give a soundbite, and then they end up losing or something. So obviously it comes with the confidence that Rexon has that they're going to win tomorrow. But obviously for every player in the league, honestly, even if you lose and you end up looking like a fool or something like that, like that's better than nothing, because you're giving everybody at home something to hold on to. The rivalry, we want to watch it. I've had my fair share of being able to call a team bad and then we lose to said team. So obviously,
good content.
I mean, if anybody knows the lore, if anybody knows the lore between me and Spoit, I mean, look at how it is now. Like, he's still playing, and I'm on the couch.
Well, Cloud9, they came out swinging. I think that's where we'll start before, giving Shopify their flowers. They, I think, shocked Shopify right off the bat. Had a very good first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I said it in the beginning. I wanted them to start off in the ban phase, eliminating that Monty, because Troy is really good at reading the site and understanding the flow of it and then just being able to constrict it. They did a good job getting rid of that Monty, but I also said at the very end, they need to double up to Fox's point of you're going to need to be able to match that aggression. You're going to need to be able to slow down the likes of Shopify, of players like Emby, and they were doing such a good job at doubling up and playing their position. But then we saw, once that timeout came, everything shifted from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue with Cloud9 was obviously the fact that they were constantly getting these opening kills, and then they wouldn't convert the round into round wins. They came out the gate swinging on defense, really great preparation, and that's what we wanted to see, is them using the brain a little bit more, because they're a team comprised of smart players. That's what we saw. But once things didn't go in their way, it looked like the adaptation lacked. And even with the man advantage, they wouldn't focus on the game plan of forcing the executes. And then when we saw on their attacks, it was very sloppy. Even rounds where they'd get the diffuser down or they'd have position, players that shouldn't be dying were dying. They'd have Raptors control, and then we see Silent and Dream die. Or they have the diffuser down inside of Cargo, and Giddy dies upstairs. Like, there's just really questionable situations on peaking that you don't need to do when you have the round already won. And a lot of those rounds, they gave the leg up. They gave the advantage back to SR, and a good team will take advantage of that.
But it was about giving the advantage back to SR, because so many of the rounds, Shopify come into the building and it actually doesn't go their way, Lex.
But again, and that's the struggling bit is, again, that Fox highlighted, if you're going to give them that, they're going to take a mile off of it. You give them an inch, they're going to take a yard. I mean, and that speaks into it. I mean, 3 and 7 on entry, that's obviously very sloppy, but then they had a 60% recovery rate on those entry kills that they lost. I mean, that speaks heavy into existence of what Rexon was talking about, is just being able to slow down, realize, okay, we just got to play our position. We still can play our game, even if we're in a man disadvantage. Let's just play together, and that's exactly what we did. And like what you just said in that round, where Giddy jumps in, loses that top control, it's stuff like that that you're going to go back and rewatch and be like, why did I do that? I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to make this a lot harder than I already did trying to get into that position in the first place. But again, I would say that's more crippling to a team is when you're losing to yourself rather than just outright losing to the team.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion obviously had 100% conversion when they got that opening kill. So obviously, if you're looking at it to Cloud9, why can't you do the same? You know, you're getting that advantage. It should be easier from there. Yeah, experience. Yeah, I agree completely.
Well, that one, the way it panned out,
I didn't think it was going to be that close. That wasn't a good game. That was a good game. I thought it was going to be more of a landslide coming out of Shopify, but I am glad that Cloud9 did keep the fight in. I think Link said it best. Had Spoit not gotten that 4K or 3K, I believe it was, we could have possibly seen an OT.
Could have been very, very close. That one now potentially a contender for match of the day. I thought our next match would be the match of the day, and it very well still could be. It's SSG, it's M80. The battle for the buy round. Still very much alive. We'll have that next.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifbo. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Hi, I'm Kina, and this is Operator Tier List with Amede.
We're going down the line. Azami.
Azami.
Azami's S tier.
Azami is an easy S, I'd say.
Debatable.
Best op in the game. Best op in the game. S tier. Best op in the game.
I would say A. I would say A tier. I would say A tier, especially since the Canes got rid of. Yeah.
What if we're not doing S tier?
A tier. B tier. A tier.
A tier.
No, B is Rage Bait.
I think Buck's A.
F.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
It's not even an F tier.
Just keep her down there.
D. This is an easy S. S, but in front of Azami or behind Azami?
What are you gonna do to counter Azami? Just shoot it?
I would say it's in front.
In front of Azami. Easy.
Yeah.
Rook S tier. He literally gives you
No,
more
yeah,
health.
no, it's C.
D tier.
D?
Rook is
No,
D
but
tier.
Behind Kev.
What about the Rook glitch though?
He gives you extra health.
I think he's worse than Jaeger right now. I would say
Yeah.
even C. I think his kit blows.
Okay. S tier.
I think he's a top of C.
Whoa.
Honestly,
Really?
it might be.
Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Of course, we gotta save the best for last in a matchup that could very well be the game of the day, SSG and M80, to close things out on day one of the Super Week. If you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in. Davide Fox Bucci, Mr. Gabriel Laxing Miralez over on the left. I'm Jonas Willinger. Thanks for joining us again. We've got a big one to close out the day with a bang here, and hopefully we get a chance to see which of these two teams is going to set themselves up for that third place finish potentially as we head into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, one of these teams going out of here today will be able to compete for that top two, assuming that they're able to win all their games out. And obviously, both these teams have not had an easy road, a lot of inconsistencies on both sides. And that's what we always talk about when we talk about these teams, is the inconsistency. And one of them needs to be able to step up here today, have a consistent, dominant statement win so they can take that and go for a run for that top two potential.
Well, since the start of the stage, I suppose maybe since their loss to Wildcard on the second day, SSG have turned things around, and they really started taking it to teams. They started steamrolling opponents here or there. Only very recently did we see that finally come to a halt.
Yeah, they got definitely limit tested in terms of last week. You know, they would go against LFO and completely steamroll them. When you talk about how well SSG has been, it's really been off of their aggression. And when I talk about limit tested, is when they would go again 2 weeks ago, they would play LFO on bank, they would play SR on bank. What we saw versus LFO, it was a game where they were just being the bully. They were forcing map control in such short time where LFO just did not know how to handle it. Then you pivot that going against SR, and it's a completely different. Same time stamp and everything. Notice the difference. SR is immediately fighting back and stopping that aggression, taking control of a round. And then we look at CEO versus LFO. What does SS do? They just immediately start fighting every single engagement outside these windows, outside into top square. They just did not respect Orgless whatsoever. And then you look at it in the verses of going against Shopify. They don't know how to tame their aggression. This is where Shopify just immediately starts taking advantage of them, taking advantage of their aggression. And this is where I'm talking about they were truly limit tested, because what we saw time and time again through SSG and where their success came from, it came off of aggressive plays. It came off of aggressive gunfights. Then they got a little bit of a taste of reality going against Shopify, where that aggression was met, it was controlled, it was tamed. Now you're going against the likes of M80, where they also understand how to play against aggression. So I do want to see a little different style of play coming out of SSG, in particular rounds where aggression just isn't working.
Well, another gap that game against Shopify exposed was their maybe difficulties they had attacking, specifically getting into the building and just getting that opening kill.
Yeah, and I think that's also a very big thing to note for SSG, is they were losing so many of those opening engagements. They lost 8 out of those opening engagements, only finding one of those to be successful for them. So again, it speaks into existence that their aggression, they can't always rely on it when you're going against the upper echelon of teams. And again, like a team against M80, they are going to understand how you play and they're going to know how to handle the aggression.
Yeah, it comes down to the confidence too. When you're going up against a team like LFO, you're going to be able to feel like you're the better players in the server at the end of the day. And a lot of those players of the aggression is maybe individual or two players going for those gunfights. But against SR, you know they're a very methodical team. They're going to be set up for aggressive plays like that. So it's going to sit in the back of SSG's heads. Oh, I don't necessarily know if I can go for a play like this. And those are situations, plays from SSG that is notable to them. We know that they're going to be going for those aggressive plays. So the mental game has an aspect to it.
It does.
And it comes down to the confidence and them believing that they're going to be the better team on the server, that their aggression can go. And obviously, they just have to be able to send it and follow through with it and not let that mental game affect them.
Well, SSG sitting in third, M80 right behind them in fourth. The story for M80, it's similar, especially because of the surprising loss that they took in that third week against Cruelty before bouncing back very quickly with a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, we all talked about M80 at the start of the stage. We believed in them. We knew that they were going to be able to be a team that was dominant, and nobody could have bet that they would lose to Cruelty. Nobody was believing in that, and Cruelty comes away with it. They upset them, and obviously there's an element of not taking Cruelty seriously, and it was a real hot and cold M80 that we saw in week 3, because immediately after that, they bounced back. It was a wake-up call. They stomped Oxygen, absolutely knocked the lights out of them with a 7-0 on Skyscraper attacks. Something we have not really ever seen is taking 6 attack of rounds on Skyscraper, and that just goes to show that they're not sitting back here dwelling on the past. And a specific player that I always look to be able to be that leader and that probably held a lot of that pressure was Hot and Cold. When you lose to a team like Cruelty, the whole team falls behind. As an IGL, you take it very personally. That's the biggest reason on why you feel like you're failing your team. But to immediately bounce back the next game, OXG, not only lead your team to victory, but also be the top fragger on the team, it says so much about Hot and Cold's level of being able to be a leader, that not only he's taking the pressure for his team, but he's also trying to give it back to everybody, be able to have an IGL that you believe in. One loss is not going to dwindle or make anybody on M80 second guess their leader.
Well, Laxing, I mean, you and Foxy both have been in a situation where, all right, one game doesn't go your way. You need to bounce back in a big way the next day, or maybe the next week, maybe the next month, the next tournament. How much credit would you give to an IGL, that in-game leader in a moment like that? Is it about the captain, the coach in that gap, or does it come down to that in-game leader making those calls and changing things up on the fly?
I'll say this, from my experience, your IGL is only as good as the players around them. And at the end of the day, that speaks into a lot of things, because you also have to rely on that IGL. So if the team isn't there, the IGL isn't there, you aren't going to find success. If the IGL is there and the team is there, a lot of that backing does come off the IGL's success and being able to set everyone up. So it does really speak into existence, that Hot and Cold coming alive, not dwelling on a bad performance previously against Cruelty, and then bringing that immediately then to follow up with the first 7-0 of the league. It speaks heavily into his ability to not dwell on the past and focus on righting their wrongs.
From knowing Hot and Cold as a player, and obviously knowing how difficult it is to be an IGL, when you lose a game like that to Cruelty that nobody would have been able to expect or call, you sit there as the IGL, you just take so much of that burden because you feel like it was your fault. And so to just have the fire lit under you, to go into the next game with that fire essentially and be want to make a statement game that it was just a hiccup. It just happened. It's not something that we're going to be focused on just going forward. To not only then IGL your team to victory in a 7-0, but also be the IGL
best.
and be the best in the server and put up those kills. You can tell that every single round he had something to prove, and he sure did. And it's a time that M80 needs it, because since they're done their role changes and being able to play this new style of Siege, a lot of the other players have been able to, or needed the time to develop. And now we've seen players like Gunner feel more comfortable. There's still some other players that we need to be able to see have their flowers, get those games under their belt in these new roles, and then M80 will look like that team that we saw at the start of the stage.
Well, Laxing, in a situation like this, I'd love to see these teams, as competitive as they are with one another, go to a map that they are both comfortable on. That would, I think, go a long way here.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I think we're going to end up on a map where both teams are very comfortable. They're removing... Okay, I mean, yeah, Skyscraper. I mean, I understand that to some degree. I would maybe leave it up, but yeah, Consulate, this is a very comfortable map for both these teams. Both these teams have played it. Yes, SSG didn't find success versus Wildcard, but at the end of the day, this is still a very comfortable map for M80. The only thing that does worry me is when you look at both sides of SSG and M80, they both understand each other's playstyle. They both played against each other countless times already, but if you're looking at the stats specifically on Consulate, M80's doing it better. Basically on attack and defense, they're at a 60% range, where SSG's at a 40% range on both attack and defense. So it just kind of goes into question, is SSG going to rely on their aggressive, heavy playstyle here to force M80's hand? Or are we going to like I said, I want to see them be able to slow down and maybe pivot less aggressive and only use those in moments that are needed?
I would like to see that. I think we're going to see a lot of SSG counter aggression, just making sure that M80 doesn't get in the building. And the way that M80's been looking on their entry status, I would say it might work out in SSG's favor a little bit more.
All right, we'll keep it snappy. How does this map impact your prediction? Laxing, we'll start with you.
I think it's going to go my favor. I think M80, especially after the, like I said, that big loss and then the sheer dominance on a map like Skyscraper, I think it's only going to carry over into Consulate into that confidence that we saw.
I'm going to go with SSG. I mean, like I said, the way M80's looking with their new style of attacking and approaching the map, I think there's going to be a lot of gaps on the way that they can get in the building. SSG is going to be hard hitting on those gaps specifically, and I just think SSG is going to be the one to take it out on Consulate.
All right, split predictions here on the desk. We will throw it down to the casters to get this one started. M80 looking to keep that momentum going. Lynx, Ollie, down to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Our final game of the night here, M80 versus SSG. The desk is fairly split. I'm pretty split myself on which way this one is going to go. There is only one thing that is certain heading into this fixture, Lynx, and that is that both of these two teams have a very difficult couple of days ahead of them, and it all starts right here on Consulate. Hell, even the social prediction is pretty split. That's one of the closer ones we've ever seen on the NAL.
Yeah, and honestly, like, fair. If it were more lopsided than that, I would be a bit skeptical. These two teams are neck in the standings, and based on how these next days might shape out, SSG with just a slim 1-point lead over M80 might be important. Now, just to clarify, both these teams are in playoffs, but that's not what we're fighting for here. In a top four that is proving to be extremely competitive, DZ, Shopify, SSG, M80, you want that bye. You want to be able to, or I don't know, there might be differing philosophies on this, but you want to be in that top 2 position to have the advantage of not necessarily going out so early. And both these teams obviously have difficult days, as Ollie mentioned, but their journey is actually the same. They fight today, and whoever wins here will get the lead over their opponent. And then Dark Zero Shopify play each other tomorrow, and the loser of that, in the second place position, will then be the prey that the victor of this matchup is looking to find. And wouldn't you know it, on the final day, M80 play Shopify, and Dark Zero play SSG. So both of these teams, in terms of the points, are looking, whoever wins this matchup, to try and build enough momentum with this game and their games tomorrow, as SSG play OXG and M80 play LFO, to then compete in, very likely, in unequivocally, the 2 hardest games for both of these teams on that final play day.
I really like how much we've sort of emphasized and sort of focused on this game's super important, and they're both going to play really difficult opponents on the last day. But there are some serious rocks in the road in the day in between. Tomorrow, the LFO game, the OXG game, like, they're the sleepers that are just going to turn into a barn burner out of nowhere. And especially with the way we've just seen OXG play. We've just watched them play, and they played fantastic. So I would be looking at that, and I would be thinking, yep, a difficult couple of days, not just sort of bookends of hard games, but focusing in on Consulate now. M80, they're going to be starting off on the attack. Clash and the Mute has been removed. The Ying and the Glaz also gone. We have seen Consulate earlier on tonight, but I've got the feeling that this is just going to be a little bit different, maybe a little bit higher quality than the game we saw earlier on.
It's possible. SSG opting to ban that Glaz, by the way. Obviously, it's a ban we've already, 1, seen tonight, and 2, we do see, but this is a map where M80 in particular have brought up the Glaz in 1 or 2 rounds in both the games they played against Wildcard and C9, which, by the way, both these teams have played Wildcard. M80 winning 7-5, SSG losing 6-8. But M80 have used the glass. Usually, I mean, they've used it on the CEO site, but also on Expo to contest the vertical angles. Obviously won't be a factor here. Little explosion happening on the bottom floor. We still do have some quirky operators, don't you worry. We've got the Sens. The first ROU projector already being thrown out down the long hall, carving the two sides of the top floor. Gavini immediately cuts down Newers, starting things off on the right foot.
Azami down. No more keeper barricades. And a net that feels like it's tightening quite early on. We've seen 2 minutes of play, but already all of the Toxic Babe canisters have been sent out. Bit of a diffuser juggle here as Kino, he's going to go and try and send it. There's a couple of smokes that have gone in, a couple of stuns, and well, is the cover sufficient? It looks like it might be.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jan, I know, will nail Gavini inside of admin, and Kino on low HP. Even though M80 get the post, it is a heavy toll extracted by Space Station Gaming. What a trade for J9O there. Worth his weight in gold outside of vending, and Gunner a bit indecisive what to do. Goes for the retake, but shotgun around the corner. He finds the first. Can he land the trade? Benja peeking around the corner. Hell of a close one to start out round one of Consulate, but it's SSG coming away in the 1v1.
We've seen a lot of close rounds tonight, and this game is going to be no different at all.
So close, my voice cracked.
Looked like it went down super early. It was like a very opportunistic plant. It was like, they've used all the Toxic Babe canisters. They've got nothing for this. We can cover it. Bang. M8 to get in and start to get that plant down. They had a reasonable post down below as well. But just not able to find the angle. Having to push up the stairs. Winning the close range engagement on the shotgun as well. Ashen falling there a little bit uncharacteristic. I was expecting that to be a fairly straightforward engagement for him to take.
That's the game changer right there.
Yeah, as soon as the admin player picks up the kill, it feels like it should be GG M80, but SSG managed to get it done already. Round number one, we have seen some fireworks, and I think that is indicative of what is to come. Downstairs to the basement then, we go for round number two. Quite a hefty 6-pick on the lineup as well. M80 maybe expecting something a little bit different, and instead going to opt for a little bit of flank protection, a bit of roamer hunting ability, and you know, a way to get that breach open. They've got the Maverick, they've got some tin openers. They're going to be able to get a little bit done there.
I'll give them that. And a very important round for SSG. Obviously, this used to be quite a strong map for them. From when the map entered the pool to NAL Stage 2 of last year, SSG had only lost this map 5 times in about the span of a year and 2 months. Since then, they have played it 7 times and lost it 5 times. As many times in 6 or so months as they have an entire year and change beforehand. So this might be comfortable territory for SSG, but it's not as favored as it once was. M80 will certainly feel comfortable finding the opening pick in round 2. Very narrow loss in the previous, and it's not stopped their momentum whatsoever. So they look to do what every Consulate team since time first began, since the map first entered the game. Open up Garage Wall.
It isn't that profound when you boil it down, is it? It's just opening up Garage Wall. But sometimes it does cause quite a few headaches. Benjamaster in a bit of a spin cycle of his own right now. The death mark is going to dissipate. The Dokupi call is still ringing out on him. And Diffuser is below, ready for the catch. Benja opts to go down the stairs here. He might have a bit of a chance, but instead he's just going to kind of commit. Just be like, yo, I'm here. You got to clear me. Make a little bit of vert. Seems like he knows that someone's below, but Gunner, he's going to be creeping down the corner. And again, that death mark out. Again, that phone call. Benja having to drop off now, and it looks as though he slipped the net.
Just crept through. With how close these rounds might end up being, you want every single player you can get your hands on. But it's still M80 in the lead. Not in terms of the manpower anymore, as J9O able to cut down Kino. Nice little trade soon after. M80 fighting back quite well. But the site is still in control of SSG. It might just be 2 players. It might just be J9O and Newers, but that basement site is still theirs. Direct intel on the Cade as Newers looks to retake some of the backside. The call going out that Deimos is over by server, and Newers will try to hold an off angles. J9O survives by himself. Yellow player where Gavini's been lurking for the past minute and a half or so has gone down, and Hot and Cold's moved past. Not aware. Newers is able to peek out. Only a 2v1. He's been spotted, but he's got only 8 seconds to waste. Diffuser and Gunner quickly need to regroup, and Gunner's the only one who can cover this plant. The direct cutoff does Newers check this angle. C4 goes out, lands at the right time, but Gunner, 0.4 seconds on the clock, demolishes Newers at the back of sight. 2 1v1s out the gate. Yeah, this is the match of the day.
I cannot believe that C4 wasn't enough. It was a wonderful toss. You look at it on the face of it and you go, oh, the C4, the timing on it. And Gunner just goes, nope, not today. A real valiant effort from Newers and J9O. Newers just not able to get away in time. Not expecting that level of aggression out of Gunner. Gunner had no other choice. The time was, there was nothing to speak of. 0.4 of a second, that's a blink of an eye. Both of these 2 teams showing exactly what tonight means. 1 versus 1s in round 1 and 2. We knew it was going to be a close one, but we didn't know just how close.
I certainly didn't think it'd be that. I mean, you literally cannot get closer than that.
10 seconds to insertion.
Not really not necessarily a coin flip in terms of the actual raw gunfight odds, but effectively, formally, the game is not.
How easy is it to waste 0.4 of a second earlier in the round?
You're really sitting there like, I'd thrown a glue mine somewhere.
You know, it's just, if you'd have hesitated a little bit earlier on in the round and hadn't found yourself exactly there as Gunner did, then he's not there to affect it, is he? Super fine margins. Will round 3 be any different? Let's get into it. 2 shields this time for M80. Looking to double down now with a Blitz and a Blackbeard. Still will be a focus on that roam clear, despite not having the Dokeby and the Deimos. You've got the shields that can bear down on these players that are going to be roaming above the site. And they know that there will be players up here. There's quite a heavy contingent of SSG players right now that are going to be on that top floor. And they've got a bit of utility kicking around them as well to keep them safe. Track Sting is going to go out. That should limit a little bit of the movement as well. And really ought to help M80 right now, because as soon as these shields start to go down, that's going to be it. And that's the go button right there.
Now the shields start to go down. 3 players all vaulting into the vending window, but it's Benja to get the first kill. Hot and Cold on the backside. Kino immediately fighting back. J9O falls, but there's 3 defenders in his way. Gavini on the flank, adding another direction. From the left, will start getting active, but there is no clear victor as we reach the halfway point of the round. A lot of pressure placed on Bathroom, a lot of pressure placed on Spiral, but it's SSG falling back. In fact, 1 player trying to hop out of the CEO window. That's how tense things are. Gunner's there watching. So Fultz's desperation does not result in any safe purchase on the floor beneath him. But Newers has an idea. An inkling as to how he might make this a 2v2. Heard Gunner go on drone, and him and Ashen together outside of the site. Might be able to find it. Warden spotted. Ashen not completely out of the woods, but M80 with time to reset.
And I think it's good for M80 that they use this time to reset. That early burst of aggression gave them something to work with. Newers, he's going to get tagged up now as well. Now the defenders know that the site isn't a very safe place to be. It's kind of the green light for M80 to enact the next stage of the plan. But look at Ashen there with the swing. Oh, 30 seconds and it's an equal 2 versus 2. This has gone from being advantage M80 with time to not looking very good. Diffuser has no business getting that kill. And the final to come in off camera, we'll see it in the highlights, but what a shot from Diffuser.
This game really is not disappointing, and if we were curious if we'd see the sleepy M80 that showed up against Cruelty, or the terrifying M80 that smoked OXG 6 attacking rounds in a row on Sky. I'm not saying it's that, but it's looking more like it than the former. As we reach the halfway point, I mentioned SSG's record on Consulate earlier, but M80's attacks so far this stage should be noted on this map. Both against C9 and Wildcard, they managed to land at least 3 rounds, and in one case 4, where in the past 6 or 7 months, SSG have struggled to get more than 2. On occasion, against Scars, for example, they'll get 4 and a 7-2 victory, but by and large, it's 1 round, 2 rounds, maybe 3 in an OT game. But defense has been their better side, whereas M80, at least this new iteration, this echo of the Beast Coast roster that started off our Stage 1 last year in such electrifying fashion. They've had some very nice ideas on this Consulate attacking side, and as they've already acquired 2 rounds within 3, and they could very well be up 3-0 if just a single 1v1 goes against them. SSG certainly have their work cut out for them, and M80 are not going to give up now.
5 seconds to go.
We were talking about M80's attacking win percentage before this playday started. We were doing having a bit of a conversation about it, weren't we, Lynx? And it's kind of skewed by that OXG game because they were so successful on the attack on Sky. And I think it's done something to skew numbers almost worldwide in terms of attacking on Skyscraper. But they've got the 2nd highest attack win percentage in the league right now behind Dark Zero, and we're crediting them heavily earlier on, so it's only fair that we mention M80 as well. So we are expecting reasonable things out of them on the attack here. A 67% win rate on the attack doesn't come by accident. Might be that freak few rounds on Sky, but they still got out there and got the job done regardless of how well or bad Oxygen were playing on the day. As you mentioned, very fine margins already. You could easily see this being a 3-0 for either side. As it happens, 2-1 to M80. And with the bans coming in at the start of round 4, we actually get a smoke and a Deimos ban. Deimos has been something that M80 have used pretty much every single round up until now. And they've used it to good effect to really pin down some of those defenders. And the smoke, as ever, one of the highest defender-operator pick rates. Always worth getting rid of, especially if you're worried about the clock.
I do love M80's confidence, though. They're not changing things up. Obviously, in terms of the operator lineup, but this is still directly aimed at an admin clear. And SSG have not opted to replace the smoke, where sometimes we see teams really desperate for that plant, and now they bring in the Tachanka. They're willing to bet this on C4s or maybe even Gershmots or F-Nots buying time when M80 are forced to clear out that util. But it's a lot of the same utility and a lot of the same positions. Maybe that diffuser will go in a different spot, though. As Hot and Cold now on Blackbeard instead of Deimos is over on the Spiral side. 3 out of 4 of these opening kills have gone M80's way, and this round in particular didn't result in a win, but it did result in M80 starting things out quite nicely. Kino put to 1 HP, but it's still 1 body lead to the attacking side with 45 seconds remaining. Diffuser's gone down, but can easily be picked back up. Janino contesting around the corner. In fact, a double swing on the single doorway just briefly gives the advantage to SSG. Could be a bit of a reset to allow Kino to be picked back up. Indeed, that's what will happen. But look at this, an aggressive line from Fultz, pushing up deep inside of the opposite site while the rest regroup inside of CEO. That's the kind of freedom they needed. That's the kind of momentum they needed to build, especially now that Newers finishes off the earlier done job of putting Kino to 1 HP. Now he falls. Gunnar moving into the middle of the fray. How nice things looked up 5v3. But J9O with that Scorpion on the single door. Davini might find one, but the damage has been done. It's not over yet, but with only 2 seconds to go, it's all over, but a few TCSG shots.
Another round going into the red time there, and SSG just managing to hold on. M80 looked in good shape. It was kind of difficult to follow that because you were thinking, okay, it looks good for M80. Okay, it looks good for SSG. Okay, it looks good for M80 again. It was really back and forth. All that will be remembered is that SSG come away with the round, but tactical timeout now being brought for SSG. So regardless of winning that last round, still feeling like it's worth taking attack at this point. And I think that just further demonstrates how important these defending rounds are here on Consulate. not wanting to let anything up, and there's clearly something, a call-out scene that's worth bringing to the attention of the team right now.
I think it's the fact that M80, opening kills aside, M80 just, in terms of control, are always finding a way into these attacks. They are always forcing SSG to react. Go back to the first CEO round, it was the same story. They're able to break past vending shockingly well, and not only break past it, but get the opening advantage, get the 5v4. And then on basement, same story. Get the opening pick on Ashen, they get most of the control they want, and to be fair, they struggle. They gotta go for a backstab, it still comes down for a 1v1. But M80 are always starting with the advantage, both in terms of kills and in terms of the control they've gained. And if you're SSG and you're constantly having to react and fight on your back foot, sure, you just got the most dominant victory you had, but it was still a 3v5 where Janino and Newers had to basically double swing that single door, while M80 were just careening through it 3-4 bodies at a time. It's good you won it, but had that not happened, M80 were still in a position where they could have reset, pulled back, and made things really difficult. So I imagine the issue Callout is noticing that even in the 2 rounds that SSG have won, M80 are not only fighting and keeping it competitive, they are always starting things out as the team favored to lead and with the momentum.
Attackers are heading out to the
Especially when you look at some of the HP that was kicking around on those SSG players. Fultz, J9O, Newers, they were all less than half. 1 bullet, 2 bullets, a couple of stray shots here and there. That's all it would have taken. Again, just going to stress the fine margins at play here tonight. Back down to the basement, though. Somewhere that we did see quite a great attempt at a 2 versus 4. And honestly, almost coming off, it ended up requiring Gunnar to have some very quick thinking. Immediately swinging Newers and where that C4 was coming from. No C4 in Newers' hands this time, though. Only for J9O and a successful bandit trick. You just don't expect it these days. It's really something that's starting to rear its ugly head again. But a bandit trick is very effective, especially when you're going up against an ace. Kino now needs to be a little bit more cautious about those 2 remaining Selmas and might force a bit more of a top clear. If you're going to be needing to deal with that bandit, you likely need the vert above it. There's bailiffs. Well, that's about it for M80 to try and make that work. Instead, they're going to have to conjure a bit of a plan B right now.
Yeah, no boogie drones, no skeleton key, just the breach charges. But M80 will go for the backside, and that's the nice thing. If you can manage it without the vert, this could be quite a nice lineup. Is there a second person there? Oh, no, okay. The cursor was just not aligned with Benji's laser sight. I was like, is there a second person based on that? Ooh. Tight line. Right on the hot and cold's position, and Benji will play conservative and fall back. He's got that Banshee to catch anybody walking up, though, but he's found important intel, Ollie. He knows the Monty's pushing the backside.
Yeah, Benji's done a good job there of just staying alive, and it's just a smart play, isn't it, to back off. You can now call that out to the team, and they can start to turn their attention. It really is a full pivot right now from M80 onto this backsided push. Kino just trying to see if he can pick a straggler up as they rotate through. We've got Fultz above as well. He's going to be manning the hatch. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to get anything done. It's actually Ashen to open things up. Kino there with a response. Fairly... I was expecting maybe more fireworks from that, just given the proximity of all these players, but SSG are playing from deep right now, and to be honest, why not? They're not being given any reason to do anything else.
You can see somebody trying to move upstairs, though. In fact, 3 people all looking to hunt down this vigil as Gavini finds one. This would be the 4v2 established, and Gunnar hops over, but both players bloodied. It was a workable 2v4 last time, and now Ben just found one of the softened up attackers of M80. 8 seconds remaining. This is so winnable. Newers on this long angle. Beautiful flick onto Gavini. Ben just swings around 2. Back to a 1v1, and Gunnar, Newers again. But he's miles away from where he needs to be. Another clutch for SSG. Another close round. And this time, for the second time this game, SSG in the favorite.
More red time. That is going to be the summary of this game. It is just coming down to the wire every single time. M80 not finding that magic there in those dying few seconds where we've seen them find it previously. And you know what? Kind of all off the back of the bandit trick. As soon as the bandit trick comes through, M80 are like, oh, we're really going to struggle to get through this bandit because we've not got any vert. We're going to have to push the backside. Benja gathers that information, keeps himself alive, and SSG are able to react. They can turn around. They don't need to worry about the breach anymore. It's going to be a backside push. And guess what? They are ready for it.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Now round 6.
Objective is to defuse a
Now, no danger of a lack of soft breach this time.
They have learned. Though it is a split site. Not exactly known for its vert. Well, it is known for its vert, but the defense with their C4s.
I was going to say, in its very nature of being a split site.
Well, yes. I meant not really known for the vert if you're the attack. I mean, you know, you can open up admin, look down.
Yeah, true.
M80 have been very fond of their confident entrances off the back of these shields, and with the boogie drone and the blitz. Ooh, that's a bummer. That's going to be a brutal mistiming, too, as Kino's committed. He's walked into the goo mine. He's given away the position. Now, to be fair, there's nobody close by to deal with him. And in fact, maybe that's a blessing in disguise, because as you can see, there's one defender currently up on that top floor. And had Gavini hopped in, there's a good chance he might fall, but oh no. Z-Pings give perfect intel to SSG. Black Eye cameras very well placed. And Ashen also on this top floor in an off spot. Yeah, no. They're... Oh, okay. I was going to say they're running circles around M80, and indeed in terms of positioning, that's true. But a very key find by Gavini that cost most of his HP might just be the difference maker, as now it's only Benja up top. Foltz found 2. Benja's too far away from that hatch. His retreat's been cut off. He's got to play his life here. And he might find these kills. He's got the intel, spots the blitz. There's no way M80 no. Quick spot check as the goo mine gets taken out. Pre-fire onto Gavin. Now the blitz moving in as they look for this pinch. Newers can't really help from below. In they come. 3v2, but SSG moving up the staircase. Cade commits. Very quick trade. TCS G-shots pummeled into that shield. Kino not letting J90 fall back. Another 1vx. For Newers in particular, not the first time he's been in this position. But M80 have some time to reset, maybe 20 seconds before they meet.
A lot of cameras available on this Dokkaebi hack as well. There are still remaining Valkyrie cameras. There's a BP knocking around. You can see they're getting flicked frantically by M80 right now. Newers has got such a long time to hold on, and against a blitz as well, it isn't going to be easy. He's going to have to continue to surrender this control and hope that he can pick a kill off onto Gunner. Kino is 1 HP right now, but that's all he needs. Drops the shield, finds the kill. Great stabilization there from M80 on a round that, let's be honest, didn't start the best.
No.
There was an attempt at a very coordinated insertion into the top floor there, and the coordination just really wasn't there. Kino hops in immediately into a goo mine, and the Ramboogie just hits the sort of sill of the window and isn't able to go in, and then it's just a bit of a mess from that point onwards. And you kind of think, especially when the opening pick comes in for SSG, oh, this is looking pretty cozy for him.
This is looking very nice. But it's been such a close game so far, you'd hate to see it slip one particular team's way, whether it's M80 or SSG. But M80 certainly have had a nice showing on Consulate so far. 7-5s both, but both involving decent attacking sides and equally proficient defensive splits too. We'll see how they're able to fare on the defense and how SSG will react on the attacking side. Just an extremely close half, and it's a shame to see those Valkyrie Black Eye cameras go to waste as well. Beautiful intel game from SSG that unfortunately, in the way that round turned out, the gunfights and the chaos was the story, and M80 just able to make better sense of it. very normal on console and Ollie for the first defensive side to be CEO, both where SSG started, where M80 started. But what do you know? Even though smoke is not banned, just to put that out there, smoke is up, we have the Tachanka. No smoke in the lineup.
It is becoming a lot more popular to run the Tachanka, isn't it, on this site? And I'm not sure if it's something to do with the way that you can line things up. And let's not forget, it's far more difficult to burn a Tachanka down when they've got 20 Shumika launchers than just 3 Toxic Babe canisters by hopping in and out of CEO window a couple of times. So I do see the vision. M80 are going to be all-seeing, given that they've brought 3 bulletproof cameras. Ooh. Bit of early aggression onto Benja there. Fortunately, he's playing the Finker, so quick reactions. He was able to keep himself above a dangerous level of low HP, but still going to be less than half right now. His Gunnar was playing quite aggressive on the window, anticipating that repel. But I don't think anything else is going to come of it. Instead, SSG are going to be allowed up onto the roof and can start to try and establish themselves a little bit here. Their lineup doesn't really speak of one thing or the other. It doesn't entirely signal CEO. It doesn't entirely signal admin, especially with their positioning at the moment. They've left themselves quite flexible right now. Got a bit of flank protection. They've got some roam hunting. Got electronic detection. Looks like it's going to be an admin push for the start, at least.
For the start, and at least for J90. Setting up to some air jabs to make sure players can't retake. Created a nice little base of operations for the attacking side, but as you said, it'd also be very SSG to just send Fultz in through these little holes in the wall, try to put the diffuser down or try to get a kill. You can see M80 are weary of it, though. Don't want to lose your life. In a 5v5, you have the advantage on console. This is one of those maps like Skyscraper. You can just kind of win this on time. C4 goes out, won't find anything. And there we go. We see a peek. Hot and Cold getting useful info. That's so risky in the 5v5, but they do it, and that's diffuser. A risky gamble pays off, as if SSG want to go for a plant, they've got to rotate over. Instead, they decide to push in, cause chaos, keep M80 on their back heels right as they get some nice momentum. Benja down by the fire. Put on the floor as J90 retakes their lead. Utility exploding left and right. Diffuser and Ashen almost miss each other, but SSG are not. Landing their shots in the most important of moments. Hot and Cold swings out in the 1v2. That Flash telegraphs Newer's position. And Hot and Cold with the crosshair placement domes Newer's outside of admin. Ashen's got time to pick Benja back up. That's exactly what he'll do. One nade as well to isolate Hot and Cold's position. In such a difficult spot, 20 seconds to go. He's allowed SSG to move in and retake control of the diffuser if they can. But as time gets lower and perfect intel's there, one goes down and the other's easy pickings. Even easier than that, he makes the smart move and sprints away! Doesn't even need to wait. He knows exactly where Benja's going to go. He's been here before. He's seen a thing or two. First round out the gate, just as good as the first of last half.
Incredible play there from Hot and Cold. Currently the second highest rated player on the M80 roster as well. Which, when you've got a roster that's got players like Gunnar, Cavini, Diffuser, to be the second highest rated, impressive indeed. He's showing that he's still got it. Hitting some nasty shots there with the SMG-11. Again, a round that just flips back and forth. You think, oh, M80, they've got the diffuser down on platform. It's going to be a given. It's a freebie. And then Benja gets down to the fire. And Benja gets picked up. And it's still 2 versus 1. And you think, well, there's probably a chance here. They've not got loads of time. They've got 18 seconds. Well, there's enough.
10 seconds to insertion.
Not if Hot and Cold's on the sticks.
On the SMG-11? No, sir.
Not today. M80 taking a very narrow lead right now. And I'm not going to say that our sort of concerns have been upheld, because this map at SSG, they've not been very good on it in the past, and we have questioned their attacks a little bit. it's early days. It was the first round of their attacking phase, and it was very close. They did a great job of stabilizing, but I think they need to account for a bit more aggression on the side of M80. M80 are really happy to swing today. They look very comfortable with how they're feeling and how they're playing. I think that's something that maybe needs to be accounted for a little bit more. Benjamaster in round 8 is going to be playing the Nook, looking to see if he can catch anyone just rotating early on. He's not wasted any time getting into the building. Already in the heart of the map, really. At least for that basement level. With only about 50 seconds spent, so... should he find anything down there, he might have a bit of success, as there's probably no expectation that someone is there.
Gunnar wishing he'd expected J9O a little bit. SSG have at least started off with the advantage in both these rounds. Well, not started off with the kill advantage necessarily, but been in a position to really pressure M80. And even if they go down, to give them a fighting chance at closing things out. But that is just an untraded opening pick. That's as black and white as it gets. And when last round was already a 1vx, Benja in the perfect position to cut off both of these roamers. They're running at him. They don't even know. There's one. And Hot and Cold punished for his 1v3 as SSG have a minute and 20 seconds to work this out.
Ooh, Benja will get ironed out on those spiral stairs. Gavini seeing to it that he won't be allowed to rotate up. SSG now on the hunt for these top floor players. Still with over a minute. Bolt's needing to be cautious given that he's got the diffuser, and looks like Gavini's going to be given the chance to get away here. We'll get into a bit of an engagement, but he's tucked in a corner and he's going to have to fight his way out.
And, well, he's not making it out. He's done. Another 1v3, perhaps? Diffuser's retaking the vert. And 35 seconds is a decent bit of time, but it can slip down depending on how you decide to manage it. He's got the super shorty, too. And SSG haven't entered the site. Surely not.
Look at how many vault cameras there are.
There is a lot of intel. That's the one concern. 20 seconds have passed since we entered this 1v3, but Diffuser just spraying through. He's got no idea. Even with all the vault cams, seemed like it might be a little closer than that, but sadly, SSG just get in off the back of an ROU, put the Diffuser down, and that's seemingly job done. As the Diffuser lacks any information as to these players, and he'll instead chance it inside of the site. Has to come down here eventually. Super shorty in hand, won't even find him one. Tie game immediately after Hot and Cold's huge 1vx.
There's only one way this game's going, and it's going to an overtime, isn't it? You can see it coming a mile away. There's not anything separating these two teams at the moment. You couldn't slide a piece of paper between them.
And Adam might
they
be
are
a bit too tight.
responding. M80 with the timeout now. Again, a situation where we see them regain that level pegging and decide to take that timeout and understand how they can play a little bit better here. SSG just looking a little bit too quick for them at the moment on these attacks, and I don't know, M80, are they spreading themselves a bit too thinly? Bit of a strange position that a few of the players found themselves in that previous round. Not sure if they're contesting the entry point hard enough at the moment for SSG, because they do seem to be getting a good foothold in the map fairly easily. I mean, you look at Benja's positioning in that previous round. He waited there for what, a minute and a half maybe?
Something like that. I mean, even there, like, Gavini gets that one, but he's done. With how good SSG were on that flank watch that whole time, even Benja, his patience aside. The kind of round that you want to worry if you're M80, because, which obviously they took the tactical timeout, because obviously you get the 1v3, that's nice, but SSG lost no momentum and showed that they can go toe-to-toe with you when it comes to very solid-looking consulate attacks. Split site will be next up. Mentioned the vert can usually play a role, obviously, with those C4s, but how SSG decided to defend it here, or sorry, excuse me, how M80 decided to defend it here, it will be that way. A lot of hard breach denial as well.
Attackers
They've got heavy on that, haven't they? Bandit and the two-brow.
And
the mute as well. Seems like a lot for Benja and Fultz to get around here.
They're just like, I want to open secret, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, they watched the first game of the day and they were like, maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the secret. We need to just open that secret breach. I doubt we'll see a C4 as good as NJR's though.
No, we will not.
That was special right there.
That was a beauty.
But there is a good chance that we do see some action, and you would expect if they are bringing 3 C4s, that we at least get one of those landing on its mark. They haven't got the same level of information that they've had in previous rounds with Valkyrie and things of that nature. We do have 1 BP for M80, so that might be something to go on. But more than likely, it is going to be used for sound cues and the such. Just knowing where players are. J9O, happy to telegraph his position as he walks through and tanks the Grismot mine. And starts to take control of that vending hallway. With it being the split site, there is just so much to do as an attacker on this site. You've got top to clear, middle floor, part of that's the bomb site, basement, part of that's the bomb site. You've got so much to do, and the defenders can really spread themselves and navigate quite nicely between the two levels of the site. You do have to be very conscious of the clock, and it looks, at least for the most part, that SSG, well, they've spent the first half of the round. They've not got loads done. They've got the hatch open. They're going to be getting this secret wall open now, and they're even going for a anti-bandit trick technique to ensure that that is opened.
Desperately lusting after that secret wall. Concussions, EMPs, 2 Selmas. You can see that's why they push down. Kino thinks he's in the clear. There's 3 people over here. C4 shot the moment it hits the ground. And Hot and Cold might confirm 1, but Fultz was already 1 foot in the grave. Hot and Cold just gave him the push he needed. Benja immediately drops down the hatch, moving in the backside. God, nobody can get an edge in this game. It is always so close, but Benja, that player, that foe obscured by the monitors, his diffuser flicks to his right, cuts down another. Jan, I know, has made miracles happen on this SSG roster. What a smart firebolt. Might try to knock diffuser out of that corner. Will it propagate? Yes, it will. He's stuck. That's a 1v1. He sees the other! But he doesn't have the time. It's too thin. There's not enough room for a single player to breathe. And whoever can land that last gasp comes away the victor.
Another round that just comes so close, so far down to the wire. M80 just managing to hold on. What are we going to see as our round 10 bans then? We got the Dokubi and the Fenrir. Honestly, I don't really... The operator bans in this game, I'm not going to say that they don't matter.
I don't care.
It just doesn't mean anything. Like, it's such a close game. They are so equally matched. Like, there is so much more going on than just what ops are we getting rid of. The fact that all the kills just come through in a sheer flurry. We definitely saved the best to last for tonight.
I mean, if this is how the 3rd, 4th place game looks, DZ Shopify better be a barn burner tomorrow.
Oh. We've got some exciting siege ahead of us the next couple of days.
It's Super Week, baby.
I'm ready to go like full degen sleep mode as well to be able to watch it all sat here in the UK.
Gotta say though, M80 up 5-4, but we got a Gunner 1v1, a Gavini 1v1 there, and a Hot and Cold 1v3. Now those 1v1s are, you know, those were kind of 50-50s. Either could have come away. But that Hot and Cold 1v3 doing a lot of heavy lifting, of course. But even the rounds M80 are winning have been so close. But if SSG close out that 1v3 and win the 1v1, the game's over, actually. Game's over 7-2. That's how close this game has been. But that is also how shaky the foundations of M80's lead are at the moment. It's not that they can't win it. In fact, they very well could. But just as M80 have been constantly getting a foothold in the map, especially on that attacking side, SSG have been so good at applying that pressure at the beginning and the late round on attack or defense. And on CEO, it was no different. This was where Hot and Cold had to win a 1v3 just to get M80's first defense over the line.
Bit of an oopsie there with the secondary impact.
That's fine.
The Cade Claw placed on the bin.
It's a metaphor.
That is a bit of a dodgy C4, to be honest. It will chip Pulse down to just less than half. But SSG really faltering right now. I feel like a lot of pins on Newers and what he's able to do right here. He's managed to sneak his way up. He can find himself anything. The game is up now, though. He gives himself away to Gavini, who's tucked in behind vending machine. Gavini, of course, with such a powerful position there. That nade, oh, it's going to get swallowed up by an ADS as well. The util game really not going SSG's way this time. So far, they've wasted 2 AMPs on an Electroclaw, not been able to open a wall. The nades are getting eaten by ADSs. Newers has to try and make something happen here.
That's the worry about SSG. They can commit to another plan so quick. Bolts immediately hops out, though. Newers found out. Nice trade by J9O. SSG briefly gains some momentum, but again, how comically close can this game be? SSG, thankful they went for that rotation, but it's all on Gunner, who falls to the connector player. Tie game again. Jesus Christ.
I love this because it just goes to show that things can not go your way. Like, you can mess up some EMPs, you can not get a breach open, you can't get rid of a deployable shield. But if you just make a play,
you're cruising.
If all you can do is make a play. And that's exactly what SSG were able to do. They found the gap. They found the point that really wasn't getting defended very well at all by M80. M80 were kind of resting on their laurels a little bit. They were like, oh, they've not been able to get breach open. They've not been able to get rid of the deployable shield. Like, Gavini's like, I can play it. Like, I can just sit in vending and just watch the cross. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they're coming up yellow stairs. You can sit on vending all you like. You ain't going to do nothing. 5-5.
10 seconds left.
Almost comical how close this is.
5 seconds to go.
J9O's 14-8. We've not seen a good vintage J9O game in a while, I feel like.
No, we've actually not.
What a time for him to pop off. Same with Newers. New pickup. Not a lot of questions, at least, well, a lot of questions for me, but not a lot of questions on him as a player. Just like him slotting into this lineup, how it's worked out. Well, certainly in this one, you're glad he's there. Might not be 14-8, but 11-7 is no scoreline to scoff at. But since round 7, SSG have been fighting from behind, matching M80 for every round they win. But because Hot and Cold clutch that 1v3, it's always been from behind, just tying the game, not taking the lead since, what, round 5? It's been extremely close, obviously. But they need to win this one, otherwise we are destined for OT. And if you're trying to break into the top 2, trying to overtake DZ Spotify, 2 might be enough. But you want security, you want the full 3. And that means SSG need to win this, need to win 12. And in they go. Blitz taking control of Spiral as the EMP goes out. Gumine triggered by Ashen, though Gavini finds one. Looking to set M80 up again on another strong lead. The tidal wave breaks against the shoreline on top of Long Desk. SSG bet it all on a blitzkrieg, and they falter. M80 match point.
Guaranteed points now for M80. We've stressed just how important this fixture is. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised. We see like it was almost like a trademark crank round from SSG. Just trying to make something happen, hopping in the top of Spiral, hopping in Bathroom. Of all the rounds that we've seen that have come down to the wire and been 1 versus 1s and really close, that was the polar opposite.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's probably the most decisive round we've seen so far in this game tonight.
Actually, mathematically, you are correct. I just checked.
M80 down to the basement we go. There have been troubles for both of these teams in the way that this basement attack has really played out. I kind of find it weird how much sort of backside push we've seen. Because kind of everyone that's attacked it, whether it be SSG or M80, it's kind of always ended up being like a bit more of a backside push than actually getting the breach open and working the vert and doing the sort of air quotes typical things for this map. Or for this site, excuse me. SSG this time, though, have opted for something that does look, on the face of it, a lot more typical. Doubling down on the soft breach.
Sense Blackbeard, super typical, yeah, 100%.
Well, I mean, I was more looking at the rhyme in the book, like.
I'm just messing with you.
But yeah, the Sense Blackbeard, we can get around it. SSG loves to get a plant down.
Ooh, hello. Oh, no, not like that. Not like
so
this.
free.
Oh, no! Boogie drones going down so early. And, oh, the call's given. M80 just fall back. Literally sprinting down to that bottom floor. Nobody from SSG in a position to retake or cut off that flank.
I like how Gaveni was on his way downstairs, and then something's obviously changed because he averted course. SSG will find one kill onto Gunner. So we need to be a bit more careful now in that this is a level game, but Kino, he's letting that shotgun sing, and the HP and the man count for SSG is dwindling at the wayside. Nua's one shot, J9O working down Spiral. But what have they got left in the tank right now?
It's nothing. Newers finds one despite the low HP. A second could easily be found here. Bullet smashes through that C4 into the awaiting skull of Gavin. And surely they don't pull this back, right? We seem set up for an anticlimactic ending. M83 points. Glad Hot and Cold clutched that 1v3. Glad Gavin and Gunner won those two 1v1s. But it's been two 2vx's from SSG so far as well. Both the attempt and in success. And 45 seconds. It's on J9O. At one point in time called the best player on SSG, one of the best players in North America. His first big game this stage, marches up long haul. It is no secret where this Blackbeard is pushing from. And J9O's got to make his presence known by finding these kills. There's one. Hot and Cold gives it away. So does the smoke! But nothing escapes M80's grip. All 3 points gobbled up in one clean bite. Top two not done for either team, but M80 seem to be the champions to tackle Shopify and DZ.
If that's a taste of what we're going to get this weekend, all I want is more. M80 coming away with a very important full 3 points there against SSG. And you've got to feel sorry for those SSG players in a game that was so close. They just didn't have it in the tank when it came to the end. And some really impressive clutches from M80 to not only keep them in it and keep them competitive in a game that never strayed more than a round in either way. They walk away with a full 3 points. We're going to send it over to the desk one last time here tonight, and they're going to break it down and set you up for the rest of Super Week.
dead, Matt.
He's gone up. He's gone up.
Get closer, Lau, get closer. It's in the hall, Swing, get Lau.
Look at
Nice! Fucking go! Come on! Come on, baby! Come on!
He did not really.
Let's fucking go, Sean. Come on.
Well, we said it, the game of the day, and it did not disappoint. That one was incredible. Back and forth the entire way. Frankly, I'm shocked we did not get to overtime. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. For now, we welcome in hot and cold the victors here as they take that win 7-5, M80 victorious. Houghton, we saw some big reactions there, a lot of energy coming out of this team. What is it like to take that win over Space Station at this stage with playoffs on the horizon?
I mean, obviously it means a lot just for the standings. But at the end of the day, if you get top 6 and you get into playoffs, I mean, you have just as equal as a chance as anyone. So, I mean, we're just showing how much practice we've put in and just trying to get better every day.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it. I mean, I want to commend you specifically. Obviously, I talked about it on the desk, essentially how difficult it is being the IGL, how hard it must have been for you to lose to Cruelty, but then the immediate bounce back, big 7-0 to OXG, now a big win against SSG, even though it might have just felt like another day in the office for you guys. Talk to us about what it feels like as an IGL, the responsibility you hold whenever you lose a game that you shouldn't, what you tried to do to make sure that OXG game stuck, and then going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously as an IGL, you kind of take more of the blame in any loss. Cruelty, I mean, I can only take so much blame because we started off in defense and we just couldn't win defenses to save our lives during that game. So, I mean, attacks were going good, and then I think we misdroned a guy in CO, and then it just fell apart after that. But just in general, I feel like being an IGL, you have to take more responsibility. You know, after that game, I think we kind of switched it over to me being just a full IGL, like worrying about defense and attack now. So that's added a lot more stress to me. But I mean, I feel like I probably should be the one handling that stress, you know, more than Gunner or whoever else.
I mean, you're handling it well, so.
Well, I want to say congratulations. That's a very important win for you guys. Keeps you in the running for being top 2. But like you said, top 6 is definitely the most important for you guys. I want to talk about, you know you're going against SSG. You know you're going against Consulate. You know it's going to be nothing but aggression. I kind of want you to like tell the audience, when you're in those situations where you're playing those trades, how do you decide properly where to give up a position in order to replay a trade and then pivot to another position and possibly another trade, while again forfeiting certain control just so you're limiting, you know, those engagements less going in your favor versus not?
I'd say usually it's a lot easier to, you know, to designate what angles you're holding, what everyone else has when it comes down to the executes. But SSG does a really good job at just kind of putting ghost pressure around the whole map, you know, spreading out their players and then just all hitting at once. So it's kind of just like all instincts, to be honest. You know, like say I have this, you have this, and then at that just time it's just instincts. Yeah, it's just, you know, whoever wins the trades, you know, is gonna win the round. And I mean, that's kind of what Siege has gotten into with all these attack power ups that you can play now. Is just you know, try and take as many as you can down early, and if you don't, then the end of the round is going to be pretty scary for defenders.
For sure.
Well, Houghton, this kind of felt like a playoff preview in a way. Could see this matchup in just a week's time. Any big takeaways from this match that you guys at M80 are carrying over to the playoffs?
I mean, yes and no. SSG was kind of exactly what we thought they were going to be during this game. We knew that we're going to go to this map probably all week. I mean, I'm sure they did too. It's kind of just how it goes. But I mean, I think the biggest thing for us is just slowly getting closer to how we play in scrims. I think we're very, very good in scrims and hasn't translated the best to our match yet. So we're just trying to slowly get there and just prove to people that, you know, we have what it takes.
Is there anything particular that you can say that isn't showing from scrim versus game day that you would want to be shown?
I mean, yeah, I would say it's more so just communication based. I think, you know, nerves gets to us a little bit, and just that tends to change comms between each other, like missing some micro comms, designating angles, stuff like that, like stuff that we would normally do in scrims, or even just call more plays, like stuff that we'd normally do in scrims that we kind of don't think about because we're too tunneled on like what's in front of us.
Well, then would you argue then today you would be happy, because especially when you're playing trades as well as you guys did, same for SSG. I mean, that really speaks into comms and prioritizing what's happening within the round.
I'd say I was happy with how our defenses went, but on attack, I feel like we should have at least had a 4-2, and we let a couple rounds slip by playing a little too fast. Me, for example, on the CO round where I killed one and then I pushed into an Elamine, just insta-died. But like if I feel like normally in scrims, I call a reset there, we slow it down, and then we just work the round as a team. But the emotions or the just energy got to us, and we went a little too fast.
Well, Hot and Cold, thank you so much for the insight. Congrats on the win, and we will certainly see you a little bit more down the line. Go celebrate.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. What a way to end the day.
Another good interview. Like
another great one.
These are what we want. This is what the viewers want. This is what we want. We actually get more in-depth, fleshed out answers. So yes, these are the interviews that we want.
So is the experienced players too. Obviously they know how it works sometimes. Yeah.
They know what we're looking for, but in all seriousness, to close this match out, it really was the best possible way to end the first day of the Super Week. I mean, this back and forth felt like it was going to go all the way to overtime, Foxe. I mean, these two teams continue to trade blows all the way until the late round. A really, really good battle.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, one thing to commend SSG, I really liked the difference in style of play that they were playing. I mean, there was obviously the aggression from them, but it wasn't always just straight out the gate aggression from them. Sometimes they would force you into the site and then play their 3v3s or their X situations a little bit more aggressive once they've coddled M80 into a place of comfortability. But M80 was handling it very well. They knew what SSG was going to bring to them when they were going to get aggressive, and that's a lot of the situations where we saw M80 take it away from them. As they slowed down, they knew SSG was going to make a play or put themselves in a position. They'd wait for it, get that pick, and then keep moving on. So honestly, really great game from both teams. There's not necessarily one team did something bad. Obviously, I think both teams can agree they would like to have been cleaner on their own sides. But that being said, it really was a really good back and forth between the trading specifically. And I like what we saw differently from SSG. And everybody on M80, they've been looking a lot more comfortable in this system, and it's nice to hear Hot and Cold talk about how he's taken back the full IGLing on both sides of the coin.
And it's clear that that bounce back from that tough week for M80, or tough game for M80 Lansing, it is very much realized now, and they are back and better than ever.
Yeah, and he said, there's things that he wants to be able to translate from scrims, especially in terms of communication leading into game days. But again, you got to go game by game and realistically understand, okay, this is just the moment we're in. Let's figure out. And like he said, there were moments for him that he could have called a reset, could have been cleaner. Fox already said it. I'm sure both teams in their own right would want to be a little cleaner on some of those rounds. But I mean, a 7-5 for both of those rounds, for all of those rounds, extremely close.
Well, that, our fifth and final matchup of the day, brings us, well, to the end of day one of the Super Week. And as we look back on our results, a pretty big deal that Cruelty, Envy, Wildcard, and Cloud9, all teams in the hunt for playoffs, lost their games. That has very big implications, and we'll get to that in just a moment, so stick with us. But Foxe, anything that jumps out at you after day one of the Super Week?
I mean, I think we expected Orgless Envy to be a little bit closer, but on the other side of things, Cloud9 Shopify Rebellion was the real game to watch, as well as M80 SSG. But for me, Cloud9 really improved. I was really impressed. I sent a message to Dream after the game, like the improvement was there, and it showed a lot of good from Cloud9. If they would have just been playing like that last week, we wouldn't even be talking about them potentially having to play for that 6th spot. They'd already be up there in those top 6. So it's a shame that the potential was only realized later, but still great to see nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, the last game, I think that definitely lived up to the hype and what we expected. Maybe some of us wanted a little bit of an OT. I know no team wants to go OT. But again, a 7-5, it doesn't truly paint the picture of how close those rounds really could have went. Either way, some of those rounds really could have put in Space Station's favor, but it was quite the barn burner and just a fun game to end the series of the day.
Well, let's talk about our blacklight detail of the day. And it was back from where all of this began, our first game of the day, Dark Zero and Cruelty. And a big moment as Dark Zero decided to bring out a couple of shenanigans here and there, and it was Spirits who brought out the Cav.
Yeah, like we talked about it, I mean, some people look at the Cav pick as a troll pick, but there was a reason for why Dark Zero was bringing it. They highlighted in the interview that the way Cruelty plays around the map is they always have 4 people on one side and 1 person lurking on the other side. So obviously they understood that. They knew that. This little one interrogation was beautiful too, because they got the down. Instead of cleaning that down up, they call for Spirits to come over, get the interrogation. And also, if the interrogations didn't come through, using that shotgun on both of the tight corridors to enter the map is going to be difficult nonetheless to be able to get through that shotgun. So really great creativity from Spirits to bring that shotgun. Like I said, one of the players that brings the most amount of shotguns in the league so far. So very interesting to see a pick that people might think is troll be used in a very intelligent way.
Yeah, but it worked, and maybe if you want to be the black light detail in the future, maybe pull out some Cav and go a little crazy. But let's take a look at our overall playoff picture and where things stand at the end of the day. A major update coming your way, and that is this. Dark Zero and Shopify, both still undefeated. They remain locked in for playoffs as they did at the start of the day. But now, M80, Space Station, and Oxygen are confirmed for playoffs. So that race for 6th, that was already a big deal coming into the day, Laxing. Now it is the only playoff spot remaining. Still every team alive in that fight, but there is just 1 spot up for grabs.
Yeah, it's insane to find ourselves here where top 6 is now the only spot. You can't pass up any more than that. And again, for Wildcard, Cloud9, Envy, Cruelty, a game can make the difference here. But again, it starts tomorrow. It should have started today for these teams, but there's still some life that can be found here. But again, you really have to be perfect from what we were seeing today. And thankfully, like you were just talking about with Cloud9, we did see improvement. So hopefully going into tomorrow, I would say out of those 4, they look to be the best at improving, that they can best their chance of possibly getting over Orgless and trying to make it work going into day 3.
And somebody has to be at the bottom at the end of the day to see some teams like Wildcard that we had a blowout performance at Reload, Cloud9 that also did pretty well at Reload, to see them find themselves struggle amongst the bottom, be so close in points. I mean, it goes without saying that it is a lot tighter, and all of the final days are just going to add that much more pressure. And at the end of the day, I guess the rich get richer, because DZ and SR just constantly farming all the points at the top.
Well, someone's got to lose tomorrow.
Someone has to lose tomorrow.
Got to lose tomorrow.
Cannot farm any more points tomorrow, at least against those weaker teams, because they have to play each other. That is a big matchup, and that is coming your way as our 4th game on our 2nd day of the Super Week. But we start off with a big one, Envy and Wildcard. Both need a win, and that is where we begin. The 3rd match, Cloud9 and Team Cruelty. Laxing, they also both need a win, so there are some serious do-or-die matchups. We will start eliminating teams from playoff contention tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, like you said it best, Cloud9 Cruelty, that's a very important game. Envy Wildcard, another important game. M80 Orgless, that's going to be a tough one.
It's very
but
important.
I think obviously the one that everyone really wants to see, including myself, I'm going to out myself here, is definitely the DZ versus Shopify, because we talk about how dominant they've been. We talk about that they're running this league. Somebody's record has to be broken tomorrow.
The NA Furia versus the NA FaZe. I mean, everyone's been anticipating this matchup since the start of the stage, and obviously now we're going to have it when it definitely matters the most, because one of those 2 teams that loses will be able to be surpassed by M80 if M80 goes on a long run to that top 2. Every single game from start to bottom matters, because at the end of it is M80 Orgless. And if Orgless were to win, that would solidify themselves in top 6, if I do believe, because no one would be able to pass over them.
That's correct.
So every single game matters. If Wildcard or Envy want a chance, Cloud9 or Cruelty want a chance, they have to get those wins, but they don't know if they're still going to be able to have that chance till the end of the day.
I know we thought today mattered. Tomorrow is even bigger, with actual lives on the line here in the playoff race. But that's going to do it for day 1 of the Super Week. Playday 7, Playday 8 coming your way tomorrow in what feels like just a few hours time. We want to thank you all so much for tuning in today, for our amazing crew here at Nerd Street Studios in Philly, for our producers Ferme and Devin, our director Ian, of course, for Foxe and Laxing. I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m., day 2 of the Super Week.